This is a very long compilation of crimes that happen in various groups on the internet, and we're gonna start with the Discord and Reddit degenerates. In 2011, Reddit was home to several subreddits that openly shared and discussed content that could be described as disturbing and even outright evil. And among the most notorious was r/beating women. The subreddit was created in 2011 by a user named David_Berkowitz. But this was not his real name, but the name of an American serial killer who tortured and killed 6 people in the 70s. The caption of the subreddit was, "Because F them C-word." The name alone captured its purpose. It was a space where users posted photos and videos of injured and battered women, and they didn't do this to raise awareness about violence against women. They celebrated it, and the Reddit moderators actively enforced this focus, ensuring that the content being shared explicitly depicted women being harmed, so that the members could take pleasure in viewing it. And before long, this subreddit had regular posters who searched for videos of women getting beaten and enjoyed sharing them. And just a glimpse of the surviving snapshot of the subreddit showed that it wasn't just about beating women, but also included racism and inappropriate obsessions. But it would really get attention when a user named Elvin tried to get the general public's attention as to how horrific the subreddit was. Elvin was talking about a post that featured a woman being severely beaten by a man, and this video was posted by a notorious Reddit troll called Violent Acres, who I'll talk about later in this video. The post by Elvin was titled, "These are real women, these are real crimes, made to stop Reddit." And this was made during the phase of Reddit where Redditors were bent on encouraging free speech. So naturally, this post by Elvin calling out r/beating women would have been expected to be criticized by many, who thought that he was curbing the right to free speech of other members. But surprisingly, the reaction was quite positive. Even Violent Acres understood that it was different.
I was not surprised by the outrage of the people who made the post, because I see it all the time. What was surprising was the community support. Most posts that complain about these things never do very well, and are quickly buried or deleted. I think it's interesting how many people defend my right to act the way I do, while decrying my posts themselves.
Even after that, the subreddit couldn't be banned, because it was not strictly against the rules of the platform, so it continued being active. But despite the leniency of Reddit, the subreddit would still be banned eventually, all because of one moderator who revealed a user's personal information by posting it online. While Reddit supported a wide range of free speech, it was this act that crossed the line, since doxing people was strictly against its core rules. So Reddit not only banned the subreddit, but also its moderators. But even later on, it was revealed that this wasn't the first time the moderators were doing something like this. An administrator who banned the subreddit, who went by the name Cupcake1713, wrote,
"After we banned those individual moderators for their actions, you idiots added them back on new accounts to keep moderating your subreddit."
Angel said,
"Your mod list is full of people who have been banned and banned and banned again, and you can't be trusted to keep things on the up and up. This is why your subreddit is banned."
But as if already prepared for this ban, the founder David_Berkowitz went on to create r/beating women 2 and r/beating women 3 in no time. But these wouldn't be able to reach the popularity of their original subreddit, and they would also get banned immediately after their creation. But moderators doing what they want isn't just limited to Reddit. This next case will show that Discord moderators could be just as disturbing.
All of this started from one mod posting their art, and they didn't get the self-gratification that they wanted, and because of that, everybody has to suffer.
Helldivers is a popular shooting game that was created by a company called Arrowhead. In the game, you're part of a troop of soldiers whose duty it is to protect your planet against invading aliens. And since it was very successful, gamers enthusiastic about Helldivers began cultivating a dedicated online community on platforms such as Discord. But in some instances, this community that was supposed to be friendly and wholesome morphed into something very disturbing. On June 10th, 2024, a moderator who was known as Tamburger of the Helldivers 2 Discord server posted an artwork in the channel. But it wasn't just any artwork, but that of their furry persona wearing a Helldiver armor. And to this very post, people reacted in multiple ways. While most reactions were positive, some people expressed their disapproval by reacting to the post with a vomit emoji. But little did they know that using this emoji would have some weird and very extravagant consequences. After a while, Tamburger announced to everyone that members were being rude by reacting with a vomit emoji, and that anyone doing this would get a 24-hour timeout, which naturally surprised and offended a bunch of people at this attempt to curb quote-unquote free speech. And of course, knowing the internet, they went on and added more vomit emojis. Of course, this infuriated Tamburger even further, and they put up a final warning which only seemed to heighten the silliness of the situation.
"This is your reminder that if you want to vomit react furry art or be a jerk about furry art, that you are lining up for a 24-hour timeout by me. This is also a reminder that if you try to reply to me in here, you can't, because there's no typing in here. Everyone reacting to my post with a clown emoji is also lining up for a timeout. Keep going, you're making my life easy."
The way Tam mentioned furry art in the message made it sound like the entire server was generally unsupportive of furry images or drawings. But that wasn't actually the case. In reality, it was only Tam's own drawing that received such a wave of negative reactions. Other furry art was well received without issue.
Other furry posts did not receive any negative reactions. It was just them.
And it would escalate even further, since as soon as people started confronting them for banning people, Tam started giving out excuses about how a timeout was different from actually banning people. But this is not a single isolated incident of a moderator misusing their position on the Helldivers Discord server. A much more serious allegation came out on March 3rd, 2025, through a post by a server member named Singularity's Marauder on the Steam community forum. The post went like this.
Based on secondhand and first-hand information, I gather that there has been a major incident on Helldivers 2 Discord, in which a veteran of the server has engaged in inappropriate activity with a small human. The relationship turned sour, and the small human has said some mean things to the abuser, which later was used as evidence to ban them. The victim was permanently banned with no chance of appeal, and the situation was silenced by moderator staff's standard approach of drop it and please change topic. During this period of time, I was contacted by an individual who represented themselves as a third side. This person explained to me that the victim was in relationships with many people on the server, and that all the people she had been with apparently had a very bad experience with her. This person was later revealed to me by the victim to be the abuser. The abuser has most likely contacted various individuals. I was a very low profile person on the server, in an attempt to manipulate people into thinking that the victim deserved to be banned. The Helldivers 2 Discord staff has not addressed the situation, and has simply remained quiet in hopes of preventing further drama. The abuser is most likely still operating on Helldivers 2 Discord server. At least this is how much I know of the situation. I am posting this because I'm tired of Discord moderator staff getting away with absolute ignorance towards the suffering of all the people they trust and their protection. I'm tired of them manipulating situations in order to create an infantile environment in which certain privileged individuals are able to get other ones removed from society and then shunned repeatedly for months on end, for the sake of creating drama content they can then discuss, instead of the latest John Helldiver meme. I would like this information to reach Arrowhead, and I would like them to seriously reprimand their recruited enforcers. The victim has been on the verge of leaving this earth after the emotional abuse she had suffered on the server and the treatment she'd received, including an apparent jury-rigged court in which her lawyer was not present. How can we allow this kind of behavior in the 21st century, let alone on a server directly owned by one of the currently most important gaming companies? How can we find it acceptable that some individuals are playing their own little regimes in hidden chambers, controlling the lives of thousands of people like this without anyone overseeing them? The Discord is as of now not moderated. There's merely a half-asleep artificial intelligence that was designed only to target one specific offense. The company in charge of Discord is not interested in treating actual convoluted cases of abuse, even on servers as large as this one. This is why I'm choosing to post this here.
And when one commentator replied that the victim could have just left the server, their original poster went into even more detail.
You are a small human, a teenager on a server made by a company of a video game you like. People on the server are generally nice, but also a bit cultish, because they're all being controlled closely by a high moderator who watches their every move, and occasionally gives them gift permissions as a reward for nice behavior and snitching on their friends. Then you meet a person. I assume this person reaches out to you a bit, because of course, and you develop a relationship with them. Whatever happened in that relationship, I'm not certain, but it ends badly. And then this person takes the screenshots of this relationship and publicly posts them all over the Discord. These screenshots are then interpreted by a bunch of unpaid interns who decide to play a government for a split second, because the higher directive says so. They go about and do some sort of a horribly disorganized, half-assed procedure, in which they blame the victim for the whole situation, and then they kick them out. Then after you, the person, gets banned, you hear constant rumors of the person who abused you in the situation spreading misinformation to your previous colleagues, who apparently couldn't care less about what happened to you and are all against you now. You can see also the fact that this person is acting in horrible, bad, manipulative faith, and no one cares.
But while all these cases were limited to the internet, let's move to the cases where things cross the screen into the real world.
I saw one guy with his legs gone at the knees, some ankles and feet missing, shrapnel wounds on people on the sides of the head.
It was a bright Monday afternoon on April 2013 in Boston, when a casual Boston marathon was fatally interrupted by the blast of two pressure cooker bombs, one of which was placed at 671 Boylston Street and the other one at 755 Boylston Street. They didn't just blast at once. The second one exploded 12 seconds after the first one, before people could realize exactly what was happening. In the aftermath, 3 people would be announced dead. But apart from these, around 500 people would be severely injured and some so badly hurt that they needed amputations to even survive. Of course, for such a serious incident, the response was equally serious. But this wasn't in the real world, but also on online forums and platforms like Reddit, where people felt it was their duty to do something to help the government. So a Reddit user named Oops777 with a few other people created a subreddit called r/FindBostonBombers with the aim of contributing to the official investigation. Throughout its existence, the moderators of the subreddit were motivated by a sense of duty and a desire to do the right thing, which clearly resonated with people online, since around 3,000 1,000 members would join the space in a span of a day. In an interview with Vice, a moderator of the server, rather_confused, described the subreddit in heroic words.
I was inspired by all the people who ran straight toward the blast in the video, trying to help out. This subreddit is kind of like that. It's the human spirit fighting back. So when Oops777, the creator of r/find Boston Bombers, asked me to mod it, I said sure.
Despite this passionate attitude, the moderators were sober enough to imagine what could go wrong with such an endeavor, like innocent people getting accused and harassed by people online. So they came up with strict rules, where members of the subreddit weren't allowed to name any real-life person. If they did, they ran the risk of getting banned, but no amount of rules prevented the worst from happening. The whole investigative method used by the members of the subreddit was crude and sloppy. For example, some members used to go through pictures taken during the marathon and just circle people who looked suspicious to them. This would often lead to wrong and misguided accusations. A bit of racism in this approach became apparent too when a redditor named u/so_rad proposed the 13-man theory. In this theory, Rad claimed that 13 non-white men in the crowd were responsible for the bomb blast. His theory was quickly found to be a racist generalization though, because all those men were Arabs. The mod rather_confused clearly saw that this was baseless and dismissed it as he admitted it in the Wire interview. But theories like this would keep popping up on the subreddit, with most of them just being members randomly pointing out people as suspects because they wore weird clothes and backpacks. One of the most prominent examples of this is the blue robe guy theory, in which some members claimed that a guy who was wearing a blue robe was the suspect. The reasoning behind this was that he had a backpack that looked similar to the one that actually contained the pressure cooker bombs. But even this assumption was found to be false. Until this point, no actual harm occurred to anyone in real life because of the subreddit, but this would change when the FBI released pictures of the suspects they found to be involved. At approximately 5 PM on April 18th, the FBI released photos and descriptions of Suspect 1 and Suspect 2, urging the public to help identify them. This was a very crucial moment because now the members of the subreddit had specific faces to look for, rather than random people in the crowd. Everyone was in the race to correctly identify the men in the photos, and this hurry had devastating consequences. Redditors instantly got obsessed with the pictures and started analyzing everything they could about the two men, but not everyone was interested. Some members expressed their annoyance at how most Redditors were thinking they can actually help professionals like the FBI just by being part of a subreddit.
This is starting to hurt my brain. I'm fine with people doing their own investigation for curiosity and fun, but some here think the FBI and professionals are clueless, like they couldn't think of basic stuff, such as checking clothing brands or local stores for purchases. I've seen people saying they want to crack the case before the FBI does. But let's be honest, the FBI identified the subjects on their own, without Reddit's help. They're trained professionals. We're just people at home squinting at blurry photos, playing Where's Waldo.
But Redditors were unfazed. They continued to flood the subreddits with countless posts, analyzing and digging for information. And even though there was a strict rule against naming people, names still popped up, and the Redditors did nothing about them this time. And one name was Sunal Tripathi. The members thought it might be him, because he had the same height as Suspect 2 and was reportedly missing. But his disappearance actually had a tragic reason behind it. Sunal was a normal guy going to college who lived in Boston with his family. He was studying philosophy at Brown University and also played saxophone, but his academic performance would soon be hindered by depression. It became so severe that he had to take a break from his studies to recover, and this is when he disappeared. On March 16th, a month before the bombings, a CCTV camera captured him crossing the road at 1 AM and disappearing into the darkness. As soon as his family found out about his disappearance, they notified the police because they knew he was suffering from depression. They even posted on Facebook and YouTube, urging people to help them find him. Almost a month would pass before they actually heard someone typing his name under their Facebook posts, but it wasn't what they expected.
Watching our Facebook page that we've been helping coordinate our search just get plastered with these baseless allegations.
After the bombing, a Twitter user named Greg Hugh tweeted out that one of the suspects, Suspect 2, looked eerily similar to a schoolmate who was none other than Sunal. Then his name got passed around before eventually landing on Reddit. And after digging a bit more and knowing that he'd been missing for more than a month, people on the subreddit started believing their own theories without any doubts. This theory was only disproved when the actual terrorists behind the attack were revealed to be two brothers, Tamerlan and Tohar Snyer from Dagestan. But the damage was already done. Even before the true terrorists were revealed, people reacted wildly to the claim that Sunal was the suspect and started flooding the Facebook page dedicated to him with hateful comments. And the Tripathi family received loads of calls from mean strangers who hurled racist slurs at them.
Between 3 and 6 AM, we as a family received literally hundreds of phone calls.
And while the family was already struggling with the disappearance, this was just another tragedy on top of it. But it didn't end there either, as on April 28th, Sunal's body was found floating in the Providence River, and a forensic dental examination confirmed that it was really him. This news shook everyone who was convinced Sunil was the real suspect, and as they traced the source of this claim, r/findbostonbombers was the subreddit they stumbled upon. Even Reddit manager Eric Martin acknowledged and apologized for the role of Reddit in mistakenly blaming a student for a crime he didn't commit, and even the moderators of the subreddit would apologize.
I'd like to extend the deepest apologies to the family of Sunil Tripathi for any part we may have had in relaying what has turned out to be a faulty information. We cannot begin to know what you're going through, and for that we are truly sorry. Several users, Twitter users, and other sources had heard him identified as a suspect and believed it to be confirmed. We were mistaken. The events show exactly why there are no personal information until confirmation rule is in place. Out for the respect for Sunil and his family, I ask that users here please remove any and all links about him. Thank you.
And soon enough, r/findbostonbombers would be banned, and it would be a lesson for everybody involved. But while this was just a mistake due to negligence, the next one goes far beyond that.
Girl found dead in the trunk of singer David's Tesla.
On September 8, 2025, Los Angeles Department of Transportation visited the very elite neighborhood of Hollywood Hills because of a vehicle with a very strange odor that had been parked for more than 72 hours at one particular spot. And upon searching thoroughly, they were shocked to find a decomposing body inside the trunk of the vehicle. Immediately, the police were alerted, and forensics experts started to investigate the identity of the body. This wasn't an easy task because the body was almost fully decomposed already, but they went on to narrow their search by going through the list of missing people in LA and stumbled upon Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a 15-year-old girl who had been reported missing for almost a year. By questioning her mother and matching the physical details like tattoos and clothing, they eventually confirmed that it was indeed her. When asked about why she might have gone missing, her mother told the officials that she was involved with someone named David and ran away from home on May 5th, 2024. This proved to be a crucial fact, since the name David appeared at another place in the investigation. The Tesla in which Celeste's body was found was registered in some David's name, and turns out this David wasn't just a random person, but a viral superstar. It was none other than David Anthony Burke, or David, who went viral in 2022 for his song Romantic Homicide. At first, this seemed like a weird coincidence, but soon online fans of David started to pick up some distressing details. You see, when Celeste disappeared, a missing person notice was issued for her, and in that notice it was mentioned that she was wearing Hello Kitty sandals at the time of her disappearance. This fact became very important because people found out that just 2 months before her disappearance, David posted a TikTok in which the caption read,
"When your car declines at therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021.
But this wasn't even the end of him referencing Hello Kitty. From that time on, he would continue to appear in Hello Kitty merchandise and would post about it on his socials. Adding to this was the lyrics in his most viral hit Romantic Homicide, which mentioned someone being unalived in the back of his car. Another fact was how one of his leaked songs was titled Celeste, and for some people this was already enough evidence to start believing that it was really David who unalived Celeste. But this isn't where the story ends either, as David continued to behave even more suspiciously. Celeste and David didn't just have matching tattoos on their fingers saying shh, but also on September 24th, members of David's subreddit started to realize that something weird was going on in his subreddit, which had around 312,000 members. Users started to notice that some posts mysteriously disappeared, and all of these posts were about the lyrics of the leaked song about Celeste. But then things started to clear up when people started looking into the moderation logs, where the users noticed that weirdly there was only one moderator for the whole subreddit, which was none other than David himself, which led to people alleging that David had actually been the person deleting the post against him to portray himself as a more positive character. And as soon as these claims were out in the open, the subreddit went into a full lockdown mode, which meant that no one could post anything for a period of time. And as of now, the subreddit is still on lockdown, and LAPD has currently confiscated David's personal belongings for a deeper search. Officially, the police has not yet confirmed a suspect, and we'll see how well this case actually ages. But this isn't the first time a moderator on Reddit made it to the news. Long before the David case, there was a notorious moderator on Reddit named Violent Acres.
I enjoyed doing that. I liked going in and making people really mad over what amounted to meaningless things.
Michael Bruch was a 49-year-old man who was working as a computer programmer for a Texas-based financial service company called First Cash. He resided with his wife, who was disabled, and his social life was similar to the millions of people he was surrounded by. But the same cannot be said about his online life. It was there that Michael became someone else. He became the user Violent Acres, one of Reddit's most infamous moderators. While the number of subreddits Michael moderated went into the hundreds, the ones he was frequently associated with were the most disturbing pages on the whole website. One such subreddit was r/jailbait, an almost illegal subreddit on which people posted inappropriately suggestive pictures of. But this didn't actually seem to offend a lot of people, as r/jailbait was hailed as the subreddit of the year in 2008. Even Eric Martin, Reddit's general manager, defended his unconventional subreddit by saying that
we're a free speech site with very few exceptions, and having to stomach occasional troll Reddit like r/pics of dead or morally questionable Reddits like r/jailbait are part of the price of free speech on a site like this.
This seemed like Eric dismissed anything that was immoral or disturbing by calling it a troll. But r/jailbait would actually turn out to be a subreddit that would make Reddit go against its own rules of not curbing free speech. At its peak, r/jailbait had around 20,000 members, all of whom were openly posting pictures of questionably aged humans in revealing clothes. And the way they got these images was very disturbing, as these members scoured through Facebook and other social media accounts for these pictures, which they then just posted on the subreddit for others to look at. The other distressing subreddit that Michael moderated was called r/pics of dead, which is pretty self-explanatory. And the names of other subreddits associated with Michael are even more disgusting, so I'm not even going to name them out loud. But there was one question that was on everybody's mind. Why did a platform such as Reddit give a user as disturbing as Michael such an important role in moderating so many subreddits? The reason for Violent Acre's privilege was that for years he'd helped administrators deal with the massive dark side of Reddit, acting as an unpaid staff member who was assigned to deal with all of the NSFW content on the site. But the relationship between Michael and Reddit wasn't always peaceful. In the beginning, even Michael started posting dark and disturbing content, which was even too much for Reddit. But eventually they came to an agreement because they realized that behind all of the filth, Michael was actually an excellent community moderator and could be trusted. Reddit's lead programmer, for example, would go on to admit that
once we came to terms, he was actually pretty helpful. He would come to us with things that we hadn't noticed. At the time, there were only 4 of us working, so that was a great resource for us to have.
Chris would go on to call him a trustworthy and positive member of the community, and Michael was clearly taking pride in his actions, which was apparent in the fact that he often held IRL meetups with other moderators. In fact, he even went as far as to make a t-shirt with a zombified Reddit logo on it and sell it. He even created a subreddit entirely for him, Violent Acres, where he would post news and updates about himself. In his eyes, he was an invaluable member of Reddit who was ensuring that there was free speech on the platform. This made him a respectable figure that no matter how outrageously he spoke out, it was always considered to be just an attempt to troll people. In fact, in his own words, the reason he trolled everyone was that he enjoyed winding people up.
I like winding people up. I always desist and compliment people when they react with good humor, grace, or wit. The ones that bite, I play with them till they drop. I once trolled a guy for so long we broke Reddit. The admins had to make a patch so we could keep going.
But not everything he said was to troll people. Sometimes he also admitted to dark facts about his own life without any hesitation. For example, in an Ask Me Anything session, he openly admitted that he did an inappropriate consensual act with his very own 19-year-old stepdaughter. It seemed as if Michael was confident enough that no one would blame him for anything. But this soon was going to change. On October 9th, a user named the Contortionist posted a picture of his girlfriend on the subreddit. In it, the person was wearing only underwear, and this seemed to have excited a lot of members, who then started flooding the comment section with requests for more pictures. The Contortionist replied that this was the only no-clothes photo he had of her, and that he can't post any other pics. But still not satisfied, a lot of members personally messaged him and flooded his inbox with requests to send those no-clothes pictures of his girlfriend to them privately. And guess what? He almost did it. He immediately put up a post in which he took such a photo of his girlfriend and edited it in a way that it wasn't exactly unclothed, but it still showed what was happening in the photo. It was a picture where the girl was committing inappropriate acts to the original poster. He captioned the post with,
I had to edit the photo for obvious reasons. Enjoy your time.
But the request still didn't end. People kept asking for more.
For the love of God, PM. It is your duty to hook us all up. Huh? So he's actually PMing us? If so, PM. PM me with the others, please. By the way.
And unsatisfied Reddit users were not going to let this go. They kept upvoting this post so it would appear on everyone's feed immediately. Until big media like CNN started to notice this. And even Reddit managers got apprehensive. They immediately sent messages to all the Reddit moderators that this was going to be looked into, since the actual inappropriate stuff was being transferred through private messages. Eventually the pressure was too much, and Reddit had to go against its own rules and ban the subreddit. But despite that, Michael was such an important member of Reddit that Eric himself privately messaged him and gave him a heads up about the potential ban.
Want to give you a heads up. We're making a policy change regarding jailbait type content. Don't really have a choice.
This didn't even trouble Michael, as he went on to create another short-lived subreddit called r/creepshots, where people posted pictures of, again, photographed in public spaces. This was a whole new level of disturbing content on the platform, and he probably thought he could get away with it. But unfortunately for him, this wasn't going to happen. all because of Adrian Chen, a journalist at Gawker, who would finally put an end to Michael's reign. It didn't take much effort to figure out who Michael really was. Again, all thanks to Michael himself. He constantly boasted about his exploits and exposed his identity to people close to him, which meant that he was always at the risk of being ratted out. And that's exactly what happened. A close friend who had started to disagree with him decided to tip off Adrian that it was Michael Brutsch behind the Violent Acres account, and his call to Michael was answered. And somehow Adrian was able to match the voice in the call to the voice that appeared on the podcast Geeks of Doom, which was created by Violent Acres and his fellow moderators. In that phone call, Adrian talked to Michael for about an hour and revealed his intention to show the world that it was Michael Brutsch behind Violent Acres. And faced with the prospect of being exposed, Michael would try to gain Adrian's sympathy by saying,
"My wife is disabled. I got a home and a mortgage. And if this hits the fan, I believe this will negatively affect my employment. I do my job, go home, watch TV, and go on the internet. I just like riling people up in my spare time."
And when Adrian asked if he regretted posting all of the stuff online, Michael simply replied with,
"I would stand by exactly what I've done."
And what was most shocking to Adrian was how Michael was least bothered about his family finding out about his online persona. This was because they already knew. Michael's wife, who went by the username NotSoViolentAcres, posted very different content from that of her husband. She posted wholesome animal videos and ran a subreddit for people with fibromyalgia, a disorder that causes frequent muscle pain. Coming to his son, whose username was SpawnofVA, he was revealed to be his dad's fan. In an AMA session conducted a year before the expose, he would admit some weird things about his own father, like the fact that he owned a suitcase full of inappropriately shaped objects. Armed with all these facts, Adrian decided to release a detailed article where he revealed that the man behind the Violent Acres account was Michael Brutsch. And since Michael was prized by Reddit, almost all of the staff stood for him. And within hours of the article's release, Reddit would ban Gawker's links on the platform. But it was already too late. The expose spread like wildfire, and Michael was fired from his day job. Then, for the first time, Michael appeared on national television when CNN interviewed him. But the fact that he was on national television didn't stop him from admitting some very crazy facts. While he wasn't charged with any crimes, Michael was still questioned by the police regarding his confession of performing inappropriate acts with his stepdaughter, which she was quick to deny. On Reddit, it was Michael who seemed to have taken it to the limit, but on Discord, one server was destroying all limits.
Police say she may not be the only he's targeted.
Despite Discord's countless policies and rules, it was always a haven for people looking to exploit younger people emotionally and physically. But while all these cases were limited to one or two individuals, one particular case revealed a whole network operating in the dark corners of the platform. It all started with Rohan Sandeep Rain, who, because he was the son of a wealthy Indian CEO, was able to afford business education in France. And he was doing very good academically when COVID struck, and the isolation left him bored and constantly in front of his computer. And this is when he got a very disturbing idea. The idea was to create a Discord server where he would plan to share his worst ideas with other people like him. At best, Cult could be defined as a nihilistic online organization where people who held wild and disturbing beliefs met on the server to discuss them. For Rohan, the community was a place where he came to proclaim his hate for certain groups such as Jews or Muslims. But Rohan wasn't operating alone. He was assisted by other moderators, most notably Caleb Christopher Merritt, also known as the Chariot, Clint Jordan Lapoka, Nahoy Kaika Borch, also known as Whoops, and John Thomas Walker, aka Wrath, who all helped manage the server and also served his purpose of expanding it to something more dangerous, which was a server that had obscene material of young people in it. And I mean very, very young people. And this is where things take an even darker turn. These obscene materials that the server had were obtained in a very gruesome manner, which was by emotionally manipulating and blackmailing young users into sending that kind of stuff. First, Rohan and his friends would meet some young people on sites like Roblox. Then they would slowly gain their trust by getting them to talk about their personal issues and then offering advice on how to deal with those. When enough trust was established, Rohan would quickly change his tone and talk about degrading and offensive stuff, which would shock the young people into conversations. Finally, Rohan would then ask them for an inappropriate picture or video of themselves, which he would actually receive in most cases due to his manipulative behavior. Once he had those pictures, he would then continue to blackmail them so others said more or do as he said. And this was just one of the methods that Rohan and his team used to get content for the server. Sometimes they would even force the young people to use sharp and big objects in inappropriate ways and record it to send it on the Discord server. But it wasn't for the pleasure of seeing these videos that Rohan did what he did. Most of the time it was pure sadism and being able to manipulate someone. He apparently got a thrill out of it. A Discord chat between him and another user read,
"I don't care what they do. Rohan, you know I'll do anything for you, but the server is too much for me. You made me myself, and I did it. You made me unclothed for your friends. I did. What else do you want me to do? I'm just a human Rohan. Like I said, I don't give a F. I'm busy. Sorry. Video call? In 5 minutes, I will show you my recent scar I got from a fight on my eyebrow. Yes, keep a blade ready, baby."
He not only urged them to attack themselves, but also to record these acts, which were then circulated on Discord. But by 2022, the activities of this organization weren't just limited to this platform, but expanded to apps like Telegram, where members created groups with obvious titles and continued selling obscene materials of these younger people. In one private chat room, the conversation showed how young the victims were.
$50 and I'll send 10 videos, 10 pictures. I'm 19. Sorry bro, I said younger. My little sister is... Nah, request for a much younger age group. You got Cash App? I use my brother's because he made a new one. I'll pay you $15 right now if you do. I do.
Now eventually these members would start to participate in real-life crimes, and one such crime was committed by one of the most important members of the community, Caleb Merritt. In 2021, Caleb interacted with a young member of the Discord server and convinced her to run away from her family to commit inappropriate acts with him in the forest. But fortunately, police found and arrested him in the woods before he could actually do anything to the girl. But the proper indictment of all these people would only occur later, due to an investigation spanning 4 years, all thanks to an Iowa student whom we will be calling Clara, who decided to expose the criminals after she was forced and blackmailed by an anonymous friend on Discord. In 2018, when Clara was still very young, the friend manipulated her into sending him obscene material of herself, which she did. Then 2 years later, he resurfaced, this time to blackmail her into sending more such material. But this time she didn't surrender and went on to report it to an Iowa State University police officer, Kami Felt. What followed was a deep dive into the dark corners of the internet to find the sender. At first this seemed fruitless, as it was very difficult to find the true address of the man, but then Kami realized that she could simply track the man through the banking details he used in paying Clara for the obscene materials. And this banking information would prove to be crucial, as after years of searching, Kami would finally find the sender, who was a Hawaiian resident called Clint Borge, one of the main pillars of the cold Discord server. From there it wasn't difficult to find and arrest another man, John Walker. While this was happening in the US, Rohan was being held in France for his crimes, and this was the result of an FBI report where they stumbled upon online videos of girls carving stuff onto their bodies. Some even wrote his actual name down, and when they were questioned, all they could say was that they were being forced to do this by someone who called himself Rohan, and this would eventually lead to his arrest and detention in France. He eventually admitted to the investigators that he was indeed a psychopath and has been in custody since 2022, while his partners in the US are serving their sentences. But this certainly wouldn't be the end, since Cold's influence was so far-reaching that multiple other groups sprouted that followed the original server ideology and activities, and one such server was... At the young age of Bradley Chance Cadenhead already had a long history of psychological breakdowns and disruptive behavior. Ever since he was a kid, Bradley was heavily bullied in school, which led him to isolate himself in his room many times, where he would start to watch gruesome and disturbing videos of people being killed and tortured. Now, watching these videos would desensitize his mind to a lot of violent things, and it would eventually urge him to express this twisted mind of his. Like this one time where he drew pictures of school attacks on the school computer, which were then found by the assistant principal of his school. The assistant principal immediately notified the police, which led to Bradley dropping out of school entirely. Another time he would injure his own mother and drink a whole bottle of cough syrup, and no amount of counseling changed him, and he only grew more violent and isolated. And it was while he was mindlessly in front of his computer that he stumbled upon the cold Discord server, which immediately grabbed his attention, and he quickly joined it. And as he spent more time on it behind the username Felix, he started to learn different methods to exploit and torture young people for his pleasure. And soon he would meet another user on Minecraft whose identity is unknown to establish a new server similar to Cold. He named the server 764, which was the zip code of his hometown, Stephenville. In 764, Bradley would do what Rohan and the others did on Cold, but there would be a very significant difference. While Cold limited itself to self-attacks and inappropriate manipulation of its members, 764 would take it a step further. Bradley would actually blackmail young users into committing heinous acts, such as torturing animals and committing obscene acts with family members and pets. For example, Bradley would once manipulate a user in Oklahoma into injuring her pet hamster with a razor blade on camera. And self-attacks weren't just limited to objects like knives, but also included burning and choking. Members who were mentally unstable would be urged to commit crimes like hurting their pets while they live streamed it on the server. And the members even kept victims' information in the form of lore books, which they threatened to release to friends and family. But it wasn't only individuals they actually traumatized. Sometimes members of the server would prank call 911 about committing dangerous crimes. Other times people would post themselves committing crimes onto the Discord server straight up. But the most notable instance of a member committing a crime was on January 22nd, 2025, when 17-year-old Solomon Henderson opened fire inside the cafeteria, leading to the death of 2 students. And later he would leave this earth. When police investigated the motive behind his actions, they found out that he was part of various violent organizations online, and one of these was 764. The members of the server thought of themselves as above the law and crime, and this very attitude was very apparent in Bradley's actions, as he replied in this way when someone tried to warn him of his arrest.
I've already been reported to the FBI 15 times, and they haven't done.
But justice wasn't far. Just days after this very warning, Stevensville police would be informed about a user in their locality who downloaded tons of obscene material involving younger people. And this user was Bradley himself, whose house would then be searched by police who would confiscate his laptop. And the stuff they would go on to find in there horrified them. They found pictures of anonymous young users with Bradley's names on their body, and they didn't write it with ink. For the police and the courts, after seeing these heinous pictures, it was clear that Bradley had to be tried as an adult rather than a juvenile, and he would actually be sentenced to life in prison at such a young age in 2024. But Bradley's arrest didn't guarantee the end of 764, as his place was quickly occupied by other members. The most prominent criminals who were revealed to be connected with 764 were Prasan Nepal and Leonidas Veragianis, and those two would actually be the one who would get arrested first by authorities for passing around obscene material of young people after Bradley got arrested. Another ringleader who would later be arrested too was Richard Densmore, who used to make young users write his username on their body too, and again not with ink. Once in 2022, he tried to convince a girl to write rabbit on her chest, but when she refused, he managed to get her obscene pictures by luring another user who had her pictures with Discord Nitro, and after he obtained those snapshots, he went on to blackmail her to follow his orders.
I have little themselves for me and do weird.
To this day, 764 is up and running and still poses a danger to countless young people online. The most recent arrest connected to this awful server happened in August 2025, when 27-year-old Dong Hwan Kim, a member of 764, was reported by the police by young users who accused him of tricking them into sending him inappropriate videos. Now let's talk about the cosplay community. They can be very cool or very weird. It was supposed to be another lively weekend at San Japan, one of Texas' biggest anime and gaming conventions, a place where fans could step into the worlds of their favorite characters. The 3-day event was held from August 29th to 31st at the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center in San Antonio. However, this year's celebration took an alarming turn. Kendra Noel Manning, better known online as Cat Noel, is a 25-year-old Texas-based artist and cosplayer with more than 115,000 followers on TikTok. She's known for her vibrant portrayals of DC characters like Harley Quinn, Raven, the Joker, and Starfire. And beyond her colorful builds, Kit often uses her platform to raise awareness about cystic fibrosis, a condition she's lived with her whole life, which is a genetic disorder that mainly affects the lungs and digestive system. Through her videos and charity work, including her organization, Cosplay Care Project, she's earned a reputation for combining creativity with compassion, showing that cosplay can be as meaningful as it is expressive. Now, just 2 days before the event, on August 27th, Kit posted an Instagram update announcing her plan to attend San Japan. It was a cheerful message that captured the excitement of an artist eager to connect with fans, one that in hindsight made what followed even more unsettling. The situation reportedly began when a booth vendor at San Japan posted an Instagram story criticizing Gamer Subs, an energy drink brand popular among streamers and cosplayers. A comment was then posted under it that read,
F Gamer Subs, entitled weirdos.
Kit saw the exchange taking place and decided to get involved. Frustrated by what she was reading, she replied to the post, allegedly writing that she would make something go off at their booth, referring to the person being discussed. At first glance, it might have seemed like a sarcastic or emotionally charged statement made in the middle of an online argument. However, more people came to see the exchange, and while some probably brushed it off as an impulsive overreaction over an energy drink, other users grew uneasy. The phrasing sounded too specific and a lot more serious than just a mere comment, and it was enough to make people wonder whether Kit was joking or if there was an actual threat behind her words. And Kit was actually arrested on August 31st, 2025. According to the Bexar County Central Magistrate, she was taken into custody not long after the incident, and records show she was initially held at Bexar County Jail, where she faced formal booking procedures before eventually being granted release on a $35,000 bail. Her freedom, however, came with strict conditions: house arrest with GPS monitoring, routine drug and alcohol testing, and a complete ban on firearm possessions. And her charge was listed as terroristic threat to impair public service or cause public fear of serious bodily injuries/influence government. In simpler terms, it refers to making a threat serious enough to disrupt public order or create widespread fear. So fortunately, nothing actually happened at the convention. However, making this kind of threat is often treated as a felony level offense in Texas, so if convicted, Kit faces up to 10 years in prison. As of now, she remains under bond restrictions while awaiting further court procedure. What comes next, however, is a case where a man's obsession with heroes and villains led him to bring real weapons to a convention.
How a man with an arsenal of loaded weapons walked right into Phoenix Comic-Con.
This is a story that took place at a comic convention. In 2017, fans gathered in Phoenix, Arizona, expecting a typical weekend of cosplay and community, but one attendee had other plans. And the whole thing actually starts way back. Lead singer and composer Takahashi Reiko of rock band Lolita Dark, known online by the name of Reiko Dick, first met Matthew Sterling after one of her concerts in downtown Los Angeles on July 6, 2014. They stayed in touch for a while through messages and social media. To Takahashi, he seemed like someone struggling and someone she wanted to help, especially since she also worked as a personal trainer and often guided people looking to rebuild their confidence. But everything changed just a year later. In 2015, during Anime Expo at the Los Angeles Convention Center, Takahashi began receiving increasingly disturbing and delusional messages from Matthew. Violent threats suggesting he might actually harm someone, and people being violated and murdered. Alarmed, she called the police and reached out to her friend, Sergeant Scott Nichols, of the Hawthorne Police Department in California. Scott left Matthew a warning message, but the situation was serious enough that Takahashi decided to cut off all contact afterwards. For nearly 2 years, she ignored his messages, until one day a photo changed everything. Matthew sent her pictures of his weapons, accompanied by threats to go after the police. Alarmed, Takahashi immediately reached out to Scott Nichols again, forwarding screenshots of Matthew's disturbing messages. And so Scott examined the photos and confirmed that Matthew's weapons were indeed real. Takahashi then told Matthew that he was from Arizona, and upon closer inspection, Scott noticed that one of the pictures Matthew had sent appeared to have been taken at a comic convention in Phoenix. And with this information, he immediately alerted the Phoenix Police Department about Matthew's presence and the potential threat at the event that day. Acting on the tip, Phoenix authorities quickly mobilized to ensure the safety of everyone at the convention, and so they began monitoring the event grounds and reviewing hours of CCTV footage while stationing officers at key entrances and exits to prevent any possible escape. With the help of the information provided by Sergeant Scott Nichols and Takahashi, investigators were soon able to identify a man who closely matched Matthew's description. In the footage, he was seen wearing black tactical pants, a red bandana, black face paint, and a shotgun bandolier. Matthew entered the convention center and managed to avoid the venue's security as well as one of the peace bonding stations, meant for inspecting prop weapons before proceeding to the second floor. He moved freely through the crowd, unsuspected since his outfit appeared to be just another costume. But it wasn't. Matthew was quickly arrested at the convention center and found carrying 2 handguns, 1 revolver, and a 12-gauge shotgun, all fully loaded along with a combat knife, a stun gun, pepper spray, and several throwing stars. And once Matthew was in custody, the investigation revealed just how premeditated his actions had been. They discovered in Matthew's phone calendar an entry called "Kill JDF at Comic-Con." This entry made it clear that it wasn't a threat just limited to law enforcement. He also planned to kill Power Rangers actor Jason David Frank, turning what could have been an isolated arrest into a complete tragedy. During the interrogation, detectives asked Matthew about the entry, and in the footage he calmly explained that JDF referred to Jason David Frank, and he would then begin describing his twisted reasoning. He speaks coldly about the hatred toward the actor, calling him corrupt and undeserving of his fame. And his fixation was likely tied to his delusional belief that he was the real-life Punisher, destined to cleanse the world of those he saw as evil. And when investigators asked whether he felt any remorse if Frank had died that day, Matthew simply shows none. His tone simply stayed calm and emotionless throughout. Matthew was then charged with a long list of crimes. 1 count of wearing a body armor during a felony, 1 count of aggravated assault on a police officer, 1 count of resisting arrest, and carrying weapons into a prohibited place. And after the incident, the impact reached far beyond the courtroom. Phoenix Comic-Con quickly changed its security rules, banning prop weapons for a while and adding stricter bag checks with more police at every entrance. Now here's the twist. As the case progressed, the court evaluated not only Matthew's actions, but also his state of mind. And after years of legal proceedings, he was ultimately found guilty except insane during his 2020 trial, meaning that the court determined that he'd actually committed the crimes, but was also mentally ill at the same time. So rather than being sent to a traditional prison, Matthew was sentenced to 25 years in the psychiatric wing of the Arizona State Hospital, where he would remain under strict supervision. But even though Matthew's acts were disturbing, another tragedy would demonstrate how lethal oversized intention can become, this time with fatal consequences.
A young man was shot by police officers in Saratoga Springs when they saw him with what looked like a samurai sword.
One of 4 children, Darian Hunt was born in Salt Lake City in 1992. His father, Marine Corps veteran Curtis Hunt, instilled in Darian the virtue of respect to authority, which Darian found admirable and aspired to be like his father. Now, due to domestic issues, Darian's mother returned to Utah after he graduated from high school, where he and his siblings were raised. And despite his upbringing, friends and family said that he grew into a wonderful person. He developed a strong interest in anime and eventually even became a cosplayer and used it as a way to step into the worlds of his favorite characters. And by then, his passion for cosplay had become a part of his daily life. So on the morning of September 10th, he went for a walk near his home, dressed as Mugen from Samurai Champloo, a character who shared his thick hair and overall look. To to complete the cosplay, he carried the character's signature samurai sword. Now around 9:30 that morning, a person called 911. The individual reports that they've spotted a man wearing a red top and carrying a sword towards a public area. To the caller, it seemed kind of weird, and the fact alone made them uneasy. And when asked what Darian was doing, they simply said,
"Again, just walking."
Shortly after, two police officers, Matt Schauerhammer and Nicholas Judson, arrived at the area to confront Darian. One officer asked him what was going on, and Darian responded, explaining he was looking for a ride. And when asked to place the samurai sword in the police car, Darian declined, stating,
"I can't do that."
And when asked why, he simply replied, "It's mine." At the time, Utah law did not prohibit the open carry of swords or similar weapons, and individuals were generally allowed to own and carry a wide variety of knives and swords, unless they were a restricted person, such as a felon or someone with criminal intent. And there was also no specific blade length restrictions for knife or sword carry in the state. And so given the legal context, Darian's response was reasonable. He was within his rights to carry the samurai sword openly. But despite that, the casual conversation abruptly changed tone mere moments later. What started off as a civil chat abruptly became heated. Unexpectedly, he pulled the sword out of its sheath and moved forward, bringing it in the officer's direction. So both policemen instinctively grabbed for their firearms, thinking they were in danger. And in that instant, both officers opened fire. The first shot struck Darian in the right shoulder and forearm as he turned and began to run away. And so the officers decided to run after, and Darian never dropped the sword or sheath. He ran east, then north, chasing through a retail area filled with customers, employees at the top stop. The chase continued as officers grew increasingly concerned that Darian might pose a danger to bystanders. And even while critically injured, Darian held the sword until he fell onto the sidewalk, and only then did he release it. Paramedics were called, and the responders arrived within minutes and attempted to revive Darian, but their efforts were of no use. The officers moved quickly to push bystanders away, while confused witnesses stood frozen, struggling to process what they'd just seen. And within hours, word spread across the community, carried through social media posts and local news reports. The story was shocking and surreal. A man dressed as an anime character had been shot in broad daylight. The fact that a black kid with an afro was shot while walking down the street by two white officers in a city that's 96% white is deeply concerning. Edwards, the family's attorney, said.
There are serious questions as to why officers were questioning him and the use of force in this situation.
And as the investigators moved forward, authorities began processing the scene and collecting evidence. However, despite public outrage and questions, the officers involved were ultimately not charged in connection with Darian's death. But after the scene was cleared, Darian's body was taken for autopsy. And when the report was finally released, it revealed a chilling truth. Darian Hunt had been shot 6 times. Several of those bullets entered from behind, suggesting he was running away when the shots were fired. And the official cause of death? Multiple gunshot wounds. Jocelyn, a key witness, was in a nearby gas station and saw the officers confront Darian. She even snapped a picture. She recalled she got out of the parking lot as fast as she could.
When I was passing, I saw one of the police officers with his arm extended, but I didn't see Darian again after that.
Jocelyn's photo was only one of many images captured that morning. Crucially, her account showed no aggressive action on Darian's part, only that the officers had suddenly raised their weapons. And Darian's family refused to stay silent either. They believed the investigation had failed to reveal the full truth and fought for what they knew was right. And soon after his death, the Hunt family filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against the city and the 2 officers involved. The claim that Darian lunged at the officers with the sword
seems to be inaccurate,
Edwards said,
based on witnesses who saw him running from police officers and our independent autopsy.
The lawsuit alleged that Darian's constitutional rights had been violated. It also claimed that the city failed to properly train its officers in de-escalation and non-lethal force. But yet, despite the findings, the official ruling stated otherwise.
Based on the totality of circumstances, I conclude that Corporal Matthew Schauerhammer and Officer Nicholas Judson were legally justified under Utah Code sections 762404 in their use of deadly force against Mr. Hunt on September 10, 2014. This office will not institute a criminal prosecution against either Corporal Schauerhammer or Officer Judson.
Now, under this Utah code, officers are allowed to use deadly force if they reasonably believe it's necessary to prevent death or serious injury to themselves or others, or to stop a fleeing subject who poses a significant risk. So if the evidence shows that the officers acted lawfully, they wouldn't have a criminal case at their hands. And so if the evidence actually shows that the officers acted lawfully, the state would be able to choose to not file any criminal case. And they did conclude that the shooting met the legal standard for justified use of force. But eyewitness accounts and reports never definitively confirmed whether Darian still actually held a sword as he ran, leaving many to question the necessity of the deadly force. This next case, however, takes us into the dark realm of the internet, where a life was taken in the most horrible way possible. He was known online as Inquisitor, better known as Inquisitor Ghost, a 23-year-old cosplayer named Vincent Plici that had captured the attention of the Call of Duty community with his lifelike performance and uncanny attention to detail. Viewers often remarked that he didn't just act like a character, he was the character. It crossed fast, and his following quickly passed 100,000 on TikTok alone. He wore the skull pattern baklava with a tactical vest and gloves that copied every detail of Simon, Ghost Riley, a British special force operator from Call of Duty Task Force 141, and in his videos you could tell that his movements showed how much effort he put into every shot. One feature that made him stand out though was his use of a red lightsaber, which he often mixed into whatever TikTok trend or performance he joined. The glowing blade gave his videos a unique identity, blending the worlds of Call of Duty and Star Wars, since in Star Wars lore an Inquisitor was somebody on the dark side trained by Darth Vader to hunt down the remaining Jedi after Order 66. So his name Inquisitor Ghost kinda made sense. That was the image he built online, until AJ. As his audience grew, he started looking for someone who could help him with his workload. Managing the costumes, filming, and editing all on his own had become overwhelming, and he wanted to make his videos look more polished. And so around this time, AJ appeared, but not with the intention of becoming his editor. Their first interactions were casual, and at one point AJ joked by saying, "Date me," to which Ghost politely declined. And because of this lighthearted start, they continued to talk and exchange ideas. And over time, their conversations shifted towards content creation. And eventually, AJ actually offered to help with his video edits and creative input. She seemed genuinely enthusiastic about his work and eager to be part of this growing platform. And so Ghost appreciated the offer and decided to give her a chance. As weeks passed, Ghost and AJ grew closer, and their conversations went way beyond editing, sometimes drifting into personal territory. Ghost often praised her work, calling her his favorite editor and even joking, "I'ma marry you," or "I love you so much." He'd also say small things like, "Thank you, honey," words that hinted at a kind of warmth he didn't show off publicly. Ghost even shared his real name with her, something he'd never done with anyone else. And their partnership seemed to be going well until September 2023, when Ghost suddenly decided to cut off contact with AJ. Someone actually warned him that she wasn't a very good person, and not wanting any issues tied to his growing platform, he quietly stepped away. For a while it seemed like that was the end of it. What happened next though revealed something he never expected. On the 20th of September 2023, his friend Jay sent him conversations and rumors from a Discord server that were beginning to spread online, claiming that Ghost liked young people. And it was there that Ghost learned the truth. AJ was actually way below the age line, and this fact actually caught him off guard, since she always said otherwise. And what made it even more complicated was that Ghost always had been strict about his boundaries. For example, with his bio saying MDNI, short for Young People Do Not Interact. Alongside the other circulating screenshots, one in particular drew attention. A Discord conversation between Ghost and a user named Diana, one of AJ's friends. "She's far away and too young. I like her, like she's my type." This screenshot confirmed the rumors and made the situation even worse, drawing significant backlash online. While the screenshot fueled online speculation, Ghost was simultaneously sharing his side of the story in private messages with a friend. In the messages, Ghost denied the allegations, explaining that AJ had been his editor and that his affectionate comments were only friendly gestures to show appreciation for her help. "I don't really know why people are accusing me of this," he wrote, "but I'm certainly not that." He also said, "And I treated her like that because she used to make a lot of videos for me." Ghost then would tell his friend that AJ may have been upset after he stopped talking to her, which could have sparked the rumors now circulating through Discord. Now at this point, his friend reassured Ghost that the entire mod team was on his side and that he didn't need to face the situation alone. But the drama unfortunately was far from over. Ghost had been messaging AJ directly, and the conversation quickly became tense. He told her to stop texting him, but AJ didn't back down. "What did I say? You're not even telling me what I said." Ghost, now being frustrated, warned her that she needed to fix the situation and make things right before it got worse. But AJ simply continued to defend herself, and she said over and over again that she never called Ghost a person attracted to younger people. But Ghost obviously had proof that told a different story. He showed a screenshot from her account in which she wrote, "You do know that he's a person that likes younger people, right? I got a lot of proof." Now AJ would act shocked and deny the message, and denying the statement by saying, "I never said that. I almost wasn't online today." But she would then say, "Oh, Diana is on my account," still not admitting to spreading these rumors about Ghost. Despite all of this, AJ added that she missed talking to Ghost and maintained that she hadn't done anything wrong. She painted herself as innocent, while the evidence clearly suggested otherwise. After all of the back and forth between Ghost and AJ, the situation took an even bigger turn. On October 5th, 2023, another cosplayer in the community, known online as Keegan's Mask, officially exposed Ghost on TikTok. She received this kind of information from someone else and decided to go public with it, and would share the screenshots between Ghost and AJ that had been circling around on the Discord server. However, she faced immediate backlash because she hadn't actually double-checked the details and went ahead in a way that many felt was reckless, effectively attempting to ruin Ghost's career without having full confirmation. The posts were deleted almost immediately after the backlash started, and Keegan's Mask would later post a statement on both Instagram and TikTok sharing her thoughts on the situation. "I acted on what I thought was true. All I did was call out Inquisitor
Twitter for acting like a pret.
Afterwards, she deactivated her accounts and went off social media entirely, disappearing from the public eye. But the damage her posts have done were already irreversible, as just a few days later, on October 9th, 2023, Ghost decided to leave this earth on his own. During his final TikTok stream, Ghost sat quietly in his room with the comments turned off, preventing anyone from interacting with him or knowing what was happening. For several minutes, he remained still, with the camera simply capturing him in his room. And without warning, the lights would suddenly go out, and Ghost disappeared from the frame, leaving only darkness. Isabella, a neighbor who happened to be watching the live stream, noticed that something was wrong. She quickly realized that Ghost might be in serious danger, and immediately contacted Matteo, Ghost's father, who lived nearby. And moments later, Matteo arrived at the scene and broke through the window, pulling his son down and desperately trying to perform CPR. And in the stream, voices could be heard speaking in Italian in the background, confirming that Ghost was above the ground. And despite his father's efforts, it was too late. After the live stream ended, Matteo later spoke out publicly about the events. In a clip, he explains that his home was actually close to the studio apartment of Ghost, which allowed him to respond so quickly. He also addressed allegations surrounding his son, sharing his perspective on what happened. And 2 days later, on October 11, 2023, new developments came to light. Tito, AJ's boyfriend, stepped forward with an apology, and along with it came screenshots that exposed the planning and actions he and AJ carried out leading up to the incident. In the TikTok video, Tito admits he doesn't really know why his girlfriend AJ would want to expose Ghost, downplaying the situation and shifting the blame onto her entirely. He mentions that AJ apologizes for what happened and refers to the live stream where the tragic event occurred. Tito insists that the goal was to only gather more proof that Ghost was a person targeting younger ones, and in another TikTok video he would claim,
"I never wanted to take it this far."
However, photos and other evidence tell a very different story. One screenshot shows AJ admitting that she knew Ghost had MDNI in his bio, yet she admitted,
"I said I'm not a young person, even though I am."
Another photo reveals Tito instructing that they needed more proof, stating that if Ghost acted intimately, he would be exposed.
"And here's what I want you to do. I want you to keep flirting with him. If he starts to get intimate, then I will expose him. We just need better and more proof."
The messages revealed that this was a calculated plan. This next story, however, dives into a level of depravity that's even harder to stomach.
TikTok star accused of fatally shooting Houston in tragic mishap at Batman watch party.
It's January 17th, 2021. Inside a house in Houston shared by friends, Snow and 5 others sit around drinking and smoking. Just another night for a close-knit group of cosplayers. But when Snow would pick up a gun she claimed wasn't loaded, the night would suddenly take a turn. With nearly 1.6 million TikTok followers, Mary Ann Oliver Snow, better known as Yandere Freak and Snow the Salt Queen, was a pretty big deal in the cosplay community. She was best known for portraying Junko Inoshima from the Japanese game series Danganronpa. On their Twitter bio, Snow even referred to themselves as the IRL Junko, and they were known to be highly possessive of the character, often criticizing others who dared to cosplay as Junko. Now, to give a bit of context, in Japanese media, a yandere, such as Yandere Freak, refers to a character who starts off as sweet and affectionate, but becomes violently obsessive and destructive towards the one they love. And over time, that persona became not just her stage thing, but her entire identity. Now, controversy frequently followed Snow's names, and so they were used to being the center of attention, whether it was through dubious actions or online drama. For example, in January of 2019, when Snow posted a video of themselves disguised as Junko Enoshima, provocatively posted on a headstone. One image even showed her sitting on a gravestone with nothing underneath the cosplay. Now, this was one of the things that caused a lot of social media reactions, which cemented Snow's status as an edgy cosplayer, you could say, and some even started calling her Graveyard Junko. Now, this was nothing compared to what happens next though. In the early hours of January 17, 2021, Snow and her friends were drinking vodka mixed with soda at the Houston house they shared. As they watched Gotham, Snow reportedly joked that they had a gun like the character Penguin and pulled out a Glock handgun, said to have been left behind by an ex-boyfriend. The group had handled the gun before, and Snow believed it was unloaded. The magazine was supposedly empty, and normally they would put it away after showing it off. But that night, they'd been drinking and smoking, and the gun simply stayed out. And as the night went on, one of Snow's housemates jokingly asked them to pretend to shoot them, and Snow unfortunately went along with it. And one of their friends, Helen, playfully said,
"Oh, do me."
And so Snow raised the gun to the left side of Helen's head and pulled the trigger. The room fell silent before panic set in. Helen collapsed, blood pooling into the carpet. Now someone grabbed a large red and white teddy bear to try to stop the bleeding, while Snow ran upstairs for a towel, waiting desperately for EMTs to arrive after they called them. Now Helen arrived at the hospital, and she was immediately placed on life support, and doctors showed Susan and Philip MRIs of their daughter's brain activity, or of what little was left.
"That was it,"
Susan recalled.
"There was not much there."
And just 2 days after Helen was shot, she was taken off life support and pronounced dead at 5:18 p.m. Now, while Helen's loved ones were left to process the shock of her loss, legal proceedings were already starting. Every witness account from that evening was consistent. They all treated the weapon as if it were a joke, until it actually shot, thinking it was empty. So court papers filed on January 21st, just days after the shooting, show that Oliver Snow was released on a $20,000 bond in order to remain within the state. Now, the thing is, the records later revealed that Oliver Snow repeatedly violated their bond conditions throughout August, skipping hearings and failing to keep their court-ordered GPS monitor charged, which caused them to miss curfew. And so while out on bond, Snow actually resumed her activity on TikTok. And so before the incident, she was known online as Snow Salt Queen, but afterwards she rebranded herself under a new persona, the yandere freak I mentioned, and later Feral Jinx. And today her videos continue to circulate, gathering views and comments from people who may or may not know her story. Now, you might think this couldn't get any darker, but this next story pushes the boundaries of horror in the cosplay world even further.
A self-employed youth dubbed as the cosplay killer.
On October 22nd, 2013, Yak Tim told her family she was heading to a male friend's house in Taman Kempaka, Malaysia, to attend a cosplay event. Yak Tim was a Malaysian cosplayer known for her bright energy and passion for bringing her favorite anime and TV characters to life. And for her, cosplay wasn't just a hobby, it was a way to express herself and connect with others who shared the same passion. And her family supported her interests, often helping her prepare costumes and attend conventions. She was also known for staying in touch and always sending quick texts or posting cheerful updates whenever she went out. But that day, there was nothing. No messages, no updates. And when her family checked online, there were absolutely no signs of activity. That silence was the first sign something was wrong, which didn't feel like her at all. Her parents, growing desperate, turned to Facebook and posted about their missing daughter, asking anyone with information to come forward. And the word spread quickly across the local cosplay community, with friends and fellow fans sharing the posts and hopes of finding her. While searching for any clue, her family noticed that Yak Tim's laptop was still on, and her social media accounts were still logged in. And so they went through her messages and found a conversation with someone named Poon Wai Hong, a name they actually never heard of before, someone Yak Tim had never mentioned once. And so they decided to immediately go to Poon Wai Hong's house. Her parents confronted Poon Wai Hong directly, demanding to know where their daughter was. Now, he appeared calm and cooperative, claiming that yes, he'd met her earlier that day, and according to his versions of events, they had spent some time discussing cosplay plans before he offered her to give her a ride to a nearby train station. He insisted that the last time he saw her, she was stepping onto the platform to catch a train home, and Poon Wai Hong even expressed concern for her safety and suggested that her parents report her missing. Yak Tim's parents, scared and unsure what to believe, decided to do exactly that and filed a missing person report with the police, marking the start of the official investigation. And when questioned by authorities, Poon repeated the same account, sticking to the story he told Yak Tim's parents earlier. In the days that followed, he even joined volunteers to hand out missing person posters and stayed in touch with investigators, appearing genuinely worried about Yak Tim's safety and doing everything he could to seem helpful and involved. But investigators actually soon began noticing cracks in his story. When the police reviewed the CCTV footage from the train station where Poon claimed to have dropped Yak Tim off, there was no sign of his car or any trace of the victim at the station at all. And so this discovery completely contradicted everything he'd said. And then came another concerning detail. Officers noticed a fresh bite mark on Poon's arm, which only deepened their suspicions. And so with these inconsistencies, the police decided to bring him in once again for questioning. And this is where, under the weight of evidence and growing pressure from investigators, Poon's composure actually began to break. He finally broke down and confessed to what really happened that day. He told investigators that he'd invited Yak Tim to his house under the pretense of planning a cosplay project. And as the evening progressed, things turned personal and the two were about to become intimate when a friend interrupted them, forcing Poon to actually step out briefly. When he returned, he found that Yak Tim no longer wanted to continue, a decision that went against what he expected, and so that quickly escalated into an argument. Poon then describes what happened next. He confessed that Yak Tim bit him as he tried to stop her from shouting, an act he claimed was in self-defense after she allegedly attempted to use a stun gun against him. Poon pushes her away, causing his glasses to get knocked off. He then scrambles to get them, unaware of the scene that just unfolded. Yak Tim's head actually slammed onto a dumbbell and was now motionless. And the moment he saw this, panic set in, and so ultimately he decided to settle on a terrible decision, to stuff her body in a suitcase instead of calling for help, later dumping it by the roadside. Now here's the twist. As the investigation went on, more cracks began to appear in Poon's version of events. The autopsy actually revealed a much darker story, one that didn't match what he had claimed. Examiners found that Yak Tim had suffered 3 separate blows to the head with the dumbbell, not just one from an accidental fall. And so this obviously suggested that her injuries were the result of a violent assault and not a moment of panic gone wrong. The body was found stuffed into a green suitcase in a fetal position, with only a t-shirt and underwear. Her family later held a private funeral service where she was laid to rest, and Poon Wai-hong was taken into police custody on October 22, 2013, the day after Yak Tim's body was found. And what followed was a long and painful legal process that stretched on for years, before the court finally reached a decision. On April of 2018, nearly 5 years later, the High Court found Poon Wai-hong guilty of murder and sentenced him to death under Section 302 of the Penal Code. But still, the case didn't end there. On September 12, 2019, after multiple appeals and years of proceeding, the Court of Appeal overturned the verdict, and so sentencing was reduced to culpable homicide not amounting to murder, and so he was sentenced to 22 years in prison instead, with the term backdated to his arrest in 2013. And even though this case was eventually resolved, the following would provide a new type of horror, this time in a train full of innocent people.
A man dressed as Batman's Joker attacked passengers on a Tokyo train line on Sunday evening.
It was Halloween night, October 31st, 2021, and the streets of Japan were alive and bustling. Among the crowd was 24-year-old Kyoto Hattori. That night, he dressed as a Joker, an infamous villain from Batman, wearing a bright green shirt, blue suit, and purple coat. Around 8 p.m., he boarded Keio Line train bound for Tokyo's Shinjuku station. It was the usual scene inside the train. Some passengers were chatting softly, and some were half asleep after a long day. Everything felt ordinary, and it seemed like that for many when Hattori pulled out a 12-inch knife. Now, most people actually thought that this was a prop, considering it was Halloween, but that is until he decided to pull out pesticide and decided to spray it into the eyes of a 72-year-old passenger seated beside him, also instantly stabbing the man in the chest, attempting to kill him before turning the blade on others nearby. Witnesses recalled him walking slowly down the aisle, waving the knife as panic spread through the train. One passenger even said,
"I thought it was a Halloween stunt. Then I saw the blood."
Within moments, chaos erupted, and screams filled the carriage. And amid the panic, he decided to pull out a bottle of lighter fluid and set parts of the train ablaze with a Zippo lighter, which obviously led to smoke quickly filling the train. Now, there's actually footage out there capturing people running between train carriages in terror. Kimura actually climbed out of the window himself, injuring his shoulder in the fall.
Train doors were closed and we had no idea what was happening. We jumped from the windows, it was horrifying.
And by the time emergency responders actually arrived, the scene inside the Keio Line train was one of chaos and devastation. 17 passengers had sustained injuries, 3 of them from the knife, and others from the smoke and the frantic attempt to escape. And the 72-year-old man Hattori stabbed was left in critical condition with his lung actually severely pierced. When the police boarded the train, Hattori told the cops,
"I wanted to die,"
while calmly sitting cross-legged and smoking a cigarette on the Tokyo train. He'd also set on fire. Now, he was arrested on the spot and made no attempt to resist. And in the days that followed, investigators began piecing together what drove Hattori to actually carry out such a horrifying act. And when questioned by the police, Hattori admitted his motive without hesitation.
"I wanted to kill lots of people."
Now, this wasn't actually an isolated act of violence. Just a few months before his attack, another man actually carried out a strikingly similar assault on a train too. And that early incident took place the night before the Tokyo Olympics closing ceremony, when a 36-year-old man boarded a crowded train armed with a knife and a bottle of cooking oil. He stabbed 10 passengers at random, then attempted to set the train on fire too. Now, during questioning, Hattori actually admitted that he had drawn inspiration from that earlier incident, even refining the method to make it deadlier.
Looking at the line train case in August, I targeted an express train, which would have more passengers, and used cigarette lighter fluid.
He also said,
"I wanted to die. I messed up at work around June and wasn't getting along with friends."
And so Hattori actually decided to purchase the knife he used over the internet, and was carrying around 4 liters of lighter fluid in plastic bottles when he headed into the city, which of course was filled with thousands of people in Halloween costumes. He also chose the Halloween night because he knew that Tokyo would be packed with people, especially around Shibuya, where a lot of people always fill the streets to celebrate. And so he left the hotel he stayed at that afternoon and took the train to this district. And during his trial, Hattori actually revealed a deeper reasoning behind his crime. He told the court that after discovering that his ex-girlfriend had married another man only 6 months after their breakup, he decided he wanted to cross the afterlife, but not by his own hand. He'd actually previously attempted to do that before, but failed. And Hattori, desperate for a way out, began planning something far darker, an act that would guarantee his death. As later he confessed,
"I felt that I had to commit a murder. I wanted to become the Joker. I thought that if I killed 2 or more people, I would get the death penalty. It didn't matter who they were."
In the final ruling, Judge Yu Takeshita condemned the act as an
indiscriminate crime with a selfish motive, one that preyed on innocent passengers who just happened to share a train with him that night.
And so prosecutors pushed for a 25-year sentence, emphasizing how Hattori had desperately chosen an express train with fewer stops, effectively turning it into a moving cage of fire and fear. Meanwhile, defense lawyers asked for 12 years, saying that the attack didn't actually constitute attempted murder because most passengers were out of reach when Hattori set the fire. Now, it took over a year before Kyoto Hattori finally faced judgment, but on July 31st, 2023, the Tachikawa Ishikawa branch of Tokyo District Court delivered its verdict. Hattori, now 26, found guilty of attempted murder for stabbing a 72-year-old passenger and attempted arson for spraying lighter fluid throughout the train before setting it ablaze. And so ultimately he was sentenced to 23 years in prison, a punishment that fell short of the death he sought. Now let's go over the SCP fandom. You know, the people around the various weird creatures? Well, maybe the weird creatures are in the fandom itself. It's 2019 and the SCP is going through a very rough patch concerning its internal politics, with multiple high-ranking members getting exposed for inappropriate conduct both within and outside of the community. Most of these cases are open and shut, except for one, Cyan Truce, a perpetrator who also happens to be a victim. Cyan first joined the wiki when he was just years old and would go on to publish a couple of articles, some of which are considered questionable, like the infamous SCP-2678 titled The Warhole, co-written with one of the biggest names in the community, DJ Cactus. The article describes a Fifth church that lured unassuming people inside, using billboards along a nearby highway. Once inside, these individuals are forced to walk down an esophagus in the floor, leading to a stomach that draws people inside using intense, intimate urges. It was eventually deleted by the wiki staff, and some believe this might have something to do with the fact that it originally contained a picture of Cactus's uncensored behind. Cyan was also a key figure in Site 12, SCP's adult section, and participated in the wiki's infamous Fat Life community, which is a community of people with unconventional fantasies, alongside key members like the Duckman. And Cyan was dangerously obsessed with the SCP Foundation, so much so that he got 4 SCP-themed tattoos, decorated his car to look like an in-universe SCP response vehicle, and even quit his IRL job to focus on the community and sell SCP merch on Etsy. But then, in January of 2019, he would suddenly be banned. The announcement doesn't go into details about why he was being kicked out. It just simply states that
he's been banned following a long-term pattern of negative and unacceptable behavior across multiple SCP-related communities and sites, towards multiple SCP community members with varying levels of intensity.
But this explanation was insufficient for most users, and by August of 2019, wiki staff were forced to clarify the reason behind this ban.
The anti-harassment team concludes that Cyril has expressed violent behavior in his past relationships. Discussions that led to Cyril's banning did not concern allegations involving non-consensual intimacy, but a host of other behaviors on and off-site. The anti-harassment team did not receive claims regarding violent behavior towards smaller humans perpetrated by Cyril.
Now, the SCP admin claimed that Cyan was innocent, but that still doesn't mean that there weren't allegations against him, especially concerning his conduct around younger people. Earlier in July of 2019, Kinch the Knifeblade would call out Cyan on Twitter, saying,
"Hey, friendly reminder that Cyan Truce/Agent Tross is an active offender who uses the SCP community as a hunting ground. Please don't support his weird SCP merch. Don't ever let him forget what he is."
And this wasn't some unfounded accusation, as Cyan himself has made multiple posts on his Tumblr account admitting that he uses the wiki like a dating app.
"I love the SCP fandom because I'd be single otherwise. All my partners are from this community, and all my past partners were too, with the exception of my first boyfriend in high school."
Kinch would make multiple posts after that, warning people about Cyan, eventually leading to Kinch getting banned from the wiki for off-site harassment about a week later. But Kinch the Knifeblade wasn't the only one exposing Cyan's secret affairs. In January of 2020, Pilz would make a highly detailed Reddit comment revealing damaging information about the secret sins of some of the SCP's biggest names, which not surprisingly included Cyan.
If you pay closer attention to main site, you'll quickly know that the mental issues run rampant, especially among the younger community members. Some folks like to take advantage of that and invite any newly turned adult female into their domains. Witness got involved with an author named Cyan Truce, even before she became an adult. Cyan was aware of that. As their relationship developed, he started to maltreat and harass that girl, to the point that she started drinking heavily, and if memory serves, contemplating leaving this earth.
After Cyan allegedly tried to force himself on the victim, she would report it to the staff. But it would turn out that the staff actually knew about Cyan's track record, since he did the same to one of the mods. And after a brief back and forth, staff would end up banning Cyan and Witness temporarily with a chance to appeal. But in the midst of all this backlash, Cyan would actually release a statement on his Tumblr page, admitting that he was a difficult person to be around.
"A lot of times I was really positive, and it was genuine. That's fine. But a lot of times I was really negative, and it was also genuine. That's not fine. It's really important to separate how people see you from who you are, and I also failed to do that."
However, Cyan wasn't willing to go down alone. As a last attempt at redemption, he would start revealing some of the deepest, darkest secrets of SCP's biggest degenerates, specifically DJ Cactus.
It has a conversation between Cyan and DJ Cactus going back and forth on whether Cactus ghosting Cyan was a case of emotional maltreatment or manipulation.
It begins with this email Cyan sent to a wiki staff named Taylor Itkin, sharing the story of how DJ Cactus went from constantly flirting and engaging in explicit and romantic conversations with Cyan to complete radio silence after he got what he wanted.
What happened between us a few years ago was that I got mad at him for ghosting me. He kept talking to a bunch of other people despite his claim that he was just busy. For me, he went from constant intimate and romantic insinuations to immediate complete lack of contact for months. So I was upset, as a person gets when someone leads them on intimately and romantically and then completely ignores them all while talking to other people just the same. It's gaslighting, it's manipulation, it's maltreatment, staff's favorite word.
Cyan would then drop the bomb, accusing Cactus of allegedly trying to get Cyan drunk the first time they met IRL, even though he knew that Cyan wasn't even 21 yet, which is the legal alcohol drinking age in the United States.
I'll have staff know that in summer 2016, DJ Cactus brought me to his apartment, checked my ID to make sure I was over 18 so he could legally get intimate with me, and then offered me booze when I was, in my opinion, noticeably uncomfortable and said I was fine. He said, "You sure?" To which I had to say, yes, I'm definitely sure. I do not want to drink, and I've not had alcohol in a setting like that and don't want this to be the first time. If I recall correctly, he then said to let him know if I changed my mind, and then I definitely recalled that he wanted to go ahead and get intimate instead of sitting on the couch together and talking. What kind of picture does that paint?
For Cyan, this was the moment they understood the predatory nature of the community, and because they didn't get intimate that night, their relationship started going downhill shortly afterwards, especially after she transitioned from female to male.
I didn't realize it until 2019, but that night taught me what's normal in SCP hookup culture. That night taught me that I was never going to be worth anything but intimacy to the inner circle, and once I became my true self, I was punished for transitioning to something those men didn't want to have their way with me anymore. Cactus talked to me plenty of times normally after that. He acted like everything was fine. I started to question whether he'd been really mad at me or if I'd imagined it. How on earth am I the manipulator in this situation? So yeah, I definitely thought everything was fine between Cactus and I. It hadn't crossed my mind that he'd dig up something we thoroughly discussed and supposedly settled, and report me to staff for it. But he's vicious. He'll do anything to take out the competition, and all y'all do nowadays is help him do it.
And a couple of months later, Cyan would decide to confront Cactus, leading to this uncomfortable exchange. Cyan starts by saying,
I don't know you. I don't know. You answer it. You're the one who checked my driver's license.
And Cactus replies,
last thing I needed was the cops breaking down my door. You carded me even. I mean, yeah, dude. Last thing I need is to get intimate with a person who isn't an adult. You gotta double check that.
Cactus then tops it by making some derogatory remarks about Cyan. But while this may sound like an exchange between two bitter ex-lovers, another leaked chat log would later prove that this was Cactus's pattern of behavior. In it, Cactus can be seen having a conversation with another wiki member named Lady Katie, who was apparently homeless at the time, and Cactus would offer her a place to stay, but at a price.
I understand. You can come live at my house. Just a phone call away, girl. You know how I do. I forgot to mention alcohol. You'd have to get used to that too.
Lady Katie was 20 at the time of this conversation, which means she also couldn't legally drink. But Cactus simply didn't seem to care, and would go on talking about how much fun they could have together before giving her his cell number. But unlike the other wiki members who got exposed for their horrible behavior, Cactus never actually got banned, and he keeps rising in ranks within the community, and at this point it looks like he might never face any consequences. What comes next, however, is a much different kind of controversy that shook SCP to its core.
How dare you make a joke on this article about a death satellite wanting to be a trans woman that watches a tune? How dare you make a joke? Don't you understand the importance of this?
It's June 2018, a month dedicated to celebrating the members of the LGBTQ+ community, and like many other companies and organizations, the SCP Foundation decides to incorporate a pride flag into its logo, in solidarity with the thousands of LGBTQ+ individuals in the community. But this seemingly innocent decision would end up triggering one of the biggest scandals in SCP's history. As soon as the new logo went up, the entire community was immediately split into two warring factions: the majority who thought it was a good idea, and the people on the other side who didn't agree for diverse reasons. First were those who argued that it completely ruined the wiki's aesthetics, which was supposed to be harsh and dark. Then there was the side that claimed the giant rainbow on top of the wiki broke the reader's immersion, affecting the feel of the site itself. And on the other end were those who hated the flag simply because it was ugly. Not to mention the members who faulted the SCP staff for using the race-inclusive general pride flag instead of the original flag. But the main bone of contention for many SCP members was that the decision to make the logo wasn't actually discussed. Instead of throwing out a poll to see if it was okay, a bunch of mods just change the logo overnight. For those in support, the argument was simple. The wiki was no longer the cold and dark unfeeling community it used to be when it started, and was now more wholesome and humane. They also argued that the immersion problem was blown out of proportion, since the site also had various reading guides and chat links. But even some among those who defended the new logo agreed that it was ugly, forcing the staff to change it into a better looking one about a week later. But eventually what started as an inter-community drama soon spiraled out of control, as the mods would get really defensive, banning anyone who raised objections to the flag, as well as those who questioned the ban itself. And the foundation would then address the situation on Twitter, saying,
about the SCP participating in Pride Month. While it's true that half of our staff and a big chunk of our wiki writers are LGBTQ, it's not just that. The internet is not a kind place to LGBTQ people. The SCP wiki came from 4chan initially. It came with Chan culture and its toxic baggage. Making the wiki inclusive was a project by our members that lasted years. But it was worth doing. It was worth making the wiki a positive, creative space. It was worth purging members who stalked and harassed people. It was worth making, following, and implementing anti-harassment policies. It made our writing and editing better. Our community is freer.
At this point, the feud still localized within the wiki, but on June 17, 2018, a YouTuber named Mr. Meadowcore would drop a video titled LGBSCP, criticizing the SCP wiki for neglecting its 4chan roots and claiming it was desperately trying to be politically correct. He also brings up the issue with SCP-7143J, a satire SCP about a doorknob people wanted to use as an adult toy. This article is a well-known joke within the community, with a positive 229 rating, which means that most people actually thought it was funny. But Mr. Meadowcore's video highlights the very few who dislike the humor, using that to further the argument that the entire wiki hates fun.
And you can see these people starting to filter in, to infiltrate, to really throw out the absurdity of not finding things funny or taking offense at an obvious joke.
Another point Meadowcore brings up is the case of SCP-2721, a controversial article that divided the community because it featured Tumblr and the webcomics Homestuck as main parts of the SCP. This made Meadowcore really angry, as he couldn't accept the fact that a trans satellite who likes Homestuck could get 155 upvotes.
How dare you make a joke on this article about a death satellite wanting to be a trans woman that watches a tune? How dare you make a joke? Don't you understand the importance of this?
And this exact video would end up triggering a massive raid of 4chan users storming the SCP wiki, attacking wiki members in the on-site forum, downvoting SCPs they didn't like, and sending death threats to several authors. And with the infighting already going on within the community, many of the dissenting SCP authors would decide to leave, taking their own work with them. And just a few days later, a new community was created, called RPC, or Research Protection Community, which was supposed to be the exact copy of the SCP wiki minus the politics, as it was now headed by these former authors. However, one of the moderators of this new community was so mad that SCP-2721 was even allowed to exist in the first place that he made an image where he decapitated the author of the SCP and would proceed to send it to his actual DM, which can be considered a threat to life. But eventually things would start to calm down. The raiders left, the hate comments slowly dried out, and the wiki returned to business as usual. On June 23rd, the SCP Foundation would post a thread on Twitter saying,
during the chaotic reaction to the SCP wiki and our associated social media logo changes for Pride Month, a number of users began trolling our platforms in ways that required staff intervention. In the endeavor to remove toxicity, several of the users and staff members who run or moderate our social media platforms overstepped their authority in disciplining several accounts which weren't actually trolling and had legitimate concerns or criticisms of the change.
The thread then ends with an apology to everyone affected, along with a note telling anyone who's been unfairly banned to reach out for an appeal to their ban. But the next case is even more disturbing, since the victim was a younger person
who made allusions to a known person who had been acting creepy with Insight 12.
Ayman Lu Balatayo, also known as Sashao or Sadshao, was an SCP author who flew under the radar while he was a member of the community. Although he was an SCP staff, Sax didn't actually write much, with his most notable works being SCP-1512-X, an article about 6 electromechanical devices capable of artificially creating cellular matrices resembling functional human organs, and SCP-1713, which explores a radioactive underground factory complex filled with a variety of machines, complex assembly lines, and sentient robots with human brains. But what he actually had going on behind the scenes was so horrific the wiki had to break its own rules to cover it up. It's January 2019 and the SCP staff announces that user Sax has been permanently banned for an offsite harassment case, a vague description that doesn't tell the full story of why he was kicked off the wiki. For the next 1 year the case goes completely silent, with no updates, no victims, and no callouts. But on January 9th, 2020, a Kiwi Farms user named VDNB6 decides to bring fresh attention attention to Sax's ban.
A while back, a PDF file who frequent SCP IRC chats, including several NSFW and roleplay ones, got banned. He was caught doing a lot of creepy things to younger people in this SCP fandom. Now, to my knowledge, a lot of people know what he did, so he probably has no hope of making a return. But here's the issue. He never got an actual disciplinary threat, despite being a longtime member of the community and a writer.
But while the SCP admins were trying to protect their own image by burying the Sax scandal as deep as possible, VD and B6 would decide to do their job for them. He would release multiple screenshots that finally revealed that the real reason Sax was banned was because he was having inappropriate conversations with younger people. One of these screenshots was from a 2018 Discord chat where a user named Pills called Sax out for having pictures of a user who was possibly not an adult. Sax, who was around 25 years old at the time, would deny it, but Pills wouldn't back down.
I frankly don't believe you. What benefit would I receive from having her pictures for myself? You've clearly expressed interest in her, and I will do it properly and take my time. You may call yourself old-fashioned. I was born and raised with traditional values, to know her as a person and to capture the beauty of the soul, rather than the lust of the flesh.
But in another screenshot, Sax can be seen flirting with another victim named Witness, who had previously been exploited by another well-known SCP member, as we already know. In a bid to make her comfortable talking to him, Sax would reveal that she isn't the first younger person he's been talking to.
I'm also Master, what else do you do? Admittedly not a fan of MPreg, but that can't be helped. Well, I draw a lot and play video games. To state it broadly is kinda dull, but I do a lot of stuff each day. I've seen your art for myself and color me impressed. He's also an old boy at 25. Hopes that he'll be easy to approach and talk to. Thank you, and you will be. I'm good friends with a ton of people in the community.
Again, Witness wouldn't reciprocate the roleplay, but instead let Sax know she's just trying to make friends in the community. But that wasn't going to stop Sax from pursuing this new love interest. A few days later, he would make his move again. However, this time, Witness would decide to shut it down. Seeing that she was serious, Sax would claim he was only joking.
Catch a fly. You're a pretty fly. Can I catch you? Not okay with that. I kid. Flies are kind of gross though. Has accidentally ingested one before.
Now, days before Sax would actually be banned, an anonymous wiki member would actually report him to Pills, letting him know he already escalated the situation to the proper channel since the people in charge didn't want to do anything about it.
It isn't an isolated incident, his creepiness with younger people. And through his repeated creepiness has made its way to another person who's decided to take official action.
Pills would be dumbfounded.
This has gathered storm and will go forward, regardless of your involvement. This will most likely also include in some way, even if not directly. That, of course, is a different situation. A different situation with the same circumstances. In case it might be of use, he randomly asked someone in SCPD about their age. Didn't read the conversation though, so I don't know the context. I saw that.
Thankfully, this report was enough to get Sax booted out of the community. And although he apparently tried to join RPC, the rival creative writing wiki, he was immediately rejected once they found out about his history. This next one though was even more unsettling, since it involved not one, but two of the biggest names within the community.
He is a victim of a situation, and yes, sometimes people like this tend to or normalize this behavior with the person that they're talking to.
Gabriel Jade was a well-known SCP author who joined the wiki in 2009 and would go on to create some of the most popular articles on the platform, including SCP-049, also known as the Plague Doctor. SCP-049 is a humanoid entity that resembles a medieval plague doctor, with a robe and ceramic mask, which are actually part of its biological body, fused to its skin. The Plague Doctor believes that the world is afflicted with a fatal epidemic disease, and would become extremely aggressive when it encounters anyone it perceived as infected. It will attempt to cure the individual through a form of surgery using tools it conjures from its robes, but the victim usually ends up dying, only to rise again as a sort of zombie. Now, this SCP-049 would eventually become one of the first SCPs to go mainstream, with multiple fan arts and YouTube videos exploring the character's disturbing story. But what most fans of this SCP didn't know was that the author behind this character was more of a monster than the Plague Doctor himself. It begins in 2018 when Gabriel, alongside another SCP author and proofreader, Escobar, creates an ERP server, so an explicit role-playing server, with a 17-year-old wiki member identified as Insurgency Moon, or Z. The roleplay involved an immortal Sarkic girl character, which was represented by Z. This particular being was a follower of an SCP universe religion known as Sarkism, who has achieved some sort of biological immortality that allows it to grow extra limbs, regenerate organs, or create entire living structures out of meat. This allowed both Gabriel and Escobar's self-insert characters to exploit Z's character in extremely graphic and violent ways, and since she couldn't be unalived, it meant that they could engage in unconsensual intimacy with her forever. And the fact that Gabriel was in his 30s at the time, while Escobar was in his 20s, made the whole thing even more unsettling. A few months into the ERP, Gabriel would try to get Sai and Truce to join the server, and their conversation would show a glimpse of how horrible the situation was. Gabriel, whose username is Iconoclast, starts off by setting Sai in a payspin with Escobar's part to catch him up on how far they've gone with the RP, and after reading it, even Sai is dumbfounded by how long and gruesome this fic is.
How many people are in Redact's server, and how many of them are main site people? If there's this many people in there and no one has been arrested or whatever, I guess I don't care.
Gabriel would reveal that there are about 18 members in the server, and Cyan agrees to join. But then Cyan actually finds out that there are younger people in the server and gets even more disgusted.
That's honestly gross. I feel bad for pretending to be cool with that, especially since they have explicit intimate conversations in the general chat where there are presumably people under.
Cyan also brings up the argument of the legal age of consent, but Gabriel defended himself by saying was the age of consent in a state and the victim's home province, which is why he isn't actually bothered about it. But as the conversation goes deeper, Cyan himself begins to justify their interactions with these younger members, saying,
I feel like a PDF file when I'm attracted to someone who seems like or inexperienced. Witness almost freaked me out a little for that reason, but once her nervousness went away, her behavior was like normal in terms of maturity.
Gabriel says he also feels the same, and the two end the conversation shortly after that. Another screenshot provided by Cyan shows a conversation he had with Escobar in June 2019, where he tried to minimize the gravity of what was happening in the server, while admitting that he wrote the worst of it with Z's consent. Except the problem is that anyone who isn't an adult can't really consent to anything of an intimate nature. But as horrible as the actual ERP was, Gabriel and Escobar's inappropriate behavior extended way beyond the server, and the true extent of their crimes would eventually come to light on May 3rd, 2020, when Z herself posed a Kiwi threat, accusing a bunch of SAP staff of exploiting her. In one of the Discord screenshots he shared, Gabriel, or Iconoclast, can be seen sharing a link to an adult video with the caption,
I feel like this is going to be you the first time you get intimate with me.
Z then replies saying she's been getting hooked on adult content since he started sharing them with her, and Gabriel seems excited about the video, so much so that he even shows her the timestamps he wants her to watch. And Z would then reply with,
if my lord has more to show me what will happen to me, I'll be very grateful.
Keep in mind this chat was from 2018, when Z was only years old and Gabriel was over 30 years old. And while it seems like Z was also fine with it, according to these texts, it's important to know that she was actually manipulated by these older individuals who shouldn't be having this kind of intimate conversations with her in the first place. Fast forward to 2020, and the rumors of Gabriel and Escobar's actions started circulating in the community, with multiple wiki members reporting the issue to the anti-harassment team. This would result in both Gabriel and Escobar getting banned on the same day in May 2020, although the reason behind their ban was simply stated as unacceptable behavior. But the vague description didn't sit well with the wiki members who made the report, including Witness, who would later post a Kiwi Forums thread revealing that she'd actually reached out to Soulless, a member of the harassment team, with receipts of Gabriel and Escobar's crimes. This includes screenshots of Z's conversations with Escobar, where she recounts Gabriel saying he'd love to have his way with her while Escobar watches, as well as another instance where Gabriel describes in great detail how he wants to use Z's body. Even when Z herself brings up the age of consent, Gabriel would immediately wave it off as an easy part to disregard, before letting Z know he'll be doing inappropriate things to himself while thinking of her. All of this was shared with Soulless in January of 2020, 4 months before Gabriel and Escobar would eventually be banned. And after people started calling out the staff for ignoring the report, they released a statement saying,
2 users, one of whom was a member of staff and the other a former member of staff, were discovered to have exchanged NSFW messages with a smaller human. We received a rumor about the incident near the beginning of this year, but in an initial interview with the case's victim, they claimed at the time that nothing inappropriate had occurred and that they did not desire us to investigate this incident further. We believed the victim's account and acceded to their wishes.
But Escobar himself would later release an extensive apology on Twitter, where he tried to justify his actions by claiming that Z had initially consented to and even encouraged their interactions. He also claims to have written the ERP because Z, who was a big fan of his, asked him to, while admitting that his actions were at the very least questionable. Since then, Escobar has completely vanished from orbit, just like Gabriel Jade. But they weren't the only ones who got exposed by Z, because in the same thread she calls out another SCP moderator named Rando Mini, whose story was even more disturbing.
When Insurgency Moon arrived at the Kiwi Farms to tell her tale, she levied accusations against many people. One such individual was Randomini.
It starts in late 2017 when Z and Random Mini first get into contact. Z, being a huge fan of Random Mini's work, was blown away by the attention he actually gave her. And because Z was going through some tough time with her parents, who she describes as being controlling and oppressive, Random Mini was her safe space, as she would constantly share details of her home life with him. But everything changed after Random Mini suddenly invites her to his actual house.
We found out that we could go to comic conventions together and met up. I kind of worshipped him because he was a much older guy and wrote some of my favorite tales. And he had so much wisdom to share about life and writing. He acted so interested in me, was kind of touchy, and even talked to me about some stupid smut that I was writing. Life at home was tense, so this was fun. But one day he suddenly invited me back to his house with him. Keep in mind that was and he was a man at least in his mid-20s living alone.
But when Z told him that her parents wouldn't allow her to come over, Random Mini actually responded by saying that they were being too controlling and that she shouldn't tell him where she was going.
I went online to apologize and explain to him, but his attitude took a 180 turn. In private messages, he got furious at me for not coming and said that he didn't care whether my parents were going to punish me. He's just disappointed for me not coming. I stupidly thought that he was still my best friend afterward, but he was nothing but an abrasive. When I mentioned to him how Sunny Clock worked,
another popular wiki author who had a close relationship with Random Mini
began bullying me, and her friends started sending me angry DMs on Tumblr for my art getting more upvotes. He told me that he didn't care if I died and to just leave the site because he no longer saw any value in talking to me. I was dumb at the time and didn't see it for what it was. So glad I didn't go to his house.
And their relationship pretty much crumbled after that, with Random Mini ghosting her and eventually cutting all ties. However, it's also important to note that Z didn't actually provide any actual screenshots to prove these allegations, which raised a lot of questions about whether this story was actually true or not. Random Mini himself never came out to confirm or deny the allegations, but many of his fans continued to vouch for his innocence. What comes next, however, wasn't an explosive drama, but an SCP author taking advantage of their audience in the worst way imaginable.
Time to do the deed with someone else. My nerves have stopped me from being able to perform because I have incredibly bad anxiety when it comes to the actual physical act.
Lord Bung was one of the biggest names in the SCP community, a YouTube animator best known for his hit series Containment, an animated story set in the SCP Foundation universe. His channel exploded in popularity, racking up over 1.1 million subscribers and pulling in millions of views on every single episode. For a while it seemed like Bung had it all, a loyal fanbase that extended far beyond the SCP community, a thriving online career, and a series so captivating that people were willing to pay just to see more of it. But Bung's massive empire would soon come crashing down, all because of one devastating mistake. It begins on February 22nd, 2023, when Bung's best friend and co-writer on the Containment series, Orion, posts a tweet longer, accusing another YouTuber named Quiet of having forced intimacy with them. To start with, Orion claims he first met Quiet when he was just a teenager, and Quiet a small YouTuber with less than 500 subscribers, and he would help Quiet create his now famous Sona, the masked sunglasses wearing character that would later define his channel, and slowly the two became good friends, bonding over their shared mental health struggles. But what started as a feel-good, wholesome story would soon take a darker turn after Quiet allegedly started showing signs of manipulative behavior. Orion would shake it off and keep their friendship going, and eventually the two actually arranged to meet up in real life, and a decision they would end up regretting.
At this time we were both on and off flirting and had discussed that if we were both single at the time, we would have intimate relations with each other. However, once he'd come on to me in the backseat of my car, I started to get cold feet. He, however, did not want to take no for an answer.
According to Orion's story, Quiet then allegedly forced himself on him inside the car, and once he was done, started acting like nothing happened. Their friendship would then crumble after that, with Quiet allegedly ghosting him and sending harassment towards him when he actually tried to speak on the situation. In a reply to the tweet longer, Orion would then post a link containing screenshots of Discord chats between him and Quiet, along with actual pictures of Quiet himself, which was weird since Quiet actually hadn't done a face reveal at the time. And the story would kick up a storm all over the internet, with almost everyone taking Orion's side, including Lord Bunk, who would make a post on his Discord server saying,
"I just want to say that I've known Orion for several years now, and I know he's telling the truth. It would be a stupid amount of effort to actively and expertly lie about the details of these events and his raw visceral emotions for years."
Bung then talks about one time he mediated a call between Orion and Quiet, describing Quiet as incredibly harsh, aggressive, and socially transactional, and very physical when drunk. The next few weeks were hell for Quiet, as many creators he'd worked with in the past cut ties with him, and even his hardcore fans didn't know what to believe. But on March 11, 2023, Quiet would release his response video titled "For the Record," and not only does he debunk every single allegation, but he would also include dozens of chat screenshots showing that Orion was actually the one trying to force Quiet into having intimate relations with him.
Required. Also, what are your family doing while we hang? Because if they're out, hotel room empty. We'll see. I love you, B, but I'm serious about the offer. I'll think about it. Heart. Platonic. Seems more gay than platonic. Come down south. No. I know you're online. I'm gonna F you if you don't pick up. I'm gonna F you.
Since Orion already revealed Quiet's face out of spite, he decided to make the video without his usual disguise, and even had to admit some extremely personal insecurities in order to prove that he couldn't have forced himself on Orion. This video changed everyone's perspective on the situation, especially since Orion had practically no evidence to back up his claims, while Quiet showed tons of proof. However, Orion wasn't going to bear the consequences of the false accusations alone, as people also start calling out Bang for pushing a false narrative about another YouTuber. But instead of backing down now that the truth was out, Bang would double down instead, saying,
I'm not apologizing for supporting my friend who had their life ruined by SA. It's wild to me that people expected me to do nothing when my best friend came out about their story.
However, a few days later, Bang would make a follow-up post in his YouTube community and Instagram, finally admitting that he was wrong and offering an apology to his fans.
I'm sorry for all the anger and frustration I've aided in causing. I'm still processing the information in Quiet's video. I thought I was just helping my friend. Orion and I have been close for years, so this was a lot for me to digest.
He would then go completely silent after this, leaving his fans wondering if he'll ever come back, because before this whole drama started, Bang had released 7 containment episodes and 5 special videos, all within a span of 3 years. But everything would suddenly slow down in 2019, although Bang kept providing updates indicating that episode 8 was still in the works. Since the video was literally being funded by the fans through his Patreon, they felt he owed them the episode. Some were even willing to forgive him for the Quiet situation, as long as he just gives them exactly what they'd waited for almost 4 years. But Bang was actually done. June 7th, 2023, a 4-minute clip of the infamous episode 8 leaks on YouTube, but it's not what the fans expected. Instead of a proper story like the first 7, this one was a music video, with visuals that can only be described as softcore explicit content, with scenes depicting non-consensual intimacy. Everyone was pissed. This could be the masterpiece Bang had been working on since 2019. It had to be a prank, but it wasn't. And what fans didn't know was that Bang had one more trick up his sleeve. In the midst of the backlash, Bang actually makes one final community post on his YouTube channel, saying,
I stopped my Patreon a few weeks ago. If you want to download my videos, do it now, because I'm gonna delete this video in a day or two.
And Bang's fans were stunned. This was a project they'd invested between $48,000 to $480,000. And now not only was Bang taking all the money and riding into the sunset apparently, he was also wiping every trace of its existence off the internet. Now the community did manage to salvage the previous episodes before Bang nuked the channel, and a bunch of dedicated animators eventually took over the project in October of 2023, keeping it alive as both as a comic and an animated series. In July of 2023, one of the writers working on episode 8 decided to leak the original script, confirming that there was an actual real plotline and storyboard in the works, which the fans will apparently never get to see. But just because Bang had successfully left the internet doesn't mean that the drama was actually over. March 5th, 2025, a post suddenly emerges in the confinement subreddit from an anonymous user with allegations it would be the final nail in the coffin for Bang's legacy. For the sake of the story, we'll call her Alice. Alice claims she first met Bang in July of 2017 after drawing a fan art of the Pupcast, which was a podcast Bang was a part of, alongside Squizzy and Aiden. They would become friends, and Bang would start sharing confinement and SCP sketches with her, while the 5-year-old Alice confided in him about her mental health struggles. But the closer they got, the more predatory their relationship became, from Bang allegedly drawing Alice's Sona being choked by SCP-173 with disturbing innuendos to actual unclothed depictions of Alice. Now she didn't take it seriously at the time, but Bang was slowly easing her into having adult conversations despite knowing her age. At one point he would even offer to make some NSFW drawings of them in compromising positions, and she, not knowing better, actually agreed.
She then asked me if I liked NSFW, to which I replied, I don't mind them, it's just art, which she then followed up with asking if I get intimate feelings by stuff, which when I said no, she dropped the topic.
Then in 2019, Bang would take things further by commissioning Alice to make some explicit art involving the main character in confinement, and it was only at this point that Alice decided to cut all contact with Bang. Bang never actually responded to these allegations and will probably never return to social media, but what comes next involves someone extremely heinous and disturbing, who was able to get away with these horrifying crimes for decades.
We can see in this story, Admin Bright has decided to put an odd hyperfixation on himself in a 5-year-old girl's body.
It's May 4th, 2020. Edmund Bright, one of the founding members of the SCP Foundation, who created SCP's most recognizable character and is regarded by many as one of the most influential authors in the community, posted a disturbing message on the wiki announcing his retirement. On the surface, it looks like a bittersweet goodbye from one of the pillars of the community, finally stepping down after more than a decade. But the chain of reaction that followed ended up triggering the biggest scandal in SCP history. Since joining the SCP in October 2008, Edmund Bright, also known as Dr. Bright or the Duckman, has built a reputation as one of the most influential members of the community. His self-insert character, Dr. Jack Bright, is regarded as the SCP's most recognizable figure, appearing in over 165 articles, 16 of which were written by Edmund Bright himself. Dr. Bright was originally a brilliant Foundation researcher assigned to study SCP-963, a small amulet with anomalous properties. During an experiment, Bright was killed while wearing SCP-963, and his consciousness would get instantly transferred into the amulet. From that moment on, anyone who touches or wears SCP-963 has their mind overwritten by Jack Bright's consciousness, effectively becoming him, making him immortal. But just like the character, Edmund Bright also has a track record of questionable and perverted behavior, some of which were borderline criminal. Back in 2010, Bright released a short story titled Doctor, 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 in which his character has the power to possess the body of anyone in the world. The article includes a scenario where he takes over the body of a 13-year-old girl and describes her certain body parts in a manner that sounds very creepy, to say the least. Not surprisingly, this story rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but Bright simply didn't care. In 2015, a wiki member named Decibels commented on the article, saying,
15-year-old thing is an instant downvote. Good story otherwise though.
Bright would respond by claiming that it was a harmless joke, before another member then chimes in to say the whole thing comes off as creepy. Bright would eventually cut out the 15-year-old part of the story in 2018, after getting bombarded with so much criticism. But this wasn't the first or last time he fantasized about depraved and inappropriate things in his writing. In SCP-1004, titled Factory Corn, one of Bright's most famous SCPs, he presents the idea of a computer program capable of producing explicit content about any subject, including smaller humans and animals. Diary 573, released in July 2009, also contains unnecessary references and gory descriptions of his self-insert character, Dr. Bright, exploiting and even harming younger people. But beyond his work of fiction, Bright's creepy behavior also spilled into real life, as he would often misuse his position as an administrator in the worst way possible. As of May 2012, Bright was one of the staff in charge of admitting new members to the platform, and on the join page he added a note that stated,
"Don't forget, explicit self-pictures and monetary donations are always welcome and may help process your application."
While this was portrayed as just an edgy joke, there was at least one report instance of someone sending pictures directly to Bright, although it's hard to verify whether it was an actual picture of the person in question or one downloaded from the internet. In one of the leaked admin chat logs, one member named Swords brings up the issue, saying,
"Hey, so we got an application with spicy pics."
Bright made a joke on the join page that these kind of pictures will get you in, to which another user named Dr. Man then responds,
"Okay, I was okay with it when it was just a joke, but now that someone's actually sent pictures, I'm feeling all kinds of skeezy."
Another chat log also shows a conversation between Bright, seen here as the Duckman, and an SCP member named Clef, who was praising Bright, saying,
"Hey Duckman, you're my hero."
Bright then replies,
"Why? Cause I keep getting people to send me explicit pictures by talking to them about the SCP Foundation?"
Bright then tells the story of how he used his SCP position to hook up with someone outside of the community, saying,
"I was flirting with a girl from OkCupid, and when I told her I was Bright, I got invited to spend the night with her and her wife. And recently someone from the SCP Foundation Facebook page friended me and has been sending me spicy pictures."
Not long after, a wiki member named Joy also questioned him about another incident from 2009, where he asked a girl for suggestive images, and Bright wouldn't deny it. He even seemed proud of his actions. However, that's not the most disturbing part. Because while it may have seemed like the other admins were not aware of what was going on, they actually were, as Dexanote, a member of the disciplinary team, would comment on Joy's message saying,
"The Duckman's grown up, we're all aware of this."
And there are other instances where Bright publicly asked his followers for explicit content, like in December 2016, when he made a post in the community saying,
"I need more friends to randomly send me obscene images."
Or in January 2017, when he announced on his Tumblr page that he was turning 37, and then followed it up with a message saying he would appreciate it if they sent him topless photos of themselves or their significant others as a personal gift.
"Whatever, it's the thing that makes me happy,"
he says. But Bright wouldn't just only use his position to get what he wanted, but he would also punish anyone who crossed him, including younger people. On December 2015, Bright would make a post on his Tumblr page, bragging about doxing a for trolling the community.
We refer to him as the meninist, because every time he popped into the chat, he would spout that kind of misogynistic things. Always was in bad taste, always trolling and giving us problems, a couple of death threats, and in general making the site a worse experience for anyone who had to deal with him. So how, you ask, did we finally get rid of him? We emailed his mom. She was quite happy to find out what her son had been doing and grounded him.
For a long time, it looked like Bright would never be held accountable, but in 2019, a couple of victims started speaking up, and Bright's pack of cards began to crumble. First, it was Scientrus, another SCP member I already mentioned, but in context of Admin Bright's case, he was a victim, and one of the 15-year-old members would immediately let Bright know that there are smaller humans in the chat, with Cyan also bringing his attention to the fact that even he was a at the time, but Bright just kept going. What's even more disturbing is that according to Cyan, when he brought up the incident on the SCP podcast server, everyone seemed to be okay with it. The other wiki members in the conversation would then narrate their own experience, saying,
"Can't say I'm surprised, because I brought my worries up to Dexanote about him, and his response was, I trust Bright, but yeah, he used to ask female site members for pictures and stuff."
Cyan would also decide to report the incident to SCP admins and Solus, but that was too just like talking to a brick wall, as Solus kept deflecting from the conversation by claiming that the harassment team, which Bright himself was a part of, didn't have enough information about his crimes to hold him accountable, so they simply weren't going to ban him. Later in 2020, the victim Z would post a conversation with SCP staff Modern Erasmus, who, just like Solus, also claimed that there was no evidence proving that Bright did anything wrong. And Z would counter this by saying,
"So you're just going to ignore the history of his creepiness, such as going after young lesbians on Reddit, or the sheer amount of PDF file stuff he wrote in Tales before he was made to change it? Sure, unless actual laws are broken, staff will cherry pick what they want."
But the worst is actually yet to come, because while Bright didn't face any consequences until his retirement in 2020, many of his victims actually gained the confidence to tell their story and expose him for who he really is. On April 13th, 2022, an anonymous member of the SCP community would make a detailed account of their experience with Bright, opening the floodgates for more allegations. According to the victim, the incident took place around 2012, when she was just years old, trying to join the SCP wiki, but she couldn't figure out how to sign up, forcing her to contact Bright, and it's from their very first conversation that things started to go wrong.
I spoke to him, and I distinctly remember getting this massively, dirty old man vibe from him. I didn't think it was weird at the time, but the way he talked to me, especially after I posted a selfie in the chat, was really predatory and weird. Stuff like pet names and making weird comments directed at me, and complimenting me in ways that you really shouldn't compliment a young person.
She also mentions Bright hitting on her despite knowing that she was actually younger, although she clarified that they never actually went further than that. But while these are wild claims, the victim never actually provided screenshots of chats to back them up, so they still remain only allegations. However, with the amount of information coming out at the time, the SCP harassment team finally decided to ban Bright's account, citing 3 major violations: unwelcome intimate attention, including sending users unclad images, pressuring explicit discussions or interactions, or repeated unwanted flirting, repeated inappropriate social contact, such as requesting/assuming inappropriate levels of intimacy with others, encouraging any of the behaviors defined by the harassment policy. And while Admin Bright getting kicked off the platform was some sort of justice for his victims, it may have come a little too late, because according to SCP's own timeline, there was a report as far as back as 2014 claiming that while Bright was a member of the disciplinary team, he allegedly abused his power either in general or to prevent investigations into his own actions. As bad as this is though, the story still gets even worse, because in November of 2023, a Reddit user named Inkstain Goblin would post a thread detailing fresh new allegations against Bright.
I knew him before he joined the SCP community at all. He was already suspect at the time, because he roleplayed female characters with their behinds waggling.
He then details how Bright gave him and his wife a place to stay after they became homeless, only to use that as an opportunity to allegedly take advantage of them. On a fateful day, for example, after he and his wife got drunk at the game night, Bright allegedly crept into the basement where they were staying and started doing inappropriate things to them.
I never would have accepted sober, but I was drunk and 18 and relying on him for housing, so I didn't tell him not to, even though I was terrified.
The incident left a scar on him, and considering that Bright became a sort of celebrity shortly after that, adored by millions of people, he simply couldn't speak about the incident out of fear of harassment. But with Bright getting banned off the platform, he knew he had to come out, and now surprisingly, he wasn't the only one. On February 27, 2023, a Twitter user by the name of Daisy Bell would post an extensive Google Doc titled Skeletons in the Amulet, containing serious allegations of exploitation and inappropriate behavior by Admin Bright, backed with dozens of screenshots and text evidence. And while Bright still hasn't faced any legal consequences for now, his legacy in the wiki has been completely destroyed. Next up are the people of Roblox, a game known for its protected groups. Inhe, also known as Tyler, was a considerably popular Roblox YouTuber with over 100,000 subscribers, while also being a community manager of one of the platform's popular games at the time, Toilet Tower Defense. But just as his channel started getting momentum in 2024, it came to an expected halt, due to one certain individual discovering all the things he's been doing hidden from public view. On May 22nd, 2024, a well-known YouTuber and Roblox critic named Ruben Sim, who's known for exposing misconduct and controversies in the game community, would post a tweet saying,
"One of the games in Roblox' upcoming classic event is managed in part by a person who's attracted to young humans. Inhe is the community manager for Toilet Tower Defense. He targeted a vulnerable year-old in the middle of a breakup to take advantage of her in indecent ways for several months over Discord."
This post would also come with tons of screenshots revealing inappropriate conversations between Tyler, who's 20 at the time, and an individual who was under the age of 18. Among these messages was one from July 7th, 2023, where Tyler would be seen talking to a 15-year-old girl we'll name Melanie, who seemed to be breaking up with her boyfriend during this period.
"Chill out, there's so much more for you, I guess, but I feel like I was only made to be someone's girlfriend. That's not it at all."
Since then, Tyler and Alani would continue to talk to each other from time to time, but just 5 months later, on December 2nd, he would start to send these kinds of messages to Alani.
"Must do it. Must make Alani have my child. Grr. Who's daddy's good girl? Who's daddy's good girl?"
It's important to know that at this time, Tyler had actually told Alani that he was 20, 4 entire months prior to this conversation. But in the same day, he would state his disgusting intentions to her. He's seen saying,
"How about you don't talk for a little, get used to it, and I'll tell you when to talk. We're gonna make you become a big girl today."
To which Alani replies with,
"What even am I supposed to say? Sounds like a plan? Don't you dare keep me waiting. Grr. What if I do? Yes, daddy, is the only thing that should come out of your mouth."
This expose quickly circulated across not just on Twitter, but on the Roblox community as well, and as a result, the game decided to terminate Tyler's account on its platform. Ruben would also state that the company needs to care about user safety more than just when it impacts their brand image, as they had ignored his report regarding Tyler, and only once took actions after he posted the evidence that he sent to them for everyone to see. Tyler, on the other hand, would go on to show the ban message of his account on Discord, displaying that his account has been moderated for violating their terms for use of inappropriate content or behavior, to which he said,
"I don't know what I did."
Following the situation, Tyler also had his community manager role on Toilet Tower Defense, as well as a staff position in the game taken away from him. However, this wouldn't end here. Days later, after the tweet exposing Tyler was published, Ruben would make another post stating,
"The Inhe situation is getting worse. I was sent evidence last night that he paid a year-old, who we'll call as Eva, 1,000 Robux to engage in inappropriate acts with him on Roblox in a condo game."
To put that into perspective, Robux is the platform's virtual currency, and 1,000 of it is worth about $12 in real money. And as it turned out, on October 31st, 2023, during the time that Tyler was in contact with Alani, he would also engage in questionable conversations with Eva. The screenshot would start off with them seeming to be doing a rock, paper, scissors game, and after Tyler would win, Eva would go on to say,
"Wow, young person, your turn, I just turned 20.
The usual conversations would just continue, and a few weeks later, Tyler appeared to be negotiating with Eva on how much Robux she would get for her to agree to participate in indecent roleplays with him in the said Roblox condo game.
"Nope, I'll buy it when we go. I want 2k then. No, we agreed on 1k. 1.5k. 1k. What are you building? Are you working on my game? You're getting 1k Robux and a free intimate session. You should be happy."
Eventually, Tyler and Eva would join the game and engage in these inappropriate roleplays with each other. He would give her instructions on the game chat, and when he would start doing horrific things to her game avatar, he would say,
"Good girl."
Shortly after leaving the game, Tyler would buy Eva's in-game clothes on the Roblox store to pay her with the money. A few days would pass, and another conversation between them would start off with Eva requesting Tyler for more Robux, to which he replied with,
"Are you gonna go back with me then for it?" "Yes." "Well, I can till later anyways. You also have to VC me tonight."
Although what exactly happened immediately afterwards is unknown, Tyler would later be seen messaging Eva on a random day, asking,
"What hand do you use? For, you know, raised eyebrow emoji, shaking salt? Right. What about doing inappropriate things, lol."
With all of this evidence out in public, Tyler's name as well as his online career had been completely destroyed now. And while he didn't face any legal consequences for his actions, he wouldn't have the platform to exploit anyone ever again, at least hopefully. This next individual, though, almost got away with what he did.
Kelligish actually had a girlfriend at the time that he was in a somewhat public relationship with, but why would he ruin not only his relationship, but his career and everything he has dreamt of, all for a 15-year-old girl he met on Discord?
Kelvis Garmanian, otherwise known online as Kellogish, was an incredibly popular Roblox YouTuber in the early 2020s, and with how his family-friendly content gained a huge amount of attention within the community, he eventually rose to fame due to a combination of a series on the game, Friday Night Funkin', and especially Roblox simulator games. As time went by, his energetic and entertaining persona would allow him to reach even greater heights in his online career. Roblox itself even recognized his success and invited him into the Roblox Star program, a program reserved only for the top creators. And by August 2021, he had amassed over 500,000 subscribers, cementing his status as one of the most notable Roblox YouTubers of the time. But unknowingly to him, this would be his final moments of success. On August 20th of the same year, another Roblox YouTuber who went by SpyroTunes would post an unsettling video on the platform entitled,
"This Roblox/Friday Night Funkin' YouTuber is a danger to young people, Kellogish."
From here, this would trigger a negative chain of events on Kelvis, and what he did would all publicly come to light. It all began in late 2018, when a conversation between an 18-year-old Kelvis and a 18-year-old girl named PyroNet would take place. Although it wasn't clear exactly how they first met, Pyro would first be seen confronting Kelvis about the time he had previously dated a 18-year-old, to which he replied,
"There's a reason I said yes to her. She doesn't act like at all. She's very mature for her age. Of course I do wait until she's until 18 for other stuff."
From here, things would only get worse. In the span of a year, they would start developing a romantic connection with each other. And on November 25th, 2019, Kelvis would even state his unspeakable intentions with Pyro.
"But yeah, if I was dating a year old when I'm 18 to 19, I wouldn't get intimate until like you were to 18.
His act of outright relaying his desire to take advantage of her would continue over the following months. And then on April 4th, 2020, he would level up the things he would say to Pyro.
"You would also be the perfect height for doing things to me. Just saying. Perhaps? No, it's true."
A day later, Kelvis would then tell Pyro about wanting to engage in inappropriate activities with her in a changing room of a clothing store, with their chats being,
"I want to do things to you. Yes, I can see us being intimate in a changing room of a clothing store. How romantic. I like being a bit risky." Eye peeking emoji. "Literally what we're doing is risky, lol. I love you a ton, babe."
And he would even double down on wanting to be intimate with Pyro.
"I'm starving. Eat my..." "Someone's being inappropriate. When am I not?"
Moments later, he would also admit that he was aware of what he was doing.
"Trust me, what I'm doing is very basic. Let's just say inappropriate texting, babe. Maybe you just don't want to see me in that way, which is sad, but it is what it is."
Even with this fact, Kelvis revealed himself even more by begging for inappropriate requests and admitting that he'd already asked for this kind of thing before.
"I mean, I'll still appreciate pictures, cute emoji, but I won't be like asking for them so much as before. If you send them, just know I love them so much. Heart symbol. Do it at your own pace for now. Heart emoji. I'll send you when I feel good. Do you ever feel good, lol? But yeah, for now we should just spend more time texting. Maybe even VC sometimes to get closer. I think I'll know over time when I can be inappropriate with you. Heart symbol. Just know I'll still be fantasizing a lot to you though. Eye peeking emoji."
Shortly after, Pyro would finally start voicing her own opinions about this.
"I'm not that comfortable with it because I don't know what to say back. And like I definitely do have intimate feelings for you, but like typing it out or reading it is weird to me."
However, Kelvis would only insist on what he wants her to do, with him replying,
"Well, you definitely know how to tease, and you have a body that could be used for revealing pictures, babe. And I'm being honest about me finding you attractive. If you aren't good with words, then what about unclothed pictures, babe?"
This would pressure Pyro even more, and not knowing any better at her age, she gives in. Kelvis, on the other hand, would push his request even more.
"I don't know, I can do that once in a while, not on command though." "Well, you didn't let me save the inappropriate pic, cute emoji. All I have are teasing pics that I don't even want to say how many times I fantasized to."
What makes this even worse is that Kelvis actually had a girlfriend at the time that he's in a public relationship with, and it wouldn't take long until his partner would also take notice of their conversations. Deciding to reach out to Pyro, she would ask her what was going on between the two of them, and after that she would confront Kelvis herself, which would end with him only denying even knowing Pyro in the first place.
After that she confronted Mr. Kel, but he denied even knowing her in the first place. That's wow, that's just crazy, man. Then who's the that you're every night?
But now that his actions are finally starting to catch up to him, Pyro herself would also address him about the issue. Afraid that this entire situation would ruin his online career, he tries to make Pyro an offer to keep her quiet about his actions. Unfortunately, after discovering that Kelvis had a girlfriend this whole time while he was taking advantage of her, Pyro had enough of this, thus finally confronting him on his actions and ending their relationship entirely.
"You've changed. You're still as manipulative." Shows him their past conversation. "I don't know, I don't really recognize that person anymore." "Recognize it, cause it's you, dog."
With this, it wouldn't wouldn't be long until he would get defensive and start denying anything that happened, with Pyro saying,
"I'm not wrong, you're only looking out for yourself. Not really, but how would you know? My god, cut the gaslighting, please. What does even gaslighting mean? It means you're manipulative."
After this conversation, Pyro would finally cut contact with Calvis. It's also at this time when she would reach out to Spyro in his Discord server, where she would bring up all the things that Calvis had done to her.
Just a couple of days ago, Pyronet and I were just shooting the in my Discord server when she brought up that she had some dirt on an unnamed Roblox influencer. Me being myself, I took massive interest into it, and we jumped into DMs immediately. She told me the full story of what had happened, the horrible shit had said to her, and how he basically got away scot-free.
This led to both of them reporting Calvis on Discord, which caused the platform to launch an investigation against him.
From there, I convinced her to speak out about what had happened, and our first plan of action was to message Discord, because I mean, he was in their partner program. Surely they wouldn't want a Discord partner doing those horrible things to on their platform.
And a few days later, Spyro would then publish the video calling out Calvis on how he took advantage of a 15-year-old girl. And in a very short amount of time, Calvis would inevitably get flooded with backlash, as well as get his Discord partnership revoked, including from his server with tens of thousands of members in it. And on September 1st of 2021, the Roblox RTC Twitter account, which documents news and updates about the platform and its community, would tweet out,
"It's confirmed that Kellogish has been removed from the Video Star program and his Roblox account was terminated. His star code no longer works."
This would fortunately leave Calvis with no chance of reviving his career or returning to the platform, or so we thought. On November 13th, not even 3 months after Calvis was banished from the internet, a new Roblox YouTuber would start to gain a lot of attention under the username Koofy. And with how his content would constantly blow up in popularity amongst young people, he too would eventually garner over 500,000 subscribers by June of 2022. It's also at this time where he would collaborate with another creator named Kaka V420, who's also a Roblox YouTuber widely known for his meme videos on the game. The two would link up in almost every video, which ultimately helped Koofy reach 2 million subscribers by August 25th of the same year. However, this amount of success would only go to waste. On September 8th, 2024, Kaka would release a video titled
"The End of Koofy."
Although the video would start off detailing about the two's journey together in their careers, Kaka would go on to talk about having certain suspicions about where Koofy came from.
"I could never quite figure out where Koofy came from. He seemed to know all the dramas too well, was a natural at creating content, was surprisingly good at Funky Friday, and had a weird obsession with playing simulator games 24/7. Every piece of information led me to a dead end."
It would also appear that Koofy had revealed to Kaka that he was a 23-year-old man from Germany, and with this fact in mind, along with information Koofy had shared about himself and the way he carried himself online, it would serve as a very clear resemblance to Kellogish, who was also a man from Germany.
"There is a clear line between character and individual. I don't look like my character IRL, and neither does Koofy. Every time we interacted, it was like we were the same characters from the videos, but occasionally I caught a glimpse of Koofy's true self beyond the character. From his age to his home country, I now had a rough idea of who this guy could be in real life."
But after giving this information, Koofy would suddenly stop being active on Discord and YouTube altogether. And with that, Kaka would take it upon himself to confirm whether Koofy was truly Kellogish all along. On one occasion following his investigation, he would remember having access to Koofy's analytics in his YouTube channel. He started searching for any useful information he could find, and it wouldn't take long for him to discover this.
Koofy had shared his analytics with me, allowing me to see every piece of analytic on his channel, right down to his blocked keywords.
And what do you know? I am not in danger. I am the danger.
After gathering all of this evidence, Kaka was completely sure that Koofy was Kellogish, and once Kellogish would start being active again, Kaka would finally confront him once and for all.
This was the day I decided to finally confront him.
"Yo, you're alive. What's good, man? How you been?
I've recently noticed the hidden keywords on your channel, added up the stuff you told me about yourself, the people you associate yourself with, and figured out who you really are. I'm not gonna expose you or tell anyone, but I don't think I'd like to associate with you any longer."
As Kellogish would try to explain himself out of the situation, it would serve to be of no use, with the amount of proof against him, and eventually Kaka would convince Kellogish to delete his Discord account, as well as cutting off any contact with him.
And he tried explaining himself, hoping to stay in contact with me, but it was no use. I was going to cut him off regardless of what he said. In the end, we agreed he would delete his Discord account and stop including me in his videos. I cut him off for good.
And with this video released for the entire internet to see, many well-known Roblox YouTubers reacted. prompting millions of people to learn Kufi's true identity and his past actions towards young people, leaving him again with no platform to exploit anyone once again. But unlike him, this next person not only committed these horrible acts himself, but also influenced an entire server to believe they were normal.
Another friend of Gooby got Phoebe to send an explicit image of herself, and he sent that in the public server, which I believe was Gooby's server, which is literal CP.
Just Gooby, also referred to by many as John, was a Roblox YouTuber with about 16,000 subscribers, known for his gaming content on the platform, alongside fellow creator Napkin Nate. While working together, Gooby would gain a bit of popularity, particularly due to Nate promoting his channel in nearly every video. But in August of 2020, Nate would suddenly stop uploading videos. Fans, wondering what happened, started digging and suddenly discovered that he was facing multiple allegations, including him not paying a designer for virtual items he sold on Roblox, and supposedly being arrested for domestic violence against a family member. To add to the mystery, Gooby would appear in a video by Roblox YouTuber Nitso, saying Nate stalked and abused him and didn't pay him properly even after 10-hour recording sessions. As a result, people in the Roblox community would start digging even deeper to see if all of this was actually true, only to uncover even darker and more disturbing things done by Gooby. On December 8, 2019, Gooby and his Discord members were seen harassing other people's servers by raiding them for no reason whatsoever. While doing so, some of his people would spam highly provocative remarks and even upload explicit photos and videos involving young people. You gotta keep in mind, the majority of people in the server and the servers affected were already under the age of 18, and even though they were aware of this, they would still continue on with what they were doing regardless. A few months later, Gooby would also be seen saying very inappropriate things about certain animals in his own server, as well as inviting his members to expose other people's private and personal information, which he would also direct towards young humans and other YouTubers. For example, on one occasion, Gooby, under the username God and $, and another user named Still Winning, talk about doxing a young girl and saying some indecent things towards her. His behavior of encouraging others to do these kinds of acts would result in many unaware people getting their identities and home addresses leaked, and even a 13-year-old boy getting his router broken by Gooby's moderator. To make matters worse, Gooby and his moderators would also harass another 13-year-old boy known as Liam from YouTube. They would say a lot of vile things to Liam, such as,
"You Liam, and you other people watching those videos, I hope you leave this earth, you fat I hate black since I'm racist. Hey Liam, Gooby sent us after you. Liam, if you're reading this, I like men and I will violently assault you."
And once Liam had started to bring awareness on Twitter about Gooby's influence on these people, Gooby would just outright block him. On June 6, 2020, Gooby would also admit to receiving an explicit photo from a young girl named Phoebes. In this particular conversation on their server, he would say,
"Bro, Phoebes sent me the cutest ever and I'm melting. I guess unclothed photos can be cute, but..."
Aside from this, Phoebes would also reveal later on that Gooby had actually encouraged her to date online and hooked her with another guy in his server to date her.
"Bro, give me 2 days with Phoebes. I'm finna get it for free. No cap. I'm a player."
And 2 days later, after another moderator replied to his message,
"Do it. Done. Sends photo."
Given how Gooby had influenced the server to commit such despicable acts, it's not surprising that he engaged in them himself. He would send inappropriate pictures of himself to a lot of young people over Snapchat, along with disgusting messages about them. Even worse, he and some of his friends would post highly obscene materials involving small humans, NSFW content, inappropriate and gore videos, and even unclothed photos of himself within his own server. A member of his server named JC Dorsainville would also confirm this to be true, saying,
"Gooby himself used to post gore and explicit content frequently in a server full of small humans."
Soon after, a few members checked whether this was true, and they found chat logs of Gooby allowing these kinds of materials on his server. And if that wasn't bad enough already, a screenshot also surfaced of Gooby sending an explicit photo and an animated indecent image to a young person. And he would also seen by defending his weird beliefs by saying,
"Technically, loli is legal."
A month later, Gooby would also take his level of depravity even further.
"I'm glad you hurt your sister. Your little sis too young to handle it? I see. Yo, do you cover things up after, or do you just mess with your little sister? Can I do the same to you?"
These are just some of the massive amounts of disgusting messages that Gooby had plagued his server with. And as if that weren't enough, he and his moderators would also interact with an underage individual we'll call Joy on Snapchat. Their conversation logs would start with Gooby's friend named Stefano saying,
"Can I do an inappropriate act with you? Is it a yes or no? No, but the age of consent there is what? You're down bad. But when you're 18, can I? No, not even when I'm 18.
After this would happen, Gooby would also be discovered to have done this kind of thing, except he went for people much younger.
Gooby had Alexa on Snap. Alexa, who is and Gooby 20.
On top of that, another young person who we'll call Megan would also come out on her inappropriate interactions with Gooby on a video expose of a YouTuber named Destructor on Gooby himself.
He's a PDF, that I know. So has Gooby done anything to you recently? He added me on Snapchat years ago and would text inappropriate things. He thinks it's some sort of joke. And I at the time was really young, but looking back now, what's said was gross. He'd call me mommy and begged me to send a picture of me for him. What did he do to you? He pretty much tried to take advantage of me. Luckily he didn't try and meet up, but I've had suspicions.
But it didn't stop here. Gooby would even take advantage of young people over Discord as well, such as making disgusting requests of them every time he would get them on a voice call with him. An individual who we'll refer to as Irie had this to say.
Any names you know he's taken advantage of and manipulated by any chance? What was Gooby like in his Discord server? Gooby acted as if he was a god for his server and encouraged toxicity. He also posted NSFW and gore. I also saw him post illicit materials involving small humans before, and he did mention that he had a lot of unclothed pictures from young people in his server. Did they try harassing, doxing, anything like that to you after you left? No, but if they found out I was telling on them, they probably would. I did see the moderators there dox a lot of people, and they encouraged to.
Another victim who we'll refer to as Selena would also state,
he asked me for unclothed pictures when I was underage. Of course, when I told him no, he was playing it off as a joke. He would also talk about me doing inappropriate things to him. I never sent him anything, nor did I do anything indecent with him, but he would always push for something out of me, whether it would be a selfie of me or just hear my voice. Outside of those kinds of pictures, what immoral things Gooby did to you recently? He didn't do anything. He would just talk about me doing stuff to him very explicitly. Like what exactly? Like doing inappropriate things to him and sitting on his lap. Yeah, I remember he would do that a lot. When Gooby did this, how old were you when it happened? I was either
In addition to all of that, another person we'll call Carla would say,
this was years ago. I'll admit I used to be a fangirl of him in Napkin Nate, but it scarred me. Gooby advertises Discord for fans, and I've never used it before, but I joined it. He knew I was a girl and he flirted with me. The word, inappropriate word, was said frequently by him and his moderators. I asked him how old he was, and he said he was 20. He didn't show his face at the time, but Gooby was inappropriate and would flirt with tons of girls in the server, while to the guys he would be toxic or rude to them.
And another individual who we'll call Gwen would also state,
we talked when I was about I'm now, but let's just say I do live in fear, because he does have pictures of me. If I refuse to show him pictures, he would tell me he would leak my face, leak my information, or even dox me. Several times he would ask me for my address to come see me, but I would always go around the question. Me and him would call recently, because I was manipulated too, and this one call was going as usual, begging for unclothed pictures and etc etc. Then he randomly made a group, he invited me to it. Then like 4 other guys were there, and they started saying it was a joke, and I obviously wasn't. I think the 2 of them were even doing inappropriate things to themselves. I'm not 100% sure. So I left the call and then Gooby started texting, why did you leave?
These are only a handful of cases compared to the overwhelming number of people who came forward about his actions. And on top of it all, Gooby and some of his server members would also admit to owning inappropriate content involving little humans. They would talk about having these materials in their server's public chat, and once confronted, he would yet try again to justify his immoral behavior.
It's only an attraction to small humans if it's multiple people. If it's only one person and no one else, it's naughty, weirdo.
To make everything even more disturbing, Gooby and his friends allegedly forced a young girl to leave this earth. There's confidential proof such as funeral photos of this anonymous individual, which I obviously won't show uncensored. If this is true, I want to offer my condolences to the girl's family, and I hope that Gooby or whoever was responsible will be brought to justice. On May 27, 2023, YouTubers such as the Dark Creeper, Destructor, and the Risk God Linguine, whose channel had now been terminated for unknown reasons, would work together to investigate Gooby's entire situation, as well as figuring out a way to get him arrested. Eventually, they claim to have discovered Gooby's possible real identity and location, though nothing has been officially confirmed. Following this, they would eventually come across somebody who had valuable information about Gooby, named Nitso, the same person who was one of the people to come out about Nate allegedly being arrested.
So first of all, I want to check the validity of the claim that you're like going around to these Gooby videos and claiming that 60% of it's wrong. Is that your account? Is that you?
Yeah.
What 60%'s wrong with the video?
The thing about him being a doxing and like, you know, saying the N-word, maybe the hard R. How do you know a lot of that is like facts?
I have mountains of Discord screenshots. I've been trying to contact people that can disprove any of these screenshots. He openly talks about CP being traded in his Discord server. How is that? How is that taken out of context?
He sent like CP stuff.
There was blatant on his server. He's made comments on his server about it being sent to him.
Seeing how Nitso was insisting that the videos exposing Gooby contained screenshots that were taken out of context, the three YouTubers would then address the huge amounts of conversation logs that will leave Gooby no way in justifying all the things that he said.
Do you just, like, not trying to be disrespectful, obviously, do you guys just not have anything to do?
You're asking why I'm doing this. It's because, like, don't f with. Do you like to f with? Is that why it's so hard for you to grasp?
No, obviously not.
And whenever they would ask Nitso to back up his claims that the screenshots were either fabricated or taken out of context, he would keep saying that he couldn't give an explanation for reasons he couldn't say. And when more videos against Gooby were being uploaded, it didn't take long for him to finally respond.
People blame me for Napkinate quitting YouTube and think they have a sense of justice in terms of these false allegations towards me. They take everything I say out of context, and there can be proof provided if needed for each thing taken out of context. I can admit I was edgy, but these allegations about me are completely untrue. They will literally just take things out of context. Also, they Photoshop and not provide the messages beforehand of the conversations that would easily prove that these allegations are false.
He would then go on to say the people who made videos about him were spreading misinformation and tricking others into believing them. And not long after, the Dark Creeper would make a statement replying to this, saying,
"How could any of this evidence be photoshopped? Multiple victims have come out about Gooby and his friends. So okay, we're now saying that all of those victims are lying? That's just a shitty excuse to justify his behavior. The response was just bad in general, and was just a poor attempt to justify his criminal behavior."
As soon as these allegations would get a bit of attention, Gooby would private his Twitter account and completely stopped uploading videos on his YouTube channel, while deleting some of his videos for unknown reasons as well. He hasn't responded to any of this ever since. And with these YouTubers trying to find out the truth and get him behind bars, he doesn't have the ability of roaming the internet without having his name connected to these allegations anymore. But this wasn't the case for the next person, who carried out his predatory intentions beyond the screen.
Sent a video of him being to his year-old and even drove hours to meet up with the year-old and R-worded them.
Juke was a rising content creator who had over 13,000 subscribers on YouTube at the time, and a considerable amount of followers on Twitch as well. But just when his popularity was starting to get more traction due to his content revolving around famous Roblox FPS games such as Phantom Forces and Bad Business, his actions would become the sole reason why his life would completely change forever. In late August of 2021, a 18-year-old girl who we'll refer to as Sophie began to frequently talk with Juke, who's 21 during this time, over Discord. The conversations continued, and it wasn't until October 18th that they began interacting more actively. On that day, Sophie would be seen requesting to join Juke's server, which she would agree to, and after a while, that conversation shifted to Juke wanting to send more pictures, which could be considered as suggestive content of a creature's mouth wide open. Juke himself was aware that this could be inappropriate to send to someone who he didn't even know the age of, asking,
I don't know, answer this. How old are you? Okay, maybe you shouldn't, because I'm...
Despite this, Juke insists, saying that it doesn't show anything weird except for an open jaw, and Sophie agrees. And shortly after, Juke sends images, and their messages begin to take a turn to something entirely different.
Hey, come on, you can cuddle with me. That sounds really nice. Right now, this pillow isn't very warm or fluffy. I'm both of those things, surprisingly. Heh, cutie. Rubs the back of your head and down your back softly.
About 20 minutes later into their conversation, their chats get increasingly inappropriate, with them starting to engage in intimate roleplays. And soon after, Juke is seen becoming very direct with what he wants to do with her.
I bite my lip hard as I rear my head and grip your head, pushing you closer against me. I close my eyes, sniffling deeply as I go along with it. Yeah, I push once more and let it all out, breathing heavily, my tail wagging. I take it all in happily, letting out small noises. I rest my head back, panting as I try to calm down.
In the afternoon of October 19, a few hours after engaging in this suggestive roleplay, Juke tries to justify the things he said to Sophie, claiming he was drunk at the time.
Drunk Juke just likes roleplaying a lot more than sober Juke.
Although half a minute later, he willingly contradicts his previous message by saying,
"But considering I reread this morning and still got excited while sober, it'd be safe to assume it was good."
And with his ignorance of realizing the weight of his actions, he eventually does something that crosses the line even further. On October 24th, as they're participating in the same kind of roleplay once again, Sophie would go on to say,
"Don't underestimate my thighs though. I want to see them. You'll see them soon. Be on top of me, please."
But if you think it can't get any worse, Juke takes this as an opportunity to show something that's completely inappropriate.
"I love you too. I'm trying to take a good picture. You don't have to if you don't want to." No, I want to. I love you."
He then sends an explicit picture of himself. Days later, he pushes this kind of behavior to an even more terrifying degree and shows Sophie a 30-second video of him doing inappropriate things to himself, with some of his props his viewers regularly see in a stream on his table. After this, the two start to talk about how their relationship is developing further other over time, with Sophie even stating that Juke's now her boyfriend, with his reaction being he can't wait to be her husband. Sometime after, Juke, who's under the assumption that they're now official, proposes an idea to Sophie.
What if I were to tell you that sometime next week I might come over?
Following this, Sophie asks her mother, who we'll refer to as Amy, for permission, to which she responds with questions regarding who Juke was and where Sophie met him.
1 second, what do I say? Nerd, what do I say?
Juke then begins convincing her to tell Amy that he's 19 instead of his real age, as he's just turned 22 during this time. And Sophie sends him another screenshot of Amy's message saying,
"A lot of people I know are online people. I don't go off about them being dangerous. How old is he and where does he live? When would he show up and how long would he stay?"
Juke then replied,
"So we said 19, right? Should I say 19? You don't really look 19. You look, well, 22. I mean, if I clean shave, I look 19. LMAO."
Moments later, Amy decides to give a half agreement on letting Juke, who's posing as a 19-year-old, to come over, which leads Sophie to respond,
"About to get intimate. Just kidding. Imagine next weekend, like if I could come over and they weren't there."
A little while later, Juke tells her that he had a nightmare of Sophie laughing at him as he shows up on her house, telling him that he was stupid for believing her, and that she only let him come over just so he'd be caught by authorities for being in a relationship with a young human like her. Sophie then answers back, explaining that she hates for things like that to happen, and that she won't do that to him. She also mentions another predator who'd done horrible things to underage individuals, saying that Juke's a good guy that just wants to meet his lover in comparison to him. Juke then responds with,
"I want to hug you, kiss you. I want that so bad. I feel like I'd be really anxious. I'm not good at that stuff. I want to put my hands on you. I want to feel you. I want that more than anything."
Now 3 days would pass, and on November 15, Juke would send Sophie an update on his current location, showing him heading into her estate, and soon enough he messages her.
5 minutes away? Yes, more like 2.
A few minutes later, Sophie replies to Juke saying,
"Where are you going? Come back."
And as soon as they actually meet each other in person, there aren't any further messages between the two of them, until on the afternoon of November 16, after the two of them seemingly part ways with each other in person, Sophie sends Juke a strange message.
"I got to my room and just broke down in tears. I've never been happier. I finally got what I wanted. Thank you for being the biggest reason to keep going. I love you."
This alone implies that something with that level of impact had occurred on the days that they've been together. And just a day after this conversation, what follows is a graphic description of what happened.
"That's hot. You know what else is hot? The temperature. Yes, or me being with you in an intimate way. How sore are you, by the way? Next time I come over, I want to be close to you. I want to share myself with you. You understand? I've never felt more comfortable with anyone than I do with you. And your hoodie keeps reminding me of that. I love you."
A few hours later, he would add more horrific details to this. And just when it seems like Juke can't get any more disgusting with his actions, he uploads the pictures they took into their conversation. The first one shows him with Sophie's cat, and the second one with them snuggling in their bed, while the third one is an appropriate one, and the last picture of them is holding hands in a restaurant. Yet, even though they grow more attached to each other, their relationship eventually comes to an end. In mid to late February of 2022, a YouTuber named Jax publishes a 2-part video expose about Juke, revealing all of what he did to Sophie for the world to see. As it turns out, before putting these videos together, Jax had already gotten information from a friend who'd previously spoken with Juke, which gave him enough evidence to call him out. He explains in great detail that ever since Juke and Sophie have met in person, their bond gradually started to slowly decline, until Sophie was no longer within his reach, as their relationship had completely fallen apart.
Just know that even outside of what happened and after what happened in real life, that the relationship eventually fell apart and that the victim is safe right now. Just know that the victim is no longer within reach of Juke.
Prior to uploading the 2 videos, Jax had actually confronted Juke in the DMs, after a mutual friend who'd spoken with Juke linked the two of them together in a Twitter group chat. The conversation starts off with,
"Okay, I'm here. Explain yourself. What's there to explain that hasn't already been explained? You've probably seen what I've done, and I assume you don't want it to happen to yourself. I've seen your work, yes. What I did was gross and wrong. I've already acknowledged this and intended therapy, and I've done everything within my power to better this. I feel even if I try to convince you, you won't buy it. I don't know why I did what I did, or said those things. It was awful and disgusting, and I've talked with several people and I feel I've changed. All I wanted to do was to go to therapy and just try to forget about this. This isn't who I am. I swear to you, with every fiber of my being, this will never happen again."
And after expressing that he's visibly regretful and scared about this whole situation, he goes on to say,
"There has to be something I can do. Anything."
With Jax replying,
"I'm going to ask you to do a number of things when I tell you to. When the video comes out, I want you, your voice, and your admission of guilt. It'll look much better on you in the future if you do this. Secondly, I want you to publicly apologize on your YouTube and terminate your Twitter, Discord, and Twitch."
Jax then addresses the fact that if he doesn't do all these things, people will have a witch hunt against him. And Juke responds to this with,
"I can't delete that stuff. That's my life's work. Twitch will likely delete it anyways. When me and multiple other big YouTubers report you to Twitch and get you banned. So you either leave with a shred of dignity or have everything taken away from you without prior notice. If I delete my YouTube and left Roblox completely, would you consider not doing this and constantly keeping an eye on me to make sure? Please, Twitch is my everything. I'll delete delete my Roblox account and YouTube, but please, I'm begging you.
But as Jax had already decided to bring Juke's horrifying actions to light, Jax lets him know that he must face the consequences of his actions, and that he must apologize on every single platform or else it'll make his punishment even worse, reminding him of the reality of what he's done. And on February 15th, the same day the first part of the video expose against Juke has been uploaded, he would post a public statement detailing his many misdeeds. And to everyone's shock, Sophie isn't actually his only victim. He identifies a few other individuals by aliases that were under the age of 18 at the time, talking about how he met each of them and the things he's done to them. But little did he know that even with exposing himself, as well as publicly apologize, it wouldn't be enough for him to fully escape the outcome of his actions. On this very same day, Sophie had actually reached out to Jax and would send him the entire chat logs with Juke, with the hopes that he'll finally be brought to justice with this much evidence. Shocked by even more context on what exactly transcribed, Jax, under the username of Screechy on Discord, confronts Juke, who goes by Velvet, asking what he can say about this.
Did you or did you not visit Sophie in real life? I did. I deleted my Twitter as you asked. I shouldn't have went. Clearly I know that now. I knew it then. I even had doubts before I left. There's absolutely no excuse for what I did. I'm not trying to frame anyone or frame this as I'm not guilty. I know I am. I just wanted everything to be over. One friend told me not to make a video when I got banned. One friend told me to keep it private. And another one told me to make a video talking about why I was banned. So I didn't say anything. I went to therapy. I was stressing out. Ever since all this stuff went down, I've been bettering myself.
Later on in their conversation, the two of them actually end up talking in a voice call, with Jax pointing out his actions, along with calling out the fact that Juke had basically engaged in illegal activities with a young person.
When, early in the call, I told him that what he had committed was statutory and that he had crossed state lines to have he said, yeah, I understand.
Even with this confrontation, Juke would go on to claim that he doesn't know why all of this happened, and that the reason he'd gone there is because he and Sophie were friends.
He said he was there because the victim and him were friends, when there are lots of screenshots I've already shown that kind of disprove that. He further elaborates that when he left the house, his intention was just to hang out, and that's it.
Surprisingly, Juke asks him what to do regarding the situation, and Jax would manage to convince him to turn himself in, to which he agrees. Jax then goes on to say that Juke himself knew that there's a high chance of punishment being somewhat lighter if he reported himself to the authorities, and that he could visibly see from Juke's words that he really wants to give in.
I call him out on his bull, saying, no, I know everything you've said, you can't lie to me, essentially. And he said, well, what do I do? And from there, the conversation gradually spiraled out of control, at least on his part, to where he eventually agreed to turn himself in.
But when things were finally starting to take a turn for the better, this happens.
However, the morning after, let's just say I got some unfortunate news where someone, being this person in close relation to Juker, convinced him that somehow he had not broken any laws.
With how this person persuaded Juke that he didn't do anything wrong, Jax would go on to claim that all of Juke's actions were considered illegal under the federal law, and even shows why that's the case.
He crossed state lines from his home state to the victim's state, which means that everything he did falls under federal jurisdiction. However, this person in close relation to Juker, who most certainly is not a lawyer, convinced him that because the age of consent in both his own state and the victim's state is that it's okay, that it doesn't matter, you can just sweep it under the rug.
Right after Jax informs Juke that this person is wrong, Juke simply replies with,
just don't upload the video, or this will get worse for the both of us, that's all. I suggest you listen to me. I don't know how old you are, but this will not end well, please. There's a reason I wanted to just go to therapy and move on. What I did is inexcusable, but I don't want to fight someone in court. So please, just don't upload the video. I'll leave Roblox, I'll delete my YouTube, and I'll continue therapy. But if you upload the video, I'll go to the police about you. Good day.
As a response, Jax proceeds to elaborate that what he's trying to demand is inexcusable, and just days later, after the videos exposing him have been uploaded, Jax drops a bombshell of an update about Juke.
Juke was arrested on March 1st and is awaiting his court date scheduled for tomorrow at 9 AM. He's facing charges for enticing a young person into indecent acts.
And this will spark a huge wave of attention across a lot of social media platforms, and Juke, who's now identified as Jonathan Mitchell, has now been sentenced for 5 years in prison. This next individual, however, recorded everything he did.
He slides into the DMs in Roblox, starts asking weird questions, he starts begging for pics, he's all sneaky about it, saying, don't tell anyone, it's our secret.
At 11 AM on June 16, 2024, a 15-year-old girl who we'll refer to as Olivia has just told her mother, who we'll call Mary, that she will be taking their dog out for a walk with a friend in the park. Thinking that this would just be an ordinary stroll, Mary allows her to do so. However, a few hours would pass, and Olivia would not return back to her home. Because of this, Mary decides to get Olivia's brother, who we'll name Jake, to look for her sister, while she's been trying for almost 20 times the past 2 hours to call her phone. Worried, Mary makes up her mind to go look for Olivia as well. And when she reaches where Olivia told her she went off to, she sees a man in his mid-30s beside her daughter. The two of them freeze in shock, and Mary quickly confronts the man who he was and what he was doing with Olivia. The man said he had only just met her and then proceeds to leave the area and gets on a bus nearby. Mary then demands Olivia to tell her what was going on, and instead of telling her what happened, she begins making things up, with her story not making any sense at all. This alarms Mary, who contacts the police, but they're unable to act as Olivia insists nothing has actually happened. After going back home, Olivia tells her mother that she feels rather unwell and returns to her room. A few days would pass, and while Olivia was outside, Mary decides to go to her room to look for anything that will clear the lingering suspicion that her daughter is hiding something from her. A suspicion sparked by a man she encountered with Olivia in the park. Once inside, she comes across something strange in Olivia's bed. She finds another mobile phone that isn't her daughter's, prompting her to go through it, and what she sees utterly horrifies her. It turns out there's a conversation between Olivia and the man she saw in the park under the name Michael, asking Olivia,
"Do you regret Sunday?"
To which Olivia replies,
"No."
Aside from this, Mary sees tons of messages between the two, containing requests from Michael for further meetings, and as she goes through their chat logs, she finds a disturbing picture of the two kissing each other, and him telling Olivia to hide the phone from her mother. Mary is devastated at what she sees, and she knows that Michael is the one who had given Olivia this phone in order for them to communicate with each other in secret, and that they'd already met previously a number of times without her knowing. She immediately goes to the police, and hands over the device to serve as key evidence for the investigation, and from there, the detectives are able to identify his full name to be Michael Schablinger, a 36-year-old man from Germany who traveled all the way to Olivia's home country, England, just to meet with her. What comes off as a shock though is that Olivia had actually met Michael on Roblox, falsely claiming himself to be a 21-year-old and spending months manipulating her to enter a romantic relationship with him since May of 2023. They also retrieve other conversations about Michael, seeking a passport for Olivia, making his intentions clear of wanting her to leave the country with him. And with this much information now in hand, the police can now rightfully search for this man and bring him to justice. On June 23rd, a week after Michael's last meetup with Olivia in the park, he gets arrested by border force officers at Heathrow Airport as he tried to board a plane to Munich, Germany. And following this, they're able to seize his phone, and moments later find explicit images and videos of other unidentified small humans, as well as indecent pictures of Olivia herself. While reviewing all of this evidence, the prosecutor of this case, Oliver Haswell, discovers a lot of inappropriate material and messages that have been exchanged between the two, and also that Michael has coerced Olivia to commit depraved acts, recording her as she's doing it. Oliver also learns that on the day of Olivia's last interaction in person with Michael, she actually refused to tell the police what happened, even sending him a message when she got home, saying,
"Be lucky, I lied to the police."
But on January 9th, 2025, about 6 months after his arrest, Michael finally appears in court, where he admits to engaging in obscene activities with Olivia. And what makes this even worse is, he confesses to possessing over 800 indecent images and videos, not just of Olivia, but also of other small humans as well. And following this, he's charged with 3 offenses relating to Olivia and another 3 involving unidentified people. The judge then imposes an extended 8.5-year sentence on Michael, made up of 4.5 years in custody and 4 years on license. He's also been banned from contacting or attempting to contact the victim directly or indirectly until further order, leaving him no chance of harming Olivia. But as terrifying as this is, this next person took things far beyond a relationship.
The thing is, when we were talking through Roblox, she told me that everyone that she knows, she always tells her that she looks younger than her age.
On April 13th, 2025, a 10-year-old girl who we'll call Emma is reported missing from her home in Taft, California. Right away, her entire family goes into panic mode, and deputies are dispatched to several streets in the city. And as soon as they begin the investigation, they would receive information from Emma's friends that points to the possibility of her being kidnapped, prompting detectives to be called out immediately. But to understand how this happened, it all traces back a month earlier. In March of 2025, Emma was just playing Roblox when she meets someone named Matthew on the platform's game called Micah, which uses voice chats to talk to each other. And as they begin to socialize, they would start developing some sense of friendship, and soon after, they both would move their casual conversations to Discord. Days become weeks, and their connection develops even further. They go from talking about where they live to talking about meeting each other in person, and before long, this exact idea comes to fruition. At 1 AM in the morning on April 13th, Matthew has just arrived at Emma's residence from a 4-hour drive from his county in Sacramento, down to her place in Kern County, California. From here, he picks her up outside the house, house and leaves completely unnoticed by her family. And just hours later, Emma's family starts to notice that she's nowhere to be seen at the house. And once the realization that she's missing starts to sink in, they immediately call the authorities. At about 10 a.m., Kern County Sheriff's Office deploys deputies to the area. And with her family members saying that she was last seen the night before at their house, they begin their search for Emma. During the investigation, detectives receive more information from Emma's friends. And once they piece all their stories together, they discover that Emma hasn't simply gone missing, but was most likely kidnapped by someone she's been talking to online. The authorities retrieve Emma's chat logs on Roblox and Discord, and they identify the man she was talking to as Matthew Makatuno Nabel, a 27-year-old, living more than 250 miles from the family's residence. The detectives then quickly notify the Elk Grove police for assistance, and shortly after, they're able to track Matthew's location in his car at a strip mall near his house with Emma. Straight away, the police make their way into the area, and at 3:35 p.m., officers finally arrive and swiftly arrest Matthew on the spot, booking him into Sacramento County Jail for kidnapping and engaging in unlawful indecent conduct with a young girl. Meanwhile, they find Emma inside his car, visibly distressed by what's happening, and after taking her into protective custody, it doesn't take long before her family arrives to make it to her side, relieved that they can see that Emma is somewhat safe once again. And although it's not confirmed whether she was physically harmed throughout the abduction, Matthew is hit with multiple charges. Several of them are relating to committing inappropriate acts with a young person, while others cover kidnapping and trying to expose a young girl to harmful material. And on the evening of April 21st, Matthew is summoned to speak with several news agencies at the Lerdo Justice Facility, where he's currently held after being transferred to Kern County on a $1.35 million bail. And when he asked about a statement on the matter, he says,
I should have been more careful. Yeah. I should have been more questioning when it came to having that person involved.
Matthew then goes on to claim that Emma had told him she was 18, turning 19 at the time, and that she had allegedly asked him if he wanted to be more than friends.
He asked me if I wanted to, be more than friends. I was a little bit, hesitant because of, age or whatnot, but I was pretty much encouraged.
The reporter then asked him about the time he discovered that she was actually a 10-year-old girl, and this is his response.
So when did you discover she was 10 years old?
Ooh. I would say, because I'm sorry, it sickens me every time I hear that age. I think when I was questioned.
Demanding to know whether he's telling the truth, he's also questioned if he'd ever suspected her age. As she obviously appears rather young in the picture, the sheriff's office used in a release when she was reported missing.
The thing is, when we were talking to Roblox, she told me that everyone that she knows, she always tells her that she looks younger than her age. And then I tend to believe that because likewise for myself, people would tell me myself that I look younger for my age.
But despite that, he denies all the charges against him, but also mentions that he works with small humans on the autism spectrum and is studying to become a nurse. He currently remains in custody, and after pleading not guilty, details of his court hearing, originally scheduled for June, haven't been made public yet. But what follows next, however, is someone who believed he was untouchable.
Following some breaking news tonight at 6 o'clock, 22-year-old Arnold Castillo of New Jersey is facing federal charges.
It's late 2017. Arnold Castillo, otherwise known with various usernames such as the Jeter Man, Jaden Shetletsky, Jacob Shetletsky, and Dr. Rodfatnik, is on track to becoming one of the most successful game developers on the platform of all time. With his YouTube channel already having 10,000 subscribers, he's now months away from finishing a Sonic-inspired game, Sonic Simulator. However, on September 6th, Arnold, who's under the username of Alive Inside Mephiles and Dead Inside Mephiles, is seen talking to a 8-year-old who will name Sarah. And from this Discord conversation, he appears to be conversing with her in a rather unsettling way.
It's fine, I expect you to be a little slow on the upbringing, but soon I'll corrupt you beyond your wildest dreams, no matter. I thought you were going to keep this our little secret. Look what you did. Now my clothes are dirty. Well, I guess you're gonna have to take them off. No, that just killed my expansion. I'm you PDF, bastard man. You know what they say, the younger the better.
Although it's unclear how they first met, these are just a few of the many messages he sends to Sarah.
You know my rules, little human. Looks like I'm gonna have to punish you. Calm down or else I won't take advantage of you. Behave and we can continue to play.
And it unfortunately doesn't end here. Over the span of 2 months, their conversations would gradually become even worse.
Face reveal. You had me there for a second. RIP my excitement. What's wrong, sweet turns? Be careful on where it goes. Sure thing, I'll make sure to miss any vice areas, hehe.
As the messages become more disturbing each time, Arnold begins making even more coercive suggestions.
End me, please. No, I'll hurt you violently instead. Don't worry about it, I'll just drive down there. The basement? No, to your home. Just jump out the window and I'll take you somewhere nice. place. What place? It's your choice, either my home or some motel. You're the reason I'm gonna end up behind bars. You won't end up in bars if nobody finds out. Just keep me at your house. Nobody will find me there. Oh yeah, you'll love the basement.
By this point, it's increasingly clear that Arnold no longer even tries to hide his twisted plans.
End me, LMAO. Why end you if I can hurt you instead? Besides, like I said before, you're more fun screaming. It wasn't a physical violation. You just call it that because you like fantasizing about being no, which to be honest is kinda hot.
Given how he repeatedly attempts to normalize this with a small human who doesn't know any better, he even goes as far as suggesting meeting her in person, just so he can, in his words, hurt her. Yet Sarah isn't his only victim. Another call who we'll call Layla, who just turned years old in 2017, is a staff member at Arnold's Roblox Sonic game. During her time being one of the people managing the game though, Arnold actually likes to refer to her as his play toy, to fulfill his inappropriate desires. Every time she's in their Discord server, Arnold always takes his time in spamming her with hearts and mentioning her, and whenever she's asking him what work he wants her to do for the game, he would just constantly respond in a very disturbing way. In one instance, for example, he'll tell her to be his personal under-the-desk motivator. On one occasion, she even cries about how she doesn't want to be treated this way, stating that she just wants to work on modeling Sonic characters for their game. But despite this, Arnold would keep being uncomfortably inappropriate towards her, even though she clearly wasn't interested in anything other than doing her role as a staff member. And just when it seems like it couldn't get any worse, a 15-year-old girl we'll refer to as Mia, who's actually a close friend of Sarah, has also been getting messages from Arnold. On December 18, 2017, a conversation starts off with him saying,
"Baby, show me what you look like." No, but why? I can be trusted, mommy. Why? Because I want to see what you look like. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to see how good mama looks.
Thinking of a way for him to leave her alone, she decides to send him a picture of her hair. But instead of stop insisting that she sends a picture of herself, this is what he responds with.
"I'm not gonna bully you or anything, mama. Please trust me. I won't share it to anyone. I just want to see you."
And when she still refuses, he replies,
"Why not? What's the problem with you showing me? Do you not trust me, or is it some sort of insecurity?"
And after begging her over and over again for a picture, it appears like she stands her ground and ignores his further messages. But on January 2nd, 2018, he would suddenly send her an unsettling message again.
"You don't actually look that bad. You look okay." "What? You look cute. I haven't shown you any pictures, so no. Maybe not you, but someone else did."
Mia then asks him who actually leaked the picture of her, but even though she's visibly concerned about her privacy being exposed, Arnold decides to degrade her even more before ending their conversation. And yet, instead of facing backlash and the consequences of what he's done, these conversations would only get buried throughout the following months, hidden from everyone else to witness. 7 entire months would pass, and in August of 2018, Sonic Simulator is finally released on Roblox. And from here, Arnold's career changes dramatically, as over the course of just a couple of years, he becomes one of Roblox's highest paid developers at the time, with his game at a staggering amount of around 90 million visits. But instead of making good use of his acquired fame and popularity, he instead takes advantage of this to fuel his twisted behavior. As it turns out, ever since his early days in 2017, he's been exhibiting horrifying actions on his server. And whenever anything controversial would be brought up against him, he would somehow convince these people that he's not actually doing anything that's outright wrong. For example, in one conversation, he's seen showing an image of him and his friends on Roblox, dancing, while another user character is suffocating from a tree, and he would then go on to say,
"I like how I'm building the World War II German flag, and Vanguard and Trevor are holding Confederate flags, LMAO. And you see Charles hanging like a victim of racial violence."
with another chat log of him saying racist remarks.
"I call anyone an N-word, regardless of their skin tone. It's not like you're specifically calling a black person an N-word to insult them."
However, the racism wasn't the only horrible thing happening on the server. One of the staff members of his game, who goes by the username Panic, is even seen defending Arnold's attraction to young people. When Arnold's disturbing interactions with Sarah were exposed on their Discord server, their conversation begins with him and an unknown user shifting the blame to Sarah for Arnold's actions.
"I honestly think it's a guilt trip to get people to side with her and feel bad with her. That pisses me off. While I feel bad for her, she's also accountable for her actions. She can't play it off as 'I was young and immature.' Doc should have stopped a long time ago when she asked him to. He's a predator. Being passive aggressive. Can't call him a PDF cause he ain't done nothing of the sort that's known as of now. There's nothing wrong with being passive aggressive. It's irritating, but it's not like morally wrong or anything."
But when another user named Saju presses Arnold's actions as unmistakably wrong, Panic would go on to justify Arnold's behavior even more.
"I can't blame her, yet she made several attempts to expose him or whatever using the exact same reasons. Imagine being 50 years old and getting taken advantage of by a man in his 20s. Imagine having to bring it up several times, and every time you say you just wanted to bring light to it. The situation is over and dealt with, and you keep bringing it up, because who knows why. You would want to forget about something like that, wouldn't you?
Arnold would even allow a well-known Sonic YouTube content creator named Sonic Destiny, otherwise known as Crazy Sonic Fan 110, who's just been recently outed as a PDF, to be in his Discord server, while he's already aware of this and how he could endanger small humans in the server by keeping Crazy Sonic in there. He would still not do anything about it, but when his other staff members would actually take notice and kick Crazy Sonic out of the server, not only would he tell them off, but would even invite him back, as he says that this person is making him a ton of money. But all of this would fall apart due to one single person. On September 14, 2020, a Twitter user named Anonymity calls out Arnold for his many heinous deeds.
I'm here to expose a fairly popular Sonic game developer on Roblox for having an attraction to young humans, being racist and homophobic.
In the document provided, all of Arnold's conversation logs with his own victims, as well as his disturbing behavior, is shown in detail. And what's even more surprising is that it's been recently updated to include a statement from Sarah, the alias of Arnold's first victim. It starts off with her noticeably expressing her anger towards him and his vile behavior, saying,
"Took advantage of my attachment to him, guilted and degraded me for not wanting to go along with his jokes, and turns on me and tells me I'm not special anymore, and I don't mean anything to him. When I was took advantage of my attachment to him and would start things with me just to beg for his forgiveness. And when I lost interest, he did that even more, banned and punished me for stupid reasons. And when I didn't give him what he wanted, he stopped."
She then talks about how he took advantage of her emotions and devalued her feelings, constantly humiliating her to the point of making her seem like she was the one who's in the wrong. 2 days after this expose has been made public, Arnold would publish a response video about the allegations against him, and he would open the video by acknowledging the things he said were inappropriate, but then goes on to say that they were just jokes.
It was pretty common knowledge that these jokes were being made in my community. Maybe not to the extent it actually occurred, but definitely known. So far as to the point where I was known as the old man with in his basement.
He also invites a couple of other people who are acquainted with him to get testimonials about how he's not attracted to young people.
Hey there, my name is Charlie. I'm currently and I work at SEO as a graphics lead.
This is Panic. I've been a part of SEO's community since 2018. I do animation and modeling work.
I want to start off by saying I've known Jaden for 5 years, and all the years I've known him for, he was very careful with what he said because he knows not to step over the fine line of joking around. I'm not excusing what he said, but it was never meant to be handled seriously.
And near the end, he even shifts the blame to Sarah, calling her someone who craves attention.
First things first, Red, what I said to you earlier about my apology was completely sincere, and I hope you can someday let go of this hatred. However, I will call you out on this because you cannot be claiming to be an angel. Red has no problem admitting that she craves attention. Her behavior before anything else really just kind of screams it.
With him continuously downplaying his actions throughout the video and how his community is actually siding with him, it looks like he's going to completely get away with it. Until, on September 20th, 4 days after Arnold's response video, a Roblox YouTuber known for exposing predators on the platform, we already mentioned, Rubensim, steps in and brings the situation to a Roblox staff member. He sends them the clip where Arnold admits the screenshots are real and breaks down Arnold's 30-minute response video into a 7-minute video, and also provides the email address of Sarah's mother.
So I spoke up. I made a few tweets denouncing him that caught the attention of a Roblox staff member on the developer relations team. I explained the situation to him. I gave him the email address of Sarah's mom, and I also showed him the video of Arnold admitting that the screenshots were real. Since the video is over half an hour long, I created my own video breaking it down in less than 7 minutes.
And surprisingly, Arnold's main Roblox account would get deleted shortly after Ruben's conversation with the staff member. To Ruben's frustration, however, it turns out the account that has been banned isn't Arnold's main source of income, and because of the attention he's actually received, his revenue allegedly tripled right after getting exposed. And by the end of the month, with Arnold's game still on the platform, he's able to receive all the payments from Roblox, while Sarah's mom still hasn't been made aware of the whole situation. As a result, Ruben himself would then share his frustration with the staff member, addressing that Roblox should really put an effort to protect their users from these predators. And surprisingly, Roblox would actually terminate the holder account for Arnold's development group. But just like before, it would appear like Arnold has seen this coming, because just a few days earlier, he transferred the ownership of the group to one of his friends, ensuring that the funds from the game would still be accessible. 2 weeks later, he tweets,
"Thanks for driving more money to my game, man. Jeez, you guys are actually stupid by giving me all this publicity.
Even with all of this, Roblox still couldn't take down his game for rightful reasons. And on November 9th, Ruben would push the issue even further by contacting the local police to file a report on Arnold.
So on November 9th, I called my local police to file a report on him. I spoke with the detective who really seemed like he wanted to help, but since I didn't know anything about Arnold's real identity, there wasn't much they could do.
Roblox, on the other hand, has this information because of Arnold being approved for the platform's developer exchange, but they still wouldn't take any action on handing over Arnold's information to the authorities, and Ruben's efforts to bring attention to the police would end up going nowhere. Following this, Arnold would go on to lay low for the time being, and just when the public attention was slowly starting to fade away from him, it would be completely revived. On December 13th, 2021, a YouTube channel called People Make Games would release a video talking about the darker side of Roblox, which shockingly includes an interview with none other than Sarah herself.
When I had first met him, he had mentioned his Roblox fan game, and I was like, hey, I like Roblox too. He was making a Roblox Sonic fan game, two things that had caught my interest at the time. So I asked him about it. Next thing I know, I get like 5 pings, and he sends me a bunch of gifs of it. He's sending me progress of it already. He was the one who started taking the inappropriate jokes into Oh, it was literally, it got to ERP level at one point. I did actually self after the response video came out. I mean, I thought my reputation was destroyed now, you know?
After admitting that watching Arnold's response video has made her hurt herself, Roblox will receive a ton of backlash on how they dealt with the situation. And thankfully, with how Ruben and many other content creators brought the entire issue to light, a lot of other people would start to willingly cooperate on bringing the matter to justice as well. One of which was Naru, a 22-year-old Japanese gamer who would decide to take on a different approach, writing to the vice president for product development at the company who owns the trademarks related to Sonic the Hedgehog, Sega Sammy Holdings Incorporated. And she would also go on to tweet at its press relations team, saying that their iconic hedgehog was being mishandled by a PDF on Roblox. And this would actually move the needle, because Sega would file a copyright infringement notice with Roblox. And so at the end of 2021, Arnold's game Sonic Simulator would finally be shut down, with all its revenue being gone as well. And an entire year later, a group of anonymous investigators would manage to dig up what they believed to be Arnold's real identity, narrowing it down to his name, city, and even his old address. And Ruben again would take this to the local police. But because so much of this information was actually outdated, and with Arnold's long history of using fake details, the detectives couldn't confirm a positive ID, and there wouldn't be a way to officially tie evidence back to him. He managed to get away once again. However, just a few months later, everything would change. In May of 2022, a missing person report is filed in the state of Indiana. A 10-year-old girl who we'll name Crystal has disappeared, along with her favorite electronics, charger cables, as well as some clothing and a blanket. Her family and friends are flooding her with calls and messages, asking where she is, but it's met with no response. And when they come across her Instagram, they notice a recently posted photo of her from the back seat of what appears to be a car, with the caption,
"Goodbye, Indiana."
Stacy Hinshaw, a detective who specializes in crimes involving obscene acts, quickly realizes that this isn't a typical situation where Crystal has only run away. Upon asking her family, she discovers that Crystal actually doesn't have any money to travel, yet she's nowhere to be seen in the whole entire state, which leads to the possibility that someone has taken her away. After getting approval from the judge to access Crystal's phone, Stacy discovers that the last tower her cell has pinged was in Pittsburgh, which is around 350 miles away from Indiana. And she then asks Crystal once again if she's been talking to anyone online recently, to which her sister, who we'll call Jamie, says that a man named Jacob Sheletsky, who's apparently a popular game developer on Roblox, has been chatting with her sister. Jamie then adds that Crystal actually met Jacob on the platform this January, and he even bought one of Crystal's drawings that she, as an artist, has posted on Instagram. Before accepting the payment, Crystal called her mother to make sure it was alright, and once she gave her approval, Jacob sent $45 through Cash App. And shortly after that, Amazon packages would suddenly start showing up on their doorstep, containing a teddy bear, a tablet drawing stand, and a drawing glove, as well as food from fast food restaurants. Upon getting this information, Stacy is then able to trace the gifts to the Amazon account of a second man named Nelson Betanker, with an address in Peterson, New Jersey. Immediately after, she calls Jacob's phone number that she received from Crystal's mother, and after answering the phone, Jacob admits that he's the one behind the gifts, but claims that he doesn't know where she is. Throughout the call, however, he takes a suspiciously long time to provide even the most basic information, such as his address and even date of birth. And when Stacy asks Jacob why he sent the Amazon gifts from a different account, he responds by saying that Nelson is his business associate. Days later, Instagram's parent company, Meta Platforms Incorporated, returns the result of a court-ordered search warrant for Crystal's messaging history in the platform. And surprisingly, another person pops up by the username of Dr. Rofatnik. The chat logs show her sending him hundreds of messages, and Doctor even says at one point that he's in love with her, and tells her that physical intimacy is a beautiful thing. And when she says that she might be too young for that kind of stuff, he replies with,
"You're not."
And on April 25th, he writes another message saying,
"I want to see you badly. The only way this is going to work is if you listen to me."
And now that there's enough evidence in hand, Stacy calls the FBI and is put in touch with Len Rothermich, who's a special agent on the Abduction Rapid Response Team in the state. And soon enough, Len would discover that the girl has logged into her Instagram account from a new IP address, prompting him to call the service provider's emergency office, saying that a teenager's life is at risk and he needs the account holder's location as soon as possible. And as soon as he receives the phone records, he discovers that Crystal's recent login location matches the address linked to the Amazon account that has been sending packages to her home. And so finally, in the early evening of May 11th, 8 days after Crystal left her home, 6 unmarked cars carrying police officers and FBI agents arrive in a quiet residential street in Patterson. Within minutes, they see Crystal turning around a corner with a man, and officers immediately approach the pair, separating them from each other. And minutes later, Crystal is taken to a hospital, while the man is being put into handcuffs. After searching his belongings, they ask who he is, and he replies saying that his name is Arnold Castillo. Arnold, who's now been identified as the 22-year-old man, is taken to an FBI office where he agrees to an interview without a lawyer. In it, he admits using the aliases Jacob Chedletsky and Jaden Chedletsky, as well as Dr. Rofatnik, in order to hide his identity. Arnold then says he used the Amazon account of an uncle in Florida to send gifts to Crystal, and that he's even had a deal with an Uber driver, paying them $1,000 to bring her from Indiana to his place in New Jersey, and Arnold would be arrested.
22-year-old Arnold Castillo of New Jersey is facing federal charges. The reason we're covering this story, he was in court today for allegedly ordering an Uber to pick up a girl here in central Indiana and taking her to his home. Court documents say Castillo used social media to communicate with this girl and her with gifts. Last May, investigators found that girl at his home in New Jersey. If convicted, Castillo faces up to life in prison.
And a few weeks later, showing him flirting with Crystal under the username Last Outlaws, and that their in-game avatars appear to be holding hands, or having matching t-shirts that read boyfriend and girlfriend. In the 4 months leading up to his arrest, Len also learns that Arnold and Crystal have been actually messaging each other on Roblox about her intention to run away from their home. And following this, the federal prosecutor Tiffany Preston would detail what investigators believe what happened during the 8 days that Crystal was missing. Shortly after being dropped off in New Jersey by the driver, Castillo would take her to a cramped room he rented in a house next to his garage apartment, where he would do incredibly disturbing things to her. She would also discover that Crystal is entirely dependent on Castillo for food and money, and that there were no blankets or furniture inside the room, except for only a dirty twin mattress on the floor. And every time Crystal would tell Arnold that she feels lonely, he would simply buy her a plush doll, and just buy hair dye just to change her appearance. Finally, in the court hearing on August 30th, 2023, the judge would sentence Arnold to 15 years in prison. But this next case, however, is someone who took his depraved obsessions to the most extreme.
Is he chatting this little girl up online and luring her? Well, it worked because he kidnapped her.
It's mid-2023, and a 17-year-old girl from Wayne Township, New Jersey, who we'll just refer to as Riley, is just having fun playing Roblox. While she's going across various games on the platform, she's with a boy named Darius, who she first met early on the game Dead by Daylight. And from there, they begin to spend time playing together on the platform, till they eventually start hanging out every day. And as time went by, Riley and Darius started talking on various social media platforms, including Discord, Snapchat, and even TikTok. But soon, their conversations would lead to a horrifying set of consequences. At 5:30 in the morning of September 10th, 2023, Riley's brother, who we'll call Jake, has just woken up, assuming it's a school day. He looks around their hotel residence and finds his sister is already gone. Considering the possibility that she went off early to school, he doesn't think much of it, until he realizes that it's Sunday. Wondering where his sister went off to, he calls their mother, who we'll name Jade, on the phone, and this prompts Jade to quickly come home. And after an hour of searching for Riley, Jade contacts the Wayne Township Police Department, and at approximately 6:45 a.m. on September 10th, 2023, officers respond to the area of the US Route 46, an old turnpike road in Wayne, New Jersey, regarding the missing 17-year-old From here, the authorities begin asking Jade, who her daughter has been recently talking to, and she suddenly remembers someone Riley has been messaging on Facebook all the time. She then provides the investigators with the Facebook name, Darius Stiles. A couple of minutes pass, and after confirming who the account belongs to, they tell her that Riley has been interacting online with a 27-year-old man named Darius Matulowicz, leaving her in utter shock. The police then immediately take various tracking measures to know where Darius currently is, and soon after, they're able to locate both his phone number and residence in Delaware. They proceed to contact him by phone, hoping to get answers for Riley's whereabouts. What's even more surprising though is that he not only answers the call, but after more than half an hour of officers questioning him, he admits to picking up Riley from the hotel where she and her family are staying, claiming he thought she was years old and not, which doesn't really make it any better. And just 4 hours after Riley's disappearance, the Newcastle County Police Department, assisting WTPD with this case, arrests Darius at his home, 135 miles from Riley's residence, and safely rescues her, bringing her back home to her family. As investigators dig further, they learn more about what led to Riley leaving that morning. On September 9th, she told Darius that her mother was planning to send her to Florida to live with her relatives, which prompted him to worry about losing access to her. The next day, he offered to let her stay with him and followed through, bringing her to his mother's house. In questioning, Darius would then admit to having communicated with Riley through the social platforms mentioned earlier. He described traveling to New Jersey to meet her, going on walks near her home, and eventually picking her up, along with her cat, from the Wayne Hotel, where her family was living. His defense attorney, going by the name of Elko, claims that Darius was just trying to help the who allegedly told him she was planning to run away.
My client said that this is a bad idea, you should not be running away, and she begged my client to come pick her up to get out of an unhealthy and unstable living situation. He asked her repeatedly if she wanted to go back, if her mother would be concerned.
The prosecutor, however, notes that an year-old is too young to give consent to leave her family with a 27-year-old man, and they questioned Darius whether he really believed that he was helping her or not. The fact that he hadn't gone to the police or informed them when they called him in the morning also raised clear suspicions on his intentions with Riley, yet it soon became unsettlingly clear what Darius' real intentions had really been. A forensic examination of Darius' cell phone and social media uncovered startling evidence, including communication threads in which he pressured Riley into performing indecent acts, and in turn produced very exploitative materials of her. Investigators also recovered messages where Darius described secretly watching and following Riley near her home, and they discovered that he'd been using an iPhone app to record conversations, videos, and images of her performing inappropriate acts, solicited through Snapchat. Apart from that, it was also revealed that Darius stored hundreds of files of Riley within the hidden folder of his Photos app, which was only accessible through Face ID. And after that, Darius would also be found out to be regularly telling Riley that he loved her and guilt-tripped her. He also gave her gifts, including Roblox gift cards, and suggested she could pay him back with other disturbing requests. And so Darius would be hit with charges of coercion and enticement of a young person and production of disturbing materials involving the very young. And by July 2nd, 2025, he would be sentenced to a period of 20 years in prison. What comes next, however, is someone who showed no remorse in carrying out some of the most despicable acts imaginable.
During her stay at his house, Graham allegedly assaulted her multiple times over several days.
It's February 18th, 2022. A 15-year-old girl who we'll refer to as Amy is just playing her favorite game, Roblox, on her iPad, hoping to find some friends to play with. But as she's going through various different games on the platform, she happens to come across a user named Mr. Malicious XYZ. And as they begin talking to each other, Amy becomes fascinated by him, as he has a friendly personality and all around seems like a nice guy. Before leaving the game, she makes sure to add him as a friend, with the intention of wanting to play with him from now on. And from there on out, they begin to chat for a span of 2 days. And during this period, Malicious finds out that Amy is just... Because of this, he suddenly becomes interested in meeting her in real life and reveals that he's actually 33. Stunned, Amy realizes that the person she's been talking to this whole time is almost 3 times her age. Yet seeing how his demeanor seems to be of no harm, she eventually bears no mind in having him as a friend. Malicious then tries to meet up with her in person, telling her that they're going to hang out like real friends. And not knowing better at the time, Amy thinks to herself that it would be fun to spend time with him outside their online conversations. And after coming to a decision, she agrees. However, unlike Amy, who has innocent yet exciting ideas on the things she wants to do with him once they meet, Malicious has other plans. On February 20th, Malicious, who's originally from Riverdale, a town in Georgia, drives for as long as 13 hours to Topeka, a town in Kansas, where Amy lives. Once they meet up, Amy sees that Malicious is dressed nicely with the smell of cologne, and he greets her with his warm personality. Malicious then continues this type of behavior towards her throughout the day, bringing Amy to eat nice food and treating her like a princess almost. After having an enjoyable time touring the town, he then tells Amy that it's finally time to rest, and that she should return home. But much to her shock, Malicious is not referring to her going back to her home, but to her going to his home in Riverdale with him. And Amy, somehow having trust in him, figures that they're just going to his place to play Roblox together and spend the night, and that there won't be any problems as she'd already told her mother that she's going to hang out with a friend. And as soon as she agrees, Malicious invites her to his car, and after a few minutes, Amy is now miles away from her home with a grown man who she thinks of as a friend. Once they arrive at the home, Amy bumps into Malicious' roommate, who we'll call Michael, who's confused seeing a little girl with a 33-year-old man who he shares the house with. He asks him who she is, and Malicious replies with that Amy is actually his stepdaughter, with Amy showing no signs of denial. Michael shrugs it off, and the two of them make their way into Malicious' room, and after making it there, Amy gets visibly stunned when Malicious suddenly locks the door shut and starts to get worried when he blinds the windows as well. Once doing so, Malicious takes her phone away, and with Amy's only way of contacting her parents now gone, he traps her in his own room, leaving her no chance to escape from the horrifying and disturbing actions that he is about to do with her. 3 days later, Amy went from an innocent young person into someone who experienced hell. As it turned out, Malicious would do disturbing things to her, making her a prisoner he'd repeatedly hurt in his own room. With the thoughts of this being her new fate and that she could never go back to her family ever again, Amy thankfully meets someone who would end up changing the entire situation. On February 24th, as Malicious went off to work, Michael stumbled upon his room, and as soon as Amy saw him, she quickly ran to him and alerted him as to what happened. Furious, Michael confronted Malicious as soon as he returned home, with them getting into a heated argument. But fortunately, Malicious gave up and let go of Amy, dropping her off at a Dollar General store with all of her things the same day. Without wasting any time, Amy would quickly scramble through her bag and find her phone, and after starting it up, it luckily had some battery left, and so she messaged her mother, who surprisingly also had a Roblox account. And upon hearing what happened, her mother instantly dialed the authorities, who were then able to locate Amy, picking her up and returning her to her hometown. With Amy now reunited with her family, the police would begin to investigate Malicious, discovering that his real name was Howard Leslie Graham, and started tracking him. And on the 1st of March, Howard would finally be arrested at his workplace, an IHOP restaurant. He would be held on 7 felony charges, including physically violating a small human, engaging in unlawful relations with someone under the legal age, and much more. And although no public records show what happened after his arrest, what clear is that he was taken into jail on multiple offenses. VR chat people are the next folks I want to talk about. Imagine someone enters VR chat, expecting a fun experience, only to get apprehended by a group of self-proclaimed police officers. They call themselves the Lowly Police Department, or LPD, and it sounded almost cute in the beginning, just tiny anime avatars running around, pretending to keep order in VR chat. But it gets clear pretty soon that their idea of justice isn't so cute. Formed in 2018 by Sarma, the LPD began as the Lowly Police Department under Precinct 60. Since then, they've grown into a thriving community of over 1,000 officers and 18,000 plus members, all united under the motto to serve the smallest. At first, they did harmless patrols, made fun skits, and engaged with bystanders. But as their membership grew to thousands on Discord and VR chat, that playful roleplay turned into reckless intimidation. In fact, the things that some of the members of the department admit to are kinda weird. They've claimed that they planted fake evidence on other users. Carrot, a 29-year-old game developer and LPD captain from Texas, described how the roleplay of police activities actually worked.
Lots of people in VR chat like to sit in front of mirrors. I will go up to the mirror and do a mirror inspection. Then I claim it's an illegal mirror and start looking for someone to blame and arrest. They just don't know how to handle that.
Carrot further added that they had many ways to get people in trouble. In his words,
I can pull out a bag of and make it look like it came out of someone's pocket.
Now the people on Reddit pointed out that the name Lowly Police Department comes from anime culture and is tied to loli or lolicon, a term used for young-looking anime characters. The combination of these avatars and behaviors gave off a weird vibe. A Reddit user, for example, shared,
I heard a rumor that someone high-ranked there was accused of being a... So lowly was a really bad term in that situation.
And another one commented,
I mean, isn't lowly young people obsession? Like, it stems from the book Lolita about a small human obsessor. Like, isn't it the liking of inappropriate drawings or depictions of young people?
Although most of the people find the concept of fake arrests by little cop girls kinda funny, many also found it gross and didn't hold back in expressing their contempt.
So you are using a term that could mean an exploited young person, basically as the same way as to refer to young short women. That's still super gross, as a short woman myself.
And because of their pressure and controversy, LPD had no choice but to rebrand itself. In June 2024, it officially changed its name from Lowly Police Department to Local Police Department. And moreover, the leadership stated that they wanted to move away from the word lowly due to its misunderstood associations and to appear more acceptable to a wider audience. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. The next person turned innocent roleplay into something much darker.
This individual is most certainly a disgusting person.
Dark Choco Chips, a VR chat creator better known online as Axel Critters, exploited the game's open social environment to prey on younger people. On the surface, the creator looked like any other cheerful furry-style avatar, just an artist sharing custom models and cozy virtual aliases. He even had his own VR chat avatar world, which was a small digital hangout place. Nothing seemed unusual in the beginning, but soon enough the fun exterior began to crack. In 2023, the name Dark Choco Chips started circulating through VR chat expose videos, Reddit threads, and Discord leaks for the worst possible reasons. He was accused of privately messaging young people, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. Dark Choco Chips had been at it for years, and amidst all of the allegations, one young user called Ticket Creator kept resurfacing. He was one of the victims who decided to expose Chip, saying,
"He did in front of me too."
And she further added that she had some photos of Chip being very comfortable while doing inappropriate stuff.
"Hey, are you wanting the on your free count? Like for real, not for goofy crap."
But what he did next was even more disturbing. It was an unsolicited and disgusting image of his avatar on a bed with his stuff out. And what's even worse is that this NSFW avatar shared by Chip was publicly available in VR chat, potentially exposing other small humans to graphic material. And according to multiple expose videos, Axel Critters had been exploiting a younger user named Spirit for quite some time. And they didn't just chat or play games, they dated. The age gap was reportedly around 4 years, and at the time Axel himself was 19. However, he didn't seem to care, and when Spirit was asked about the situation, he kept brushing off the fact that he'd been taken advantage of. But the red flags started appearing when their relationship extended to real-life meetings. After turning 18, Spirit attended a camping trip hosted by Chip, and it wasn't just an exclusive event. Chip invited other people as well, and conveniently so, they were the people who liked Spirit back when he was still younger. The screenshots revealed that he told the that there would be some activities at his tent and his aunt's tent.
He was trying to be inappropriate with me the entire trip too.
And it wasn't even a one-off event. There was another camping trip with Spirit involving manipulating behavior and even buying explicit toys.
He showcased behavior, was extra inappropriate towards a small human that he had previously shown interest in, still chose to invite that person over on multiple occasions, including to inappropriate locations. That also include last year's trip, which at some point brought them to the back area of Spencer's, where the anonymous person ended up buying an adult toy. He shouldn't have been there, especially not with two grown adults at least 3 to 4 years older than him.
In some instances, Chip tried to justify his behavior, but the screenshots tell a different story. To the allegations and expose videos, Dark Choco Chips responded by saying,
"She's spreading false rumors about me that could hurt me. Most of it isn't true and out of context. Don't pay much attention to her. Unfortunately, she's just upset because I kept pushing her to stop being around adults. And when I was 18, I made dumb choices, all in which I've learned from."
He claimed that the victim had shown provocative behavior online even before she turned 18, and to justify dating somebody like that, he came up with the explanations that implied Spirit was the one who initiated certain topics. However, the comment sections of those expose videos were flooded with alleged victims revealing what Chip had done to them.
"Hi, I was his real-life friend from 2019 to 2021, then from 2022 to 2023, and my experience with Chip was absolutely horrible and left me with everlasting trauma. He was abusive, manipulative, and overall a bad person in 2019 to 2021. He sat on me, I being 5'5", 140 pounds, and a 5'10", over 200 pounds person sitting on you isn't nice, and it hurt, and he wouldn't get up until I had to physically bite him because he wouldn't listen to me about getting up."
And while this chapter ends here, the next case is even more disturbing.
Do you consider yourself like a by any means?
Sure, maybe my younger self.
Cozy Momo, also known as DJ Retro Witty and Nebula Nexus, first rose to prominence as a VR chat avatar creator and a Five Nights at Freddy's content creator. At just 20 years old, they built a reputation as someone who brought joy to the community, but behind that image there was a darker history. As Cozy Momo's presence in VR chat grew, so did the scope and intensity of his actions. At first, he'd act friendly and give compliments, but over time, his messages became more personal and uncomfortable. The victims changed, but his way of doing things stayed the same. He used kindness to gain trust and took advantage of it. In one thread alone, users detailed being forced to send images, participate in explicit roleplay, and comply with repeated requests that no young person should ever be exposed to.
They forced me to show my stuff, forced me in calls, kept complaining if I didn't have intimacy with them, let a 3-year-old also have contact with them.
Another one was asked if Retro ever engaged in anything explicit, to which they said
yes.
Now, while some people try to hide or disappear after being confronted, Cozy Momo wasn't oblivious to their actions. They would actually continue operating under various aliases to hide their tracks. However, with time, the receipts kept piling up, and this time someone was actually keeping a tab. A small account called Cozy Momo Information compiled all the screenshots, testimonies, and chat logs, essentially documenting everything that had been buried or quietly deleted. And what it revealed in the end changed everything. So let's have a closer look.
Cozy Momo, someone who's extremely active in the regret evader and fighting community scene, also known as Crus, or as more people know him, DJ Retro Witty, commonly known as Viente Kudek on VRChat. Cozy Momo, for background knowledge, is a 20-year-old VRChat modeler and roleplayer. Cozy Momo used to be popular among a group of Five Nights at Freddy's avatar creators, who were fairly popular. Cozy Momo has been known to be explicit with people much younger than him.
And then another one appeared confirming the same thing.
Cozy Momo, even before he turned 18, was extremely intimate with people much younger than him, 4 to 5 if not younger. Once Cozy Momo had hit 18, he didn't stop these roleplays, and in fact got even worse. Cozy was called out over 3 years ago for his attraction tendencies to young people. After being called out, he ran from his past and what harm he'd done. Cozy is known to use his trust over non-adults, and use that to roleplay inappropriately with them, get into relationships with them, and in some cases guilt trap them to manipulate set to send revealing things of themselves. Cozy has a long list of victims, ranging from at the youngest and at the oldest. Cozy actively roleplays adult themes, and sometimes straight up roleplays with protected groups.
And yet still, no one knew things were about to get much worse. In mid-2024, a 49-page document comprising screenshots, chat logs, and testimonies concerning Cozy Momo began circulating across social media, and it quickly gained traction and was archived by community members before reportedly being removed from the platform. The document began by providing context about the past situation involving the VRChat.
For almost 3 years, Crus has been targeting, manipulating, and exploiting. He takes advantage of them by asking them to roleplay, gaining trust, and then proceeds to use the trust he's gained to physically harass non-adults. When confronted and asked why he goes after these people, he responded with, well, they lied about their age. He uses this one instance to clear up every allegation.
And these are some messages directly shared by the victims.
How old are you again, if you don't mind me asking? Also, they forced me to do stuff while my camera was on. I'm only like I shouldn't be getting this much drama. They did inappropriate stuff to me. Retro made a group Discord full of younger people. Blank was added, and he saw Retro forcing to do inappropriate stuff in call.
And this is the part where things take a nosedive. Apart from obsessing over these people, Cozy Momo also had a long list of strange and disturbing fantasies. From pregnancy to animals, personal harm, and even things that most people would find deeply unsettling. Yet he treated them like casual conversation topics. This screenshot shows someone close to Cozy Momo at the time opening up about his interests.
They had done something along the lines of phantom pregnant, despite them being a PC user on a screen. I never understood it.
Which basically translates to imagining and really believing being pregnant on VRChat. And not only that, he also told users about websites containing graphic content. And he did that not just once, but he did it over and over again. Cozy Momo also liked faking stuff, such as having a heart attack, a dissociative identity disorder, being unconscious, having color blindness, and much more.
I'm faking a system.
And even after being publicly called out, Cozy didn't stop. By 2024, he was still actively engaging in these roleplays with these protected groups. In one instance, his alias Pest Alter tried to get with a person who was at the time and had only known Cozy's alter for around 30 minutes.
Do you still want me to be the dominant one? I trace my finger along his neck, try to get me fully physically interested first, then I'll decide. I giggle. The heat thing is still messing with ya? I still blushed, nuzzling my head against him. He shivered. So how would you like me to ruin you up this time?
And more disturbing stuff. And as an example, these are some important parts from another victim's statement.
Firstly, from multiple witnesses including myself, I can confidently tell you I've seen Cozy do many things, including but not limited to obsession with protected groups, CP, faking phantom sense, and DID, inappropriately roleplaying with protected groups while he was an adult. He roleplayed with a 13-year-old wearing the avatar of me, claiming it was his alter of me. He was maybe 18 to 19, maybe regardless behavior. He not only admitted to this behavior but also told me who he did it with. He also admitted to doing this a few other times, but this was while we were in VRChat. Cozy had gone to a separate room to go have explicit online interactions with Sky, while me and these other 2 to 3 people were left alone nearby the room. We could hear everything and we were uncomfortable and we were forced to stay via Cozy's word. Also several times he tried to roleplay with me.
And the evidence would just keep stacking. Another one of his victims, Strawbar, also known as Medkit, said,
we started to hang out with Cozy a lot more even despite this, even trusting our other parts around him. Cozy would often use his alters to get close to people and be romantic. This also applied to known protected groups. We hadn't found out Cozy was attracted to protected groups, nor any other things he'd done until later. And even then we stayed with him, because our parts were attracted to him. The final breaking point was when we found out that Cozy was dating one of our friends' broker alter, who was younger than us, before we even turned.
Cozy Momo maintained multiple accounts, each with a specific purpose. Some to continue manipulating younger people, others to distract from accusations, and a few to monitor public mentions. Now at some point, Cozy Momo released an apology video, but it remained vague.
I deeply regret what I've done. I understand that you don't want to accept my apology, but that's your choice.
He did acknowledge the regret but refused to clearly admit the most serious allegations. And this is a comment from just 4 months ago.
We are a victim of Cozy, and we were never able to share our side. Seeing this brings me so much comfort, and I just hope they get better. They haven't followed through with promises of that stuff. We're still recovering, as this was more recent, but I hope they get help.
And this isn't over. Soon another name would emerge, one that would send an even darker chill through the VR chat community.
I should dish out justice. I should ruin you.
Jake, better known as Kazuha Red, was somebody who tried to be a god in VR chat. He has gone through a multitude of name changes, such as the Crimson Wanderer, Katsuha Red, Mama Red, Raven621, and a bunch more. He even used to call himself Mama, taking after a character from the game Endorse, known as Madara Mikejima. He entered VR chat during its peak, between 2020 and 2021. His avatars were custom designed, and his voice was calm and persuasive. Many users described him as intelligent, even articulate, a person who would discuss philosophy, trauma, and life with sincerity, but his story actually begins with his fraud of being lonely. According to testimonies of former members, Jake often introduced himself as a misunderstood visionary. He claimed he'd been mistreated by former groups and wanted to create a safe haven in VR chat for emotionally intelligent people. So he actually began building what will later be known as N-Star's Destruction Family, or an N-Stars community within the game VR chat, as well as on Discord. It was basically a close-knit community built around Red at the center, and there Red found a stage and his audience. However, what started as a friendly community by 2022 had transformed into a system of control. He started using alternate accounts and emotional manipulation to keep his members under silent surveillance. In multiple screenshots, Jake can be seen referring to his members as subjects and himself as the commander. And he also encouraged players to sever contacts with anyone who didn't support EDF cult values, referring to outsiders as corrupted. Then a compilation titled The Truth on Kazuha Red began circulating online, and it included testimonies, archived messages, and clips that documented the emotional damage caused within his circles. One of the victims said,
"When Red would kick others out for betraying him or turning on us, no matter how close they were to him and the others in the group, nobody questioned his decisions, since they all trusted that he was in the right, and again often made the hero as he defeated the bad guys. They wanted to harm us. Those bad guys are referred to as the other side."
He added,
"There would be very apparent moments when nobody would be interested in joining weekly events or playing games in VRC if Red wasn't present. Nobody would be active on the community server if he weren't active. When someone was being mean to Red / criticizing him, standing up to him, telling others what he put them through, etc., members would often ask him what to do, as he often made these members people to be afraid of."
The members of this community were expected to be loyal and keep every conversation within Red's reach. He often told followers to keep an eye on others and report any suspicious behavior directly to him, framing it as a way to protect the family. According to a different user,
despite giving the illusion of choice, Red would heavily judge others if they went to hang out with other friend groups, especially if they were made to be the enemy of him. Of course, since many of the members enjoyed his presence, they didn't want to do whatever would make him upset at them. He would often use scare tactics to further back up his points and increase the distance between old friends and members of the community.
And some users even began performing tasks for him, staying up all night to build custom worlds or report anyone he disliked. And those who stayed loyal were rewarded with attention and special treatment, while those who tried to leave learned that the gods don't take rejection lightly. Several victims described how Jake first mirrored their insecurities, agreeing with everything they said, echoing their tone, and even pretending to share trauma. And once the trust was established, the conversation shifted. He began isolating individuals, convincing them that everyone else was toxic and that he was the only person who truly cared.
"Leave alone, Tabby. I handle. You deal with other stuff. Red will take care."
It was also reported that Red was in an inappropriate romantic relationship with more than one person at a time, even including younger people.
He would make physical advances towards different members, having everyone under the guise that there would eventually be a relationship, which led to a few situationships which included me. During August, Red was facing allegations of obsession to younger people in regards to a previous relationship he had garnered the year before, as well as due to the amount of younger people he had in his community.
This doesn't end here though. A few members within the community began comparing conversations, realizing that the same comforting phrases and emotional hooks were being used on each of them. But despite that, by mid-2023, the EDF circle had fully transformed into an echo chamber orbiting around Jake's authority, and people on YouTube responded to his message saying,
"I'd hardly say I ever got the worst of Red, but I was a young person in the server and community that was close with him. I was grossly reliant on Red as a mentor, and he'd often call me his boy, his son, or little mama. I was a user at the time it happened, and he would, on several occasions, purposely do things like whisper in my ear, or things like that just to get me flustered while claiming he was straight, so it didn't matter anyways. In the moment I was fine with it, because I looked up to him as mama, but in hindsight it was so gross, and I regret everything about it. I hate spending all the time I did listening to his stories. I hate looking back at all the photos and seeing him in them."
And also one of his exes, Bimbo, left a message for him.
You're an idiot for making me your mistress 3 separate times. What did I do to deserve that crap? I held you while you cried. I would gather the information you wanted. I listened to your stupid rants and lies. And I even went out my way to give you things no one has given you before. What did I ever do to deserve you acting this way? I didn't let you be intimate with me? Is that it?
While another person also said,
when I found out you cheated on me, you ran away like a coward and dumped the aftermath on me. Everyone cried because you left, and I had to take care of them even though I wanted to dig a hole and cry myself.
Moth, who was also his ex-partner, said,
you told me I was all you wanted, but apparently you told many other girls that too. I believed you loved me, as well as everyone else.
In response to this exposure, Jake deleted several servers and accounts within hours. His main profile vanished from VRChat and all connected Discord servers went offline. But before disappearing, he left a final message.
This is the final message from me, Sina or Mama. I've sent King here, a loyal subordinate of mine from my clan, to act in my place. In the few days since I've disappeared, I've heard some things stirring, which is never a good thing in my opinion. So to cut and end the final things, here it is. Thank you all for your long support and love to me, but all things must come to a close in the end.
This next story, however, doesn't just involve control, it involves obsession.
Thunder was a former commissioner of mine, and it was all supposed to be customer service, but it started to be uncomfortably friendly at first, but then it progressed to something more than that.
Known to some as Stormfall the Griffin, Thunder Aura wasn't just another streamer or VRChat regular. He used a kind of strategy where his intentions were hidden behind carefully crafted kindness. And at the center of the story was Wizzy. She was a young artist who first met Thunder Aura when he reached out to commission her for a character model. It seemed harmless at first, but even in those early messages, there was something slightly off. From the very beginning, he started giving inappropriate compliments, and within just days, the boundaries blurred. And Wizzy, who was just at the time, found herself talking to a man nearly 10 years older, who called her kiddo, darling, and sweet. And at first it seemed kind of harmless, just a couple of silly nicknames, since Thunder approached Wizzy as someone safe, kind, and understanding. But soon the conversation drifted away from commissions entirely. He began sharing memes and sending gifts on Discord that Wizzy never actually asked for, and slowly he would start telling inappropriate jokes. And Wizzy themselves said,
also they would treat me as a small human, but they would proceed to share my content in their NSFW channel despite me being younger.
And this is when Wizzy finally gathered the courage to step back, and they didn't do it in silence. Wizzy documented everything, the messages, the drawings, and the cropped gifs, and they released the evidence through a public document and a video, and inside that document was a timeline of manipulation. And here's a small sneak peek.
I class you as my young person, pet, literally too. I've adopted you. You are the small, I am the parent. You are my special person, you're my baby, I will protect you. Most random people become the most important person.
And one message in particular read,
you wouldn't want to see half the stuff in there.
This is when Wizzy joked about stealing Stormfall the Griffin's phone. It was meant as a joke, but the context made it truly horrifying, because here's when things turn darker. In one of the screenshots shared, Thunder sent a gift he described as innocent, a character giving head pats. But when Wizzy and his friend had a closer look, they realized it had been crudely cropped from adult imagery. And when confronted, Thunder simply brushed it off as a misunderstanding and claimed that he didn't know about it. But this same mistake happened twice. The next picture was even more disturbing. He sent drawings depicting explicit poses, including one showing his character between a woman's thighs, captioned, "Crush me." To remind you, he was 27, old enough to know better and calculate enough not to care. These graphic art exchanges were gradual pushes to see how far he could truly go without being called out. And every time Wizzy tried to distance himself, Thunder would simply downplay it and revert to fatherly language. Things escalated when Thunder told Wizzy about his girlfriend, an 18-year-old artist named Rosalie Draws, known online as MewPie. This started on a platform Ponytown, where players can design their own pony characters and engage in different roleplays. Thunder's girlfriend was just 1 year older than Wizzy, and he bragged about intimate moments between them, describing things no grown man should share with somebody like Wizzy. And Wizzy didn't even understand some of the terms he used, which he had to look up later. And when Wizzy reacted with confusion, Stormfall simply called him adorable for not knowing.
Good, you innocent small human,
he wrote. But Wizzy ended up realizing that and blocked Stormfall when they found out that they were dating somebody just a year older than themselves. And later somebody by the name of Tex managed to talk to Thunder's girlfriend on Ponytown, and this is how it went.
You're 18, right? And you're dating someone who's 27? How you know that? Because your little boyfriend was friends with my boyfriend when he was... He adopted him as a son and all that online. Did you know that he was sharing to a young user that you did explicit things with him? No, what the heck? And that he was comfortable sharing suggestive stuff to him? And that he liked being crushed by thighs? My boyfriend recently turned 18, and when he found out that his online dad started dating an 18-year-old, he got really weirded out. Bro, I don't even know what to say. I am utterly blown.
Now Thunder himself soon tried to defend himself with a document of his own written to clear his name, and it started with denial. And he started off by saying,
I've had no intentions on exploiting them, as I'm not that type of person, but some actions I should have not done, and I will take full responsibility on it. However, some of the actions and screenshots that they took made me look worse than it was.
And soon after, he updated his statement.
I'm going to continue streaming and continue out with my life, cut ties and just live with the fact that the video is out there. At least I tried to talk.
This next person, however, is genuinely evil.
I wouldn't mind having with a year-old girl.
Lucifer Morningstar, also known as Edwin Rios, started off as just another VR chat player. His presence stretched across multiple fandoms, including the Hasbin Hotel circles, where he built small groups that eventually turned toxic. It began with a similar pattern, an adult man forming friendships with much younger players, manipulating conversations and bringing them into inappropriate environments. The first sign of deeper issues appeared when Edwin uploaded a 19-minute video titled Severing Ties with the VR Chat Fanbase, which is now unfortunately deleted from all platforms, except for small fragments. In this recording, he admits to destroying virtual worlds he helped create and blamed the community for false allegations. He called former collaborators traitors and claimed that everything said against him was fabricated.
I burned down every Beatles world that was made by Hoxton and those toxic folk in the Beatles VR chat community that drove me nuts.
And what were those allegations? Well, allegedly he'd done inappropriate stuff on VR chat with a lot of younger people on the platform. At one point he described himself as a pervert, but not a...
Honestly, I'm a pervert, but not a or okay?
Openly distinguishing his behavior as flawed but excusable. Soon after, he uploaded a short where he listed the usernames of those he considered enemies. And a few days later, one of the people mentioned in his short responded. The person confirmed that their name had been used without permission and said that they had first-hand knowledge of Lucifer's manipulation.
Edwin Rios, whatever the hell you want to call him, is a... He has ERP'd with so many at this point.
They reached out with this message and over 10 screenshots are attached.
First of all, he allows a bunch of younger people into his 18+ server, filled with adult stuff and him talking about role-playing and how physically interested he is. Mods offered to block the channel for young users, and he just ignored them and told them not to. Here are the things he would post in the 18+ channel.
Even though the channels were presented as adult-only spaces, the age of participants often told another story, and the same person made yet another shocking statement.
Also, he made a Naruto roleplay with a young person. He made her character black because he found it more attractive and hot.
The picture shows his alias, Spicy Lucifer, who's 21 years old at the time, role-playing with a young user who's just... He also said,
the victim is my pet now.
And in a different image, Lucifer again posted in the so-called 18+ NSFW channel a photo of himself with yet another young person he plans on taking advantage of. And he would respond with a long paragraph about how he can't think straight and is constantly physically interested. One of the most alarming accounts came from a young user who was just at the time. They described that Lucifer brought them to a VR world that resembled a virtual dungeon and that they did stuff to them in VR chat that were unforgettable. He also used to ship himself with a while being 20 at the time.
When I joined him, he would constantly ask me, what would you do if I brought your sister into a dungeon world? And whenever my sister was like with him, he would ship whatever avatar she was wearing with what he was wearing. And that made her really uncomfortable.
And the true downfall came from his own words, his own recordings, and his refusal to stop when everyone around him already knew what he'd become. Shortly after the reaction video, users located his public social accounts, including an Instagram page where he posted inappropriate images and explicit anime content, some of which depicted forced physical acts. And one video in particular drew attention, Lucifer standing outside an elementary school playground, recorded when he was about 20 years old. And when he was directly confronted about his actions, he dismissed the concerns, claiming it was harmless entertainment, and that the didn't mind. After the second expose went public, the damage to Lucifer's reputation within the VR chat community was complete. His accounts were reported across multiple platforms, including VR chat, Discord, Twitter, and YouTube, with several moderators confirming that his name appeared in multiple user safety reports. Even now, there's no official record of any lasting action against Lucifer Morningstar, so there's a possibility of him still being active within the community. But the next person was also tied to Hasbin Hotel.
You are 22 and she is... That is a 9-year difference. This is beyond comprehension.
For months, players talked about a man who kept appearing in Hasbin-themed worlds, always changing avatars and constantly switching names. That man was named as Tyler Wilson, and the deeper people looked into him, the clearer it became that his presence was more dangerous than it was uncomfortable. At first, Tyler blended in easily, playing the part of a regular friend and oddly charming user when he wanted to be. But then, the small talk quickly turned into something that would spiral into one of VR chat's most disturbing investigations. This screenshot shows Tyler Wilson inviting a newly joined user to a creepy server. He explained that his server server was meant for
wrestling and intimate fighting.
And the had a similar pattern. He would roam about in random Husband Hotel lobbies and especially sought out Husband Hotel Revived and Hell of a Boss worlds, which are popular fan-made VR chat worlds inspired by the adult series. They're meant for roleplay and socializing, where fans embody demons and characters from the universe. But despite being 21 at the time, Tyler surrounded himself with players who were still in their early. It's a conversation between Tyler and a year-old user. Now, he was eventually confronted about that stuff, and he simply responded by saying,
"Dude, please, for the love of God, delete that. I really want to forget about my past so much."
Whenever someone questioned him, he'd mute, walk away, and then reappear just a few minutes later as if nothing had happened.
Oh, he left. He left. He left.
And something about this case felt heavier than the rest, as it carried the arrogance of someone who believed no rule applied to him. Now, as more evidence surfaced, members of the Husband Hotel Revive community decided to take action, and several users, many of whom had been documenting suspicious behavior for weeks, planned a confrontation inside VRChat. Initially, the accused attempted to dismiss the allegations as misunderstandings, but when further pressed, he would admit that it does give him a thrill, and it was like a craving to talk to these younger people.
It was like a thrill, or it was like something, it was like a craving. Like, once I had one, I wanted more of it.
And here's a snapshot exposing Tyler Wilson's hideous crimes.
Tyler Wilson on VRChat is officially blacklisted. Crimes consist of harassment of folks with custom husband avatars and avatar creators, constantly asking to do custom/private avatars. If he wins, he spreads them around to anyone who wants it. Physical harassment with touching/kissing on people who do not want such interactions, especially females, and making alternate VRChat accounts in order to bypass prior blocks.
Players reported that he would also appear in adult-themed VR worlds filled with users clearly too young to be there. And over time, more players came forward, each with a story that sounded hauntingly similar. Some claimed he approached them while they were still in their early teens. Others said he sent them messages pretending to mentor them, only to steer the conversations toward personal and inappropriate topics.
"You're such a good boy and so fluffy. I like you a lot. As a friend, right? Or would you prefer me more than a friend?" "No, not at all." "Aw, why not, cutie?"
His favorite topics were about how he wanted to change or how he'd been misunderstood, but every apology was followed by the same loop that repeated across months and then years.
"I'm nothing like this. I was just being a little weird. I did not mean to take it too far. I swear. Come on, man. I can be redeemed. I can be reformed. I will learn from my mistakes. Please don't do this to me. I will apologize to her. I'm not toxic. I will improve myself. I want to be a better person. Please leave my real girlfriend and my parents out of this. And no police either. Please don't do this."
By this point, even veteran VRChat players had begun tracking him, and posts appeared on Discord and Reddit, warning others to avoid his usernames.
"I met this guy before I was with one of my friends, and he came behind me sniffing my avatar and touching it. I was so uncomfortable and scared. I told the mods and everything. Banned this guy, yet here he comes stalking me when I blocked him."
And the moderators did block his accounts, but within hours, new ones would pop up, with the same voice, same behavior, but just a different name. And at some point, he even admitted to his grim actions.
"I'm very sorry for making you feel very uncomfortable, and it was wrong of me to whatever toxic, nasty, gross, and disgusting thing I did to you that 1 year ago. I'm truly sorry from the bottom of my heart. I hope you can forgive me, and we can still be friends."
But amidst the storm of the accusations, he tried to pin everything on his health condition. He posted on his blog,
"Look, everyone, to make a long story short, I'm not attracted to young users. I have autism that you all don't know about. I can't read your faces. I just don't understand social situations. So please do me a favor and just leave me alone already."
But users responded by saying stuff like,
"Using your autism as an excuse is pathetic. Don't blame your actions on others or your disabilities. No one is going to fall for that crap."
Another source revealed,
"Over the last 6 years, there have been repeated instances of Wilson doing the following: flirting with young users, inappropriate touching, racial and homophobic slurs, stealing artwork and claiming it as his, impersonating an artist, stalking, in particular an artist for over 10 years, harassment, wishing death upon others, creating alternate VRChat accounts to avoid bans, and purchasing ripped privatized avatars."
Many players, because of him, left the Husband Hotel communities altogether, worried that something similar could happen to them. But the story doesn't stop there, and the next name would shake the VRChat community again.
"You are going to be 40 years old in September. Why are you hanging out with 15 and 12-year-olds?
Vapor Wolf wasn't an unknown figure either. He was active across multiple platforms: VRChat, Discord, Insta, and Steam, using the same username practically everywhere. His bio described himself as an autistic and epileptic person who was also gay. He often changed his relationship status every few days. But behind that self-description, there was a different story. He was 39, turning 40 that year, and most of his activities took place inside VRChat. There, he frequently hosted private or friends plus instances, giving him full control of who entered or was removed. And in those sessions, the majority of users were under. This screenshot shows Vapor Wolf telling a to protect him from bullying while being 39 himself. And he would say stuff to users like
"love you,"
and would often send pictures to these users that didn't even ask for it. And this next screenshot shows a message saying
"not ready for that?"
But there's no context about not ready for what. But later the context would reveal itself. The picture was sent with a text saying,
"I don't know if I will ever show my,"
which was later deleted. But when asked about it, Vapor Wolf tried to brush it off by changing the topic. Another person shared,
"He was hanging around a bunch of younger people in the same instances. The thing is that he's into boys."
And some in those worlds listed their ages in their bios, as young as despite having the access to adult-only lobbies. Vapor Wolf repeatedly chose fandoms filled with these young users, such as My Hero Academia roleplay servers, public Black Cat instances.
He sent blank to a blank-year-old and kept deleting stuff after getting caught. Blamed the victim. I found him in a room with a bunch of blank-year-olds. He's homo. No problem against that, but you see the issue. Apparently he knew one of the users in the room that I went to see yesterday, since they were blank or blank, which meant that he was friending or blank your blank olds when he was 36, 37 years old. This means he could have been a for over 2 years.
Even his social media footprint reflected the same cycle. His Steam profile, containing over 3,000 hours in VR chat and 4,000 in Dead by Daylight, revealed a full name and location, but one thing was hidden: his friends list. It was the only private section of his otherwise open account. Now because of that, people would see his name appear in a world list and immediately leave, but the silence that followed spoke louder than any ban notice. More evidence were gathered when multiple creators joined his worlds. They posed as regular users to document his behavior over several weeks. And then the big confrontation happened inside one of the smaller YouTuber themed worlds on VR chat. It started quietly. Vapor Wolf was surrounded by users far younger than him as usual, some with ages listed as and in their bios. And at first Vapor was talking casually, making jokes, laughing with the group. And then he was asked a simple question about why he was always in rooms full of young people. And this is when his demeanor changed. He paused and said,
I was invited.
That was his explanation for everything. Whether it was a private session, a public world, or a late night call, his answer never changed. But the investigations presented proofs that linked Vapor Wolf to a Discord account containing explicit conversations. He looked at it and said with hesitation,
That is my picture, but that's not my Discord.
For several minutes he repeated the same words, that the screenshots were fake, that everything had been edited to make him look bad, that he was the one actually being harassed.
It's been altered.
In the same world, one of the younger users, a girl with in her bio, spoke up unexpectedly. She mentioned an incident in which she had joined him accidentally and seen something inappropriate happening, and Vapor tried to defend himself, saying it was an accident, that he thought his world was locked.
I joined you in Popcorn Palace and I saw you on the floor getting your stroked.
That's by accident, because I actually thought I actually had my thing locked.
He kept insisting that he was innocent, calling out the same creators by name and accusing them of twisting his words. But the more he defended himself, the more it sounded like practiced denial. In another moment, one of the investigators asked him about his friends list, and he refused to answer.
I don't have to! I have a free speech!
When pressed again, he shifted blame towards others, saying they were lying about their ages and that he couldn't control who added him. But screenshots and recordings from multiple lobbies showed the same dynamic. An older man positioning himself among young users, forming online families and giving them inappropriate adult roles. One clip even captured him in a lobby full of young users making an inappropriate remark and then calling a mom seconds later. And when questioned about it, he claimed it was just part of a roleplay and he saw her as a sister figure. And the attempt to rationalize it made it even worse.
She's not my VR mom, she's my VR sister. Like, she's just taking a role as... And I was actually talking to my mom in real life.
At one point, Vapor Wolf even began claiming that there was an officer watching everyone in VR chat, implying that he was under some kind of protection.
There's a police officer thing that's being watching everybody in my thing to make sure I'm not getting attacked and targeted.
A claim that only made his situation appear more unstable. After the expose video went online, reports against Vapor Wolf multiplied, and several of his accounts were flagged and removed. Yet new ones continued to appear. And last but not least, we're gonna go into the world of K-pop. It's mid-2024. K-pop boy bands are at the peak of their global fame, with groups breaking records and dominating charts in South Korea and overseas. Fans around the world are following every move, every performance, and every release, making the industry more competitive and intense than ever. Among these groups was NCT, one of the biggest names in K-pop, known for their sharp choreography, catchy songs, and loyal international fanbase. Moon Tae-il, a main vocalist of the group, had quickly become a fan favorite. His warm voice, emotional delivery, and humble personality won over audiences everywhere. Alongside his bandmates, he was enjoying sold-out concerts, TV appearances, and high-profile endorsements. On the surface, it seemed like nothing could go wrong, and success was all but guaranteed. But behind the music, lights, and applause, a shadow was forming. Subtle tensions, industry pressures, and unforeseen controversies were quietly mounting, setting the stage for events that would shock fans, and ultimately bring Taeil's rising career to an abrupt halt. It all begins one June evening in Itaewon, Seoul's busy nightlife district. Taeil and two acquaintances, identified only as Lee and Hong, meet a Chinese tourist we'll call Miss A. She had been drinking heavily, and what follows is not a night of music and celebration, but of horror. The three men, Taeil, Lee, and Hong, escort Miss A into a taxi, but instead of ensuring her safety, they bring her to an apartment in Soko district. There, between 4 and 4:30 a.m., while she's intoxicated and unable to resist, she's S8. Not long after, Miss A makes the decision to report the incident, yet the public remains unaware. In fact, on June 14th, just a day after the incident, Taeil goes live on Instagram to celebrate his birthday. He played piano, greeted fans, and laughed, discussing future plans, all while hiding a secret that would shock the nation. And for nearly 2 months, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. On August 3rd and 4th, Taeil even stood on stage with NCT at their 8th anniversary fan meeting, performing before thousands. But behind the scenes, authorities were already building a case. It wasn't until mid-August that Taeil and SM Entertainment finally became aware of the investigation, and on August 28, 2024, Taeil was called for questioning by the police. That same day, the shocking announcement is made. Moon Taeil is leaving NCT. The fans are stunned, but the truth is that his contract with SM Entertainment is still in place, at least for the moment. SM Entertainment then finally addressed the allegations in an official statement, and two lines stood out in particular.
We've recently confirmed that Taeil has been implicated in a criminal case related to intimate crimes, and we've decided that Taeil could no longer continue team activities.
And the following day, Seoul Bangbei Police Station provides new details to the press, confirming that the case held against Taeil had been reported as early as June. Authorities also revealed that the victim, only referred to as Miss A, is an adult woman, but the specific charges and the exact timeline of the incidents aren't disclosed. At the time, the case was still developing, but it was already clear that it would be detrimental to Taeil's career. In fact, it already was. But this was still only the beginning of a long and disturbing investigation. By September, the police had uncovered troubling evidence. Messages exchanged between the three men suggested that they were aware that the victim was a foreigner, and even discussed falsifying the taxi's drop-off address to cover their tracks. It took investigators nearly 2 months of CCTV analysis to piece the case together and identify the suspects. And once the investigation was complete, the file was handed over to prosecutors, specifically the Women and Children's Crime Investigation Division, a unit that specializes in handling some of the most sensitive and serious cases. On October 7, 2024, Korean outlet Chosun Ilbo confirmed earlier reports, stating that Taeil was under investigation for non-consensual acts involving an incapacitated victim. The article reiterated that the victim had been under the influence of alcohol, and that the two other men, who weren't public figures, were also implicated. Later the same month, SM Entertainment would officially terminate Taeil's contract. June 18th marked Taeil's first public sighting in over a year. At the Seoul Central District Court, he appeared silent and withdrawn. He was dressed in black and wearing a white mask. The first hearing took place, and the prosecutor requested a 7-year prison sentence. During the trial, Taeil admitted to all the charges. And finally, on July 10th, 2025, the court sentenced Taeil and his accomplices to 3 years and 6 months in prison. They were immediately taken into custody, and the sentence also included participation in a treatment program, public disclosure of their personal information, and restrictions on working with young people. Taeil's attorney emphasizes remorse and the steps he had taken toward rehabilitation. But for the public and the industry, the verdict marked the definitive end of his career. But this is only the beginning. The next case takes us into the rise and collapse of glam and the shocking crime that destroyed them.
2 women were trying to blackmail him. One of the 2 women was revealed to be glam member Kim Da-hye.
In the early 2010s, Big Hit Entertainment was still a small, struggling company. Before the world actually knew them as the label behind BTS, they only had one other girl group, a joint project with Source Music called Glam, short for Girls Be Ambitious. They debuted in July 2012 with 5 members: Jiyeon, Chinee, Trinity, Taehi, and Miso. At the time, expectations were high. Glam was Big Hit's first and only girl group, and for a company fighting to survive in the competitive K-pop industry, their success could have been the breakthrough they needed. But instead of making history, Glam would be remembered for a scandal, controversy, and one of the most shocking cases to ever shock the idol industry. After their debut, things looked promising for Glam. Their first single, Party, was praised for its progressive message and catchy sound. The girls stood out in an industry with new debuts, and big hit survival seemed tied to their success. But in December of the same year, rumors began to spread. Rumors surrounding the member Trinity. According to online speculation, Trinity was a Sa-Sang fan of Tuk, the leader of Super Junior. For those who haven't watched our previous video on disturbing K-pop cases, Sa-Sang fans are obsessive stalker fans, infamous for invading idols' privacy at all costs. Some follow them to airports, camp outside their homes, or even go as far as obtain personal information illegally. And Trinity, at least it was alleged, went as far as pretending to be the daughter of a broadcasting company CEO just to get close to Lee Tuk in private. And whether or not these claims were true, the backlash was swift. Super Junior had one of the largest fandoms in K-pop at the time, and Glam's much smaller fanbase stood no chance. And Trinity's prior reputation didn't help either, since she'd already earned the nickname Cussing Granny for her bluntness and frequent swearing. Combined with the Sa-Sang allegations, the outrage became overwhelming. And on December 31st, 2012, it was announced that Trinity would be leaving Glam for personal reasons. A vague phrase often used in K-pop, but the timing left little to no doubt. Glam was now down to 4 members. Although Trinity's departure left a stain, Glam pressed on. Their music gained attention, and Daehee even branched into acting. The group also garnered attention when she provided the voice for the Vocaloid 3 product See the first Korean language Vocaloid. But beneath the surface, the group was heading straight towards another scandal that would not only end their careers, but also make international headlines. And to understand why, we need to talk about the man at the center of it, Lee Byung-hun. Today, Lee Byung-hun is one of South Korea's most famous and respected actors. He starred in international blockbusters like G.I. Joe, Terminator Genesis, and The Magnificent Seven. In Korea, he's celebrated for his roles in acclaimed films like I Saw the Devil and more recently Squid Game. His reputation as both a domestic legend and a global star makes him one of the most recognizable faces in Korean entertainment. But back in 2014, his name was dragged into one of the biggest celebrity scandals of the decade. And at the very center of it was Glam's Daehee. It all began in July 2014 when Lee Byung-hun was introduced to 25-year-old model Lee Ji-yeon and 20-year-old Kim Daehee of Glam through a mutual acquaintance. During this gathering, Daehee initially sat between Byung-hun and Ji-yeon, but the actor actually requested a seat change so he could actually sit beside Lee Ji-yeon. From the start, the atmosphere was suggestive. Byung-hun reportedly asked the model for her phone number, but she refused, giving an excuse that her mother had failed to pay her phone bill. Instead, she offered her social media contacts. But Byung-hun pushed further, saying he could cover her phone bills for a year and even provide financial help. Now, Lee Ji-yeon later admitted that her excuse was simply to avoid sharing her number, and she turned down his offer once again. 2 days later, Lee Byung-hun and Lee Ji-yeon met again, this time in the latter's apartment. Daehee joined them later that evening, and the three played a card game that soon turned questionable. Each time Lee Ji-yeon lost, Lee Byung-hun allegedly asked her for kisses, though she deflected his requests. At one point, Daehee secretly recorded the actor as he asked Lee Ji-yeon provocative questions, pretending she was just texting on her phone. During this time, Lee Byung-hun also gave Lee Ji-yeon gifts, including a phone and about $1,350 in cash. However, she refused to accept them too, returning the items immediately. And the text messages exchanged between the two revealed a playful but ambiguous tone.
What's for dinner? What do you like? You.
By the end of the month, Lee Byung-hun attended Lee Ji-yeon's birthday, bringing along Argentinian wine and luxury makeup. And before Daehee arrived, Lee Ji-yeon claimed that Lee Byung-hun had made physical advances, which she resisted, although the actor denied that any inappropriate contact actually occurred. But their text exchanges leading up to and after the gathering continued to sound flirtatious, with Lee Byung-hun referring to romantic meetings and his desire to succeed romantically. Lee Ji-yeon, however, often responded in ways that suggested discomfort or just deflection.
We're seeing each other tomorrow, right? Will it be romantic? We'll see how you do. I'll be good.
But by mid-August, the fragile balance broke. During their final meeting, tensions escalated. Lee Ji-yeon told Lee Byung-hun she wanted limits. She was uncomfortable with the increasing physical intimacy and wanted space. But on the actor's side, however, he claimed that Lee Ji-yeon had been asking for financial support and had money issues, which were actually the heart of their conflict. But texts that were later published showed Lee Byung-hun apologizing, saying,
I stepped out of line today. I think we should stop seeing each other. We'll only hurt each other.
And Lee Ji-yeon responded in frustration, saying,
You're cutting off human relations like this, huh?
Suggesting hurt and surprise at how abruptly things ended. In the weeks after their quote-unquote breakup, hard feelings grew, and the two women's relationship with Lee Byung-hun turned bitter, and before long they came up with a plan to blackmail him. They threatened to release the recorded videos of his suggestive remarks unless he paid them nearly $5 million. The two even began preparing to escape to Europe, securing passports and discussing their departure. Yet before the plan could actually be carried out, Lee Byung-hun reported them to the police. And as quickly as it escalated, it ended on September 1st, 2014, when the police arrested both Lee Ji-yeon and Dae-hee, with the case immediately exploding in the media. Later that year, the two women then submitted letters of apology, continuously expressing their acknowledgement of their own faults. However, the prosecution remained unconvinced, stating that the letters contained distortions of facts and still blamed the victim, suggesting a lack of true remorse. The case quickly moved into trial, where prosecutors accused both women of extortion. Dae-hee admitted to sending threats, but actually denied any intent to follow through, while Lee Ji-yeon requested bail and expressed remorse, saying,
"I'm very sorry to the victim and his family. I'm truly regretting what I've done. I have a chronic illness, so I've been getting treated for it. It would be difficult to continue treatment in prison."
But the judges still rejected their claims, ruling the evidence showed a deliberate attempt to blackmail. On January 15, 2015, the court sentenced Lee Ji-yeon to 1 year and 2 months in prison, and Kim Dae-hee received a 1-year sentence. Both women were taken into custody immediately. For Dae-hee, the ruling was devastating. As a member of Glam, her involvement meant the group's reputation couldn't recover. And just hours after the sentencing, Big Hit and Source Music announced Glam's official disbandment. For Lee Byung-hun, the scandal was damaging, but not career-ending. But for Glam, the controversy marked the permanent end. Our next story, however, is one of the most chilling cases in idol history. The tragic tale of the 28 injections that led to a death.
사망이냐 아니면 타살이냐를 놓고 논란이 끊이질 않던 인기그룹 듀스의 전 멤버 김성재 씨의 죽음은
On November 20th, 1995 in Seoul, 23-year-old Kim Sang-jae, one half of the duo Deux, made a solo debut with As I Told You on SBS Gayo. The performance was a success, earning widespread praise. Family and friends later also said that Sang-jae had been in good spirits that night, optimistic about the future. Afterwards, he checked into the Swiss Grand Hotel with his manager, several backup dancers, and his girlfriend, Kim Yoo-sun. Each person retired to their own room, except for Sang-jae, who chose to stay with his girlfriend in the living room. The next morning at 6 AM, his manager tried to wake him up, but when Sang-jae didn't respond, he assumed it was simply exhaustion from the concert and left him to rest. But an hour later, the situation had changed. By 7 AM, it was clear that Kim Sang-jae was dead. Authorities were contacted immediately. At first, the police declared his death because of cardiac arrest, likely linked to overworking. But the actual autopsy revealed 28 puncture marks on Sang-jae's right arm. Early theories suggested that he may have left this earth on his own, or it could be because of a substance abuse. But Sang-jae was right-handed. How could he have injected himself in his dominant arm with such precision? And so the OD theory was quickly dismissed. But on December 5th, chemical analysis confirmed the cause of death. An overdose of tolidamine solazepam, also commonly known as Zolotil, an anesthetic for animals. The substance had clogged his veins, explaining the multiple punctures. But what disturbed his family most was how he was found. Sang-jae was still in full stage makeup, wearing a sweater that had been a gift from his girlfriend. His mother insisted he would have never gone to bed without removing it, raising doubts about whether the scene had been staged or not. And before long, suspicion began to focus on one person, Kim Yoo-sun, his girlfriend. Their relationship wasn't a healthy one by any means. Her behavior was already far beyond control. In the past, she fired a gas gun at him, tied him up to his bed to keep him from signing contracts, and called him up to 6 times a day. She even interrupted Deux concerts, storming the stage to yell at his fans. Amid this intense and unpredictable relationship, shortly after Sang-jae's solo debut, he traveled to the US and met another woman. But when he returned, he allegedly reconciled with Yoo-sun, though the reasons remain unclear. And the investigators later found the truth. Yoo-sun had purchased Zolotil, magnesium sulfide, and syringes just weeks earlier. And when questioned, she pleaded with the pharmacist not to report the purchases. At first, Yoo-sun claimed that she bought the drugs to euthanize her dog. And later she said she intended to use them to leave this earth on her own, because of her love for Sang-jae. But the prosecutors weren't convinced. They argued that she injected Sang-jae 28 times and staged the scene to look like an OD. The court initially agreed, and she was actually sentenced to death. But instead she appealed, and the sentence was reduced to life imprisonment. But in the third trial, everything changed. Witnesses began to backtrack. The pharmacist who first had Kim asked if Zolotyle would appear in an autopsy suddenly claimed he couldn't remember. Investigators also confirmed another troubling detail. She actually only purchased 5 milligrams of Zolotyle, and the experts questioned if that amount could even be lethal. For comparison, anesthetizing a chimpanzee, a very close animal to humans physiologically, requires around 1 milliliter of Zolotyle per 10 kilograms of body weight for just 1 hour of sedation. By that measure, 5 milliliters was far too little to actually kill an average man. And magnesium sulfate, another drug she obtained, was never actually found in Sang-jae's body. And so without the key testimony, the case actually fell apart, and Yu-sun was cleared of all charges. She walked free. In the years following the investigation, television programs attempted to revisit the case, hoping to uncover new details and bring answers to the public. SBS investigative show Unanswered Questions dedicated multiple episodes to the mysterious death of Kim Sang-jae, delving into inconsistencies and exploring the questions that remained unsolved. However, the legal obstacles complicated everything. Kim Yu-sun, the girlfriend connected to the case, filed defamation lawsuits that effectively halted the broadcast in both 2019 and 2023. The restrictions actually prevented the story from being fully explored on television, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. Despite these setbacks, the intrigue around the case continued, and the level of attention it drew was so significant that producers hinted the story might eventually be adapted for streaming platforms, like Netflix, allowing it to reach a global audience and perhaps go beyond the limitations imposed by Korean court restrictions. One translated announcement from Papago noted,
"Tomorrow's episode will be about the mystery of Kim Sang-jae's death. Unfortunately, the court has decided to ban broadcasting."
And even years later, the shadow of Sang-jae's death loomed large, a story still surrounded by mystery. Today, Kim Yu-sun is rumored to have changed her name, undergone full facial surgery, and now allegedly works in the medical field, far removed from the scandal that once consumed headlines. And now, nearly 30 years later, authorities are reportedly preparing to close the case, citing the limits of available evidence and the passage of time. But despite that, Kim Sang-jae's brother and family members continue to demand answers, refusing to let the story fade into obscurity. Now, nearly 2 decades later, another story would once again test the limits of justice in Korean entertainment. This time, the victims weren't global stars, but a boy band whose dreams of music quickly turned into a nightmare. In 2016, a new boy band called the Eastlight debuted under Media Line Entertainment. The group was made up of 6 members: Eun-sing, Junuk, Sagang, Woojin, and their brothers Seok-choi and Sung-hyun. All of them were still underage at the time of their debut, with the youngest being just years old. But despite that, the group quickly attracted attention for their talent, energy, and youthful charm, and fans had high hopes for their future. At first, everything seemed to point towards a bright career. They both trained hard and built a growing fanbase. However, away from the public eye, the environment at the company was far from safe. Over time, reports emerged saying that the members were subjected to extreme physical and verbal abuse by some of the staff, including their producers. And what was supposed to be a nurturing place for young talent became a place of fear. On October 18, 2018, a news outlet called X Sports News reported that the members of the Eastlight had been subjected to years of abuse. According to their report, the boys had faced verbal attacks from CEO Kim Chang-won, while their producer, Moon Young-il, carried out repeated acts of physical violence dating back to 2015, and the accounts were brutal. The producer was said to slap the boys across the face, beat them with a baseball bat and a metal microphone. In one case, he reportedly wrapped a guitar string around a member's neck, tightening it whenever a mistake was made during practice. And when they tried to resist or complain, Moon Young-il allegedly threatened them with the words,
"I'm going to kill you."
And the abuse left visible injuries too. Some members bled from head wounds, while others were left with deep bruises. At least one member required treatment not only for physical injuries, but also for psychological trauma. And the CEO was reported to have witnessed these assaults firsthand, but instead of intervening, he was quoted saying to the producer,
"Don't be too harsh."
Now later that same day, the news report came out. Media Line Entertainment issued an official statement saying,
"About a year and 4 months ago, the Eastlight producer became aware of the first time that an assault had occurred while guiding and educating the members. And later, through conversation with the members' parents, he resolved it amicably and promised to prevent reoccurrence."
The statement ended with,
"Taking this incident as an opportunity, we will find the best solution to the Eastlight's future activities and affected members. I apologize once again."
But for the public, the explanation rang hollow. The image of teenage boys being beaten and threatened under the care of their company couldn't be erased so easily. And so on October 19th, the group's leader, Seok Choi, held a press conference alongside his lawyer to publicly address the abuse he and his fellow members had endured.
저는 더이슬라이트의 리더로서 그리고 K-pop, 한국을 이끄는 K-pop 가수로서 사랑하는 멤버들과 사랑하는 동생들이 당한 상처 더 이상 방관할 수 없었고 더 이상 이 K-pop 씬의 아동학대와 인권 유린이 사라졌으면 하는 바람에 여러 가지로 두렵지만 오늘 이 기자회견에 자리를 선 것입니다. 감사합니다.
For years, rumors and whispers about mistreatment had circulated, but nothing had been officially confirmed until this very moment. Seok Choi spoke about the physical and verbal abuse that had been inflicted by producers and staff, sharing the reality of what life had been like behind closed doors at the company, and his statements would soon confirm what fans and the public had only suspected. After the press conference, JBTC's newsroom broadcast new evidence, and the photos showed bruised legs and arms, and one image even revealed a member bleeding from the head. All of the statements and rumors were actually true, and even an audio clip of CEO Kim Chang-won speaking to Seok Choi was also aired.
믿고 맡기면 패 죽여도 놔둬야 돼. 연예인이라고 신문에라도 나봐라. 야, 니네 절당이 없어. 야, 누가 그 문제 있는 애를 데려가. 판을 키우면 안 돼. 판을 키우면 니네 엄마 아빠가 더 괴로워.
The record was crucial. It proved that not only did the CEO know about the abuse, but also tried to silence the victims through threats and manipulation. But the audio wasn't the only evidence. Messages later surfaced. The first conversations were between producer Moo Young-il and the boy's father, while the next two were with the CEO. Among the messages, one stood out, a direct confrontation between the boy's father and the producer.
Mr. Moon Young-il, this is an image of the handlebar that you used to hit Sung-hyun. Do you remember? I'm sending this to you so that you can remember, in case you forgot. I apologize. I feel like there's nothing else for me to say to you.
It was an undeniable admission, but even that wasn't the end of the evidence either. A now deleted YouTube video, once uploaded to the Eastlight's official channel, revealed something even more disturbing. In the background, Seok Choi's voice can be heard. The other members were also on camera at the time, looking over to see what was happening, and one of them explained,
"Actually, on the way there, Seok Choi was playing music in the car and opened the sunroof without starting the engine, doing everything he wanted to do, so the battery in one of the cars died. He's being disciplined by our manager."
The camera briefly shows the scene but then cuts to a different clip, but the viewers still noticed and quickly reacted online, commenting,
"If it's like that even while the camera's rolling, I can't even imagine what it's like when they're not filming. How much must this have happened on a day-to-day basis that they put this in like it's something funny?"
The disturbing footage was swiftly removed, but the impact remained. So the same day, Medialine Entertainment announced the termination of the remaining 4 members' contracts. According to the agency, the decision came after a discussion with the members and their parents, marking a pivotal moment in the scandal and confirming the gravity of the situation that had taken place behind the scenes. But outside the company walls, things were far from calm. The public reacted immediately, outraged by what they had just learned. And then a petition was posted on the Blue House website, demanding punishment for producer Moon Young-il and the CEO. And just 3 days after it was opened, the petition had nearly 200,000 signatures. And on October 26, the brothers Lee Seok Choi and Lee Sang-hyun visited Bangbei police station with their father and lawyer to file official complaints. And Sang-hyun made a brief but heartbreaking statement to the press before entering.
"I remember it clearly, as if it happened yesterday. I'm so afraid."
And with this testimony, the authorities could no longer look away. By December, the investigation had gathered enough evidence to take decisive action. Producer Moon Young-il was detained and formally charged of extraordinary and repeated violence against the underage members. But the story didn't end there. Even with Moon behind bars, questions lingered about the role of the agency, the responsibility of other staff, and the long-term effects of the victims, ensuring that this scandal would continue to haunt K-pop and spark controversies about the treatment of young trainees for years to come. The other members who'd been quietly terminated appeared at a press conference with CEO Chang Hyun, and they actually denied the brothers' claims, insisting that the quote-unquote abuse had been exaggerated, and they dismissed the key allegations. Eun-sing claimed that the head injury was caused by a light flick that didn't even hurt, and as for the guitar string incident, they brushed it off as a joke. They pulled after watching the film Whiplash.
"We were playing around after watching the movie Whiplash, and Seok Choi wrapped the guitar string around his neck himself. Then producer Moon Young-il slightly played around with him. We were all happily playing around as we practiced, but it made me very sad as it was distorted into a time that was like hell.
It was statement against statement. So in the same month, the two brothers appeared at the Seoul Central Prosecutor's office, determined to speak truthfully and push back against the agency's narrative. And the brothers' testimony marked a turning point. The police believed them instead of the others. And so by January of 2019, CEO Kim Chang-won faced formal indictment, and within months, the trial finally began. Prosecutors laid out a disturbing pattern: 31 separate instances of violence against the brothers, ongoing mental abuse, and even forcing a teen to smoke electronic cigarettes. And the producer Moon Young-il actually admitted to the charges, while the CEO denied everything. Now in the end, producer Moon Young-il was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison for mistreatment of young people, while the CEO was sentenced to 8 months in prison and suspended for 2 years of probation. Both of them were also ordered to attend treatment programs, and Media Line Entertainment was fined 20 million Korean won, which is roughly $17,000. And the Supreme Court upheld both rulings, officially closing the case as it is. What you just witnessed was horrifying, but this next case will trump even that one.
A powerful CEO who went from managing K-pop stars to facing charges of orchestrated sexual violence, manipulation, and abuse, shocking an entire industry.
On April 23rd, MBC's Good Day Entertainment Plus then aired a shocking report on the indecent harassment and assault surrounding Open World's entertainment CEO. One of the victims, an anonymous former trainee, came forward to share her experience behind closed doors at the agency. She recounted her audition, a moment that should have been the first step towards her dreams, but instead it became a nightmare.
At the audition, she said, "The CEO told me to do a captivating dance for him. I thought he wanted to see my talents, but it felt completely wrong. We were alone in a closed room. After the dance, he made me sit on his lap and show him what I was feeling."
The harassment didn't stop there. She also described a late-night practice session where she was summoned to the office around 9 PM, with all the lights off except for the CEO's room. Inside, another man, claiming to be a famous agent, pressured her to take off her clothes. And when she refused, he scolded her, saying,
"So many girls throw themselves at me. You are kicking away good fortune here."
She was even belittled to a colleague at another agency, being told that she had no talent. Terrified and in tears, she tried to leave, but the nightmare simply followed her. Waiting for the elevator, she was handled roughly by the CEO, who sneered,
"You think you can be a singer like this?"
This experience shattered her dreams. She left the agency, heartbroken, and abandoned the career she'd worked so hard to pursue. And while the episode itself may not be accessible, multiple news articles reported on the interview and its shocking content. The accounts of these victims highlighted a systematic pattern of exploitation, which prosecutors had escalated in early 2012. Two 18-year-old aspiring singers testified that they were brought to the dormitory and told they had to charm men if they wanted to debut. Frightened and unable to resist his authority, they were then subjected to inappropriate touching, pressured into so-called massages, and they were assaulted while being told that this was part of becoming an entertainer. With each new detail coming to light, public outrage intensified, and media scrutiny became impossible to ignore, leading the company to issue a public apology by April 19th. They admitted to the shame that the scandal had caused, but maintained that their own celebrities were actually uninvolved. But the investigation pushed forward, and evidence stacked against Saku, and the prosecutors soon sought for a 9-year sentence. They accused him of not only harassment, but of systematically abusing his influence over vulnerable trainees, some of whom weren't of age. And finally, on August 15th, the same year, the court delivered its ruling. Jang Saku was sentenced to 6 years in prison for his crimes, ordered to complete a treatment program, and placed on a registry for public disclosure. The court dismissed his claims of consensual encounters and rejected his appeal for leniency, but even with the sentence handed down, the damage was irreversible. The scandal left Open World Entertainment in ruins, but it wouldn't be the last time K-pop would face shocking revelations of abuse. Our next case dives into another well-known girl group, but this time we focus on a single member, from the moment she left the group up to her eventual prison sentence.
Earlier in January, Lee was also sentenced to 8 months in prison and 2 years of probation for abuse.
Rum was born in Seoul, South Korea, and she initially gained popularity in 2012 as the newest member of Tiara, a girl group that was one of the most recognizable K-pop groups at the time. but unfortunately her timing couldn't have been worse. By 2012, Tiara was already established with a strong fanbase, and a lot of fans felt that the group didn't need new additions. So when Core Contents Media suddenly announced more members would be added, it stirred unease among both the public and the group itself. For a while, the group tried to continue as normal, but it wasn't long before the atmosphere around Tiara changed. Every small interaction between the members was being closely scrutinized. And this pressure finally boiled over just a month after Iarum's debut, when a heated exchange involving one of the newer members sparked public outrage. The whole scandal kicked off after a Twitter spat between Ha-young and the rest of the members of Tiara. One of the messages read,
"The will can make a person, just like the position can make a person. Phew, that's too bad. You need to know how to take care of the people next to you."
Right away, the public took her side, convinced that the rest of Tiara were actually bullies. Practically overnight, the group's image flipped, going from adored to hated. Fans were skipping their concerts, even going as far as destroying and burning their merchandise. It wasn't until 2017 that leaked messages between Ha-young and Iarum told a very different story. One of the messages of Ha-young read,
"I'll scratch up your face so you can't be on TV."
It turned out the so-called victim had actually been the one causing problems, but by then the damage was already done, and in the middle of it all, Irum's time with Tiara was short-lived. Just a year after joining, she announced her departure in 2013, and declaring this during her farewell message.
좋은 추억으로 남기고 이제 아름이가 솔로로 아마 찾아뵐 것 같습니다. 그래도 언니들도 앞으로 계속 활동할 거니까 절대 잊지 마시고 아름이는 더욱더 기대하시고 또 잊지 말아주세요. 아름이 화이팅! 그리고 티아라 화이팅! 아름이를 지금까지 사랑해주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 그래도 티아라로서 활동했던 곡들이나 무대들은 절대 잊지 말아주셨으면 합니다.
For a while, she faded from the spotlight, but in 2018, Erum tried to make a comeback on the survival show The Unit. On the show, she openly spoke about her struggles with her mental health and the challenges she faced after leaving Tiara.
솔직히 저는 일단 이게 제일 아팠던 기억이긴 해요. 이건 정말 unbelievable한 스토리인데 대인기피증 같은 게 조금씩 생기기 시작했어요. 마지막쯤에. 사람이 다 무서웠어요. 다 괴물같이 보이고. 병원에 이제 가서 엄마랑 저랑 같이 쓰는 병동에 있었어요. 그래서 거기서 이제 마음 치료 받으면서 한 달 정도 있었거든요. 그러면서 많이 치유된 것 같아요.
But despite her honesty, her performances didn't really stand out, and she was eliminated in 44th place. And after that, she stepped away from the industry once again. However, stepping off the stage did not mean losing the spotlight. Away from the press, Adam's private life was about to shift in the most dramatic way that one could imagine. In 2019, she married a businessman named Kim Young-gui after just a year of dating, especially since she was already pregnant. She gave birth to her son in 2020, but in the years that followed, the marriage became increasingly more unstable, and the couple even appeared on TV, caught between marriage and divorce, a reality show about couples who are contemplating and preparing for separation. And while all of this was going on in Erum's life, another person entered during this difficult moment, Sa Dong-hung, and he had a troubled past. According to Dispatch, he had been convicted of fraud and violence against women in 2021, and was given a 2-year and 6 months prison sentence. He was let out of prison in September, and following this release, he made an effort to change who he was, and it was around October when they first connected. Sa Dong-hung claims it was Erum who initiated contact over social media, starting with,
"Hello, I'm Erum. I've been living separately for 6 months.
But what drew them together in the first place remains a mystery. And Sa Dong-hung added to the mystery by introducing himself as a movie scriptwriter and carrying a business card claiming connections to Lodi Entertainment, one of the largest corporations in South Korea. Then in December of 2023, Erum made up her mind at last. She told everyone she was leaving her husband and marrying Sa Dong-hung at the same time. On Instagram, she described him as someone who
showed me what real happiness is when I was exhausted,
and who
fills the times of my painful dreams with hope and excitement.
And after her divorce and her new relationship, Erum appeared to be doing well. However, underneath all of this happiness, a far more disturbing reality was just starting to emerge. Later in December, Erum reportedly asked a friend for financial help, claiming she needed 2 to 3 million Korean won for a lawsuit with her ex-husband, and she promised to repay 3 times the amount, saying she had big contracts coming, including a drama and an ad deal worth over 1 billion Korean won. But when her friend didn't respond, she followed up in February of 2024, saying she was very sick, had been in a car accident, and needed money for hospital bills. Her final message expressed disappointment.
"I took care of the accident, but I'm very disappointed. Hope you have a good life."
When Erum received no reply again, she quickly turned her attention elsewhere. She was desperate to secure financial help, and so she reached out to B, a friend from a postnatal care center, claiming again that she needed money for divorce lawyer fees. What B was unaware of though was that Adam had already obtained a loan in secret and had named her as the guarantor, and B only found out when the loan shark contacted her, realizing her identity had actually been used. And the loan shark explained,
Adam sent a photo with her ID next to her face for verification, leading to the transaction. But now claiming to be hacked or threatened by her boyfriend puts us in an absurd situation.
And so Dispatch, the well-known Korean news outlet, reported that B shared her story with them, explaining the situation and saying that she was especially upset with Adam for exploiting people who genuinely cared about her. What is clear, however, is that later that year, Adam began borrowing money from fans under the claim that her child was sick, with her new husband allegedly involved as well. And somehow it worked. Targeting Tiara fans, the pair reportedly scammed over 30 million Korean won. One victim, whom we'll call She, stated,
She said someone close to her is sick. She messaged me that she didn't have money for the emergency room. There were reports about abuse and I felt bad, so I lent her money.
And so the victim eventually arranged for the money to be transferred to Adam, which was a total of 3.15 million Korean won, about $2,320, while her husband borrowed another 30.6 million Korean won. And from that point on, Adam and her husband began using this hospital excuse all the time. To one victim, D, Adam sent a photo in a hospital gown, claiming that she had a serious bleed and needed 140,000 Korean won for bills. And her husband also shared hospital photos with Adam's friends. The next day, he tried the same with Frank, but when Frank questioned it, Adam brushed it off and still managed to get 50,000 Korean won. By this point, the requests had grown widespread. Another acquaintance, Jean, received a DM asking for emergency financial help. But doubting its legitimacy, Jean actually asked Adam for a verification photo, especially a selfie holding up 3 fingers. And to his shock, Adam actually complied, sending the photo from a hospital room. But once that image, along with similar exchanges, began circulating, the suspicions escalated. And so Adam publicly insisted that her accounts had been hacked. However, the supposed verification photos that she herself had submitted presented a different picture, undermining her position and raising questions. And it was very difficult to ignore the patterns by now. And the acquaintances even began to question her husband's credibility, as his promises, including the notion that he's a recognized writer, started to fall apart. And so he and Adam searched for other sources of support as the suspicion increased, ultimately focusing on Tiara's devoted fanbase, the Queens. Among them was Hank, a longtime supporter who had even attended Adam's wedding. On March 22nd, Adam messaged Hank, claiming she was hospitalized at Chang'an University Hospital with bleeding, cysts, and thyroid problems. And moved by her situation, Hank couldn't help but feel sympathy. But on March 27th, Adam was hospitalized again. But this time, media outlets reported that she had attempted to leave this earth, while her husband posted on social media claiming that she was unconscious. But once she actually regained consciousness, the cycle repeated, and both began messaging their close friends pleading for money to cover supposed hospital bills at Korean University Ansan Hospital. This time, however, no one gave in. By then, the scale of the fraud damage was undeniable, with estimated losses nearing 44 million Korean won, and more than 10 victims stepping forward. But just days later, in early March of 2024, things took an even darker turn. Adam went public with accusations against her ex-husband. She claimed that he had abused their family in horrific ways, even alleging that he had urinated and defecated on their little ones. To support her claims, she posted a recording of her eldest on Instagram.
어디로 던졌어, 재아를? 밖으로. 문 밖에? 응. 그래서 어떻게 됐어, 우리 재아? 다쳤어. 아팠어? 응.
The audio she posted immediately set off a wave of outrage, with fans rushing to defend her and express concerns for her dependents, while her ex-husband was widely condemned. But the story shifted as the case continued. The young one's testimonies were different, and since no evidence backed her claims, suspicions soon began to turn towards Adam herself again. But she further clarified, saying,
My eldest said they were abused by their father, so I took them with me. I was in the process of being investigated with my child.
But Sadung-Hung, her new lover, told Dispatch himself that the alleged abuse was fabricated against her initial husband, saying,
The video Adam filmed herself, scolding them. If they said no, she hit them once on their thigh. Later, the person told me, Mom said she'd buy me a toy. Dad never pooped on me.
Of course, Sadung-Hung's statement may not be reliable either, as it came after a fight with Adam. By then, their relationship was already showing signs of strain. On April 5th, 2024, Adam reappeared publicly, debuting as a live streaming broadcasting jockey on Africa TV. There, she directly addressed the controversies about her marriage and her legal troubles. And to the surprise of many, she also announced that she was pregnant from her current partner, Sudong-ho. But at the same time, reports confirmed that her 2 little ones from a previous marriage had been taken into protective custody and placed in a facility after she attempted to leave this earth. And reports suggested that she may have lied about the situation for sympathy and financial gain, even continuing to borrow money from fans under the guise of protecting her tiny humans. And officials began to suspect that she'd manipulated the situation, not only mistreating her own little ones, but also moving them without proper consent. And so by June 3rd, 2024, the police confirmed that Adam had been referred to prosecutors on charges of abuse and kidnapping of a. And adding fuel to the fire, Adam posted an Instagram rant on December 2024, seemingly aimed at her current partner, Sudong-ho. She claimed he endangered her, which was a shocking turn that hinted that their relationship was unraveling far more than the public had realized. And not long after, reports surfaced that he and Adam had broken up, and she was, according to herself, coerced into swindling her own followers because of her ex-boyfriend.
I have nothing more to lose, because you're the reason I was not able to see my children when I wanted to. Do whatever you think you can. It drives me crazy that I'm carrying yet another of yours, and I'm so terribly sorry to the. At this point I feel so guilty to what the. So try your hardest. I'm going to do everything I can in my power to destroy you.
She also posted updates to her Instagram story before deleting her account entirely.
Is there really a fearless person out there who doesn't understand how serious perjury is? And it's not even about something trivial, it's about it. Because of him, my poor children are now labeled as victims of child abuse. The case is over, too. I don't believe in the law or justice anymore.
And she also said,
why stop now? Try harder. You stop. One more time, I will do everything I can to expose you and drag you down once and for all. This isn't about my ex-husband. That's being taken care of in the court of law. So why would I bring him up again?
But by the end, Adam lost the case. She was convicted of family abuse and neglect herself, having verbally abused her ex-husband in front of her offspring and causing significant emotional harm. The court noted that she admitted to all the charges and that her actions inflicted serious mental health damage on the legitimate custodian of the victim. Authorities also confirmed kidnapping-related charges. In addition, Adam was found guilty of fraud and embezzlement, borrowing approximately $27,000 from fans and acquaintances under false pretenses. The court inevitably sentenced her to 6 months in prison, suspended for 2 years of probation, and ordered her to complete 40 hours of mandatory abuse prevention education. And it was eventually revealed that Sudong-ho, her ex-boyfriend, was actually the mastermind behind the fraud. While Adam played a less active role, he was actually the one planning all of this. And so he ultimately received a heavier punishment, with 1 year and 4 months in prison. And again, for those who haven't installed the app yet, this is the moment to do so to get some free cash.